Welcome, dear friends. I hope you've relished the beauty of this spring day. As we gather here, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Let go of your worries and embrace this peaceful moment. May you wake with a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The townsfolk, who lived in harmony with the gentle magic that flowed through the trees and streams, were perplexed. The village, cradled by lush, towering trees whose leaves shimmered with a hint of iridescence, was a place where time seemed to slow, allowing its inhabitants to savor the gentle rhythm of life. The air carried the crisp scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. It started with small things: a misplaced book that had been left on the mantelpiece, a trail of flower petals leading out the front door, or a wind chime tinkling without a breeze. At first, these oddities were brushed off as mere forgetfulness or tricks of nature. But as the days passed, the peculiarities grew more pronounced. Little Willow, a curious young girl with eyes as green as the emerald moss that blanketed the forest floor, couldn't shake the feeling that something magical was afoot. She loved listening to the tales her grandma Hazel would spin by the crackling fire, stories brimming with whimsical creatures and ancient wisdom. Grandma Hazel's voice would weave through the air like a gentle lullaby, each word painting a vivid picture of enchanted realms and legendary beings, her eyes gleaming with secrets untold. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced on the wind like a kaleidoscope of amber and gold, Willow was startled by a sudden commotion in her family's cozy cottage. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and apples, remnants of her mother's baking earlier that day. She raced downstairs, her heart pounding like a distant drumbeat, to find her mother's prized porcelain vase shattered on the floor, yet no one else was in sight. "How peculiar," murmured Grandma Hazel, her kind eyes twinkling with intrigue. "It seems we have a mischievous visitor in our midst." Her voice held an edge of excitement, and Willow sensed her grandmother was as thrilled as she was about the mystery unraveling in their midst. Willow's heart raced with excitement. Could it be? A magical being from one of Grandma's stories, come to life? She knew just who to seek out for guidance: her dear friend, the wise old oak tree that stood as a gentle guardian over the village. As Willow approached the ancient oak, its gnarled branches seemed to stretch out in welcome, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. The bark was rough against her fingertips, grounding her in the present moment. "Greetings, my friend," a deep, resonant voice echoed through the stillness. "I sense you have a mystery to unravel." With wide eyes, Willow recounted the strange happenings, her voice weaving through the air like a melody, and the oak tree listened intently. Finally it spoke. "I believe your village has been graced by the presence of a playful pixie. These tiny creatures possess great magic, but they can sometimes cause unintentional mischief." Willow's heart swelled with curiosity and wonder. A real pixie. But how could she catch a glimpse of this elusive being? The oak tree offered wise counsel. "Pixies are drawn to the beauty of nature and the warmth of kindness. Leave a trail of wildflowers and treats, and perhaps our mischievous friend will reveal itself." Willow sprang into action, gathering a basket of berries and wildflowers from the forest, the vibrant colors of the petals a stark contrast against her simple, earth-toned dress. That night, she carefully laid a vibrant trail leading from her cottage door, then nestled herself by the window to keep watch. The moon cast a silvery glow over the scene, bathing the world in an ethereal light. As the moon rose high, something caught Willow's eye, a flicker of light, like a firefly dancing through the air. She held her breath, and there it was, a tiny figure with gossamer wings, following the trail of treats with childlike delight. The pixie's wings shimmered in the moonlight, each beat creating a cascade of colors that danced across the garden. The pixie paused, its luminous eyes scanning the cottage. Willow fought the urge to gasp, afraid of startling the magical creature. But the pixie seemed to sense her presence and let out a tinkling laugh that sounded like wind chimes. It was a sound that filled Willow with an inexplicable joy, as though the world itself was laughing with delight. In a blur of iridescent wings, the pixie zoomed towards Willow, hovering just inches from her face. Willow's heart pounded with wonder as she studied the delicate features and mischievous grin. "Hello, little one," she whispered. "I mean you no harm. I only wish to understand the magic you've brought to our village." The pixie's eyes twinkled, and it let out a series of melodic chimes and giggles, as if sharing a secret tale. Willow listened, entranced, feeling a warm connection blossom between them. As she listened, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as though the pixie's presence was a balm to her soul. From that night on, the village embraced the pixie's whimsical presence. The townsfolk learned to expect the occasional misplaced item or unexplained occurrence, but they took it all in stride, knowing that these were merely the harmless antics of their new friend. The village's rhythm shifted, becoming a little more unpredictable, a little more magical. And Willow, with her open heart and inquisitive spirit, became a bridge between the human and pixie worlds, sharing the lessons of patience, wonder, and the magic that lies within even the smallest of creatures. She found herself growing, learning to see the world with new eyes, her heart expanding with every interaction. As Grandma Hazel would say, the greatest mysteries are often solved not with logic alone, but with a generous sprinkling of kindness and an open mind to the enchantment that surrounds us all. Willow understood now that magic was not just in the stories told by the fireside, but in the everyday moments of connection and understanding. Story 2. In the heart of the lush, sprawling fernwood forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang softly over smooth stones, there lay a hidden world few had ever seen. This world was not marked on any map, nor was it spoken of in any village. It was a place of quiet magic and gentle mysteries, a sanctuary for the kind-hearted creatures that dwelt within. The story begins with a young girl named Mabel. Mabel was not like other children. She had a curious sparkle in her eyes, and a heart that seemed to beat in time with the rustling leaves and chirping crickets. She lived on the edge of Fernwood Forest in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often regaled her with tales of the forest's secrets. Mabel's favorite story was about the Whispering Willow, a grand and ancient tree said to hold the power to reveal the hidden world of Fernwood to those pure of heart. Mabel was an old soul in a young body, with a mind that never tired of questions and a spirit that longed for the unknown. She often sat by the window of the cottage, watching the forest with eyes that seemed to see beyond the mere physicality of things into the very essence of life itself. Her grandmother, a wise woman with hair like silver moonlight, would watch her with a knowing smile. "The forest speaks to you, child," she would say, her voice a soft melody in the twilight. "Listen, and it will guide you." One sunny afternoon, as the golden light filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of sunshine, Mabel set out to find the Whispering Willow. She had an old map her grandmother had drawn, filled with cryptic symbols and notes. The map was tattered and faded, the ink smudged in places where time had kissed it with her gentle hand. As Mabel ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. She listened to the symphony of nature around her, the soft cooing of doves, the distant chatter of a woodpecker, and the gentle breeze that seemed to carry with it echoes of laughter and song. Her heart swelled with an inexplicable joy, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its fold. Along her path, Mabel encountered a small clearing where the light danced in peculiar patterns on the forest floor. She paused, drawn by a strange feeling that the forest was speaking in a language of light and shadow. The clearing was dotted with delicate mushrooms that seemed to hum with a soft luminescence, and Mabel felt a pull to explore further. As she stepped between the mushrooms, she was overcome with a sensation of warmth and belonging, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. Hours passed in a dreamy haze, and as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mabel found herself at the foot of a towering tree. There was no mistaking it. The Whispering Willow stood before her, its branches swaying gracefully in the wind as if bowing in greeting. With a heart full of anticipation and a mind brimming with questions, Mabel approached the tree. She placed a hand on its gnarled trunk and closed her eyes, focusing on the stories her grandmother had told. In that moment of stillness, she felt a soft vibration beneath her palm, as if the tree was speaking not in words but in feelings and memories. "Mabel," a gentle voice whispered, as soft and warm as a summer breeze. Her eyes flew open, yet she saw no one. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was the whispering willow itself, speaking to her through the rustling of its leaves. "Welcome, child of the forest," the voice continued. "You seek the world hidden from mortal eyes, a world of harmony and wisdom. But remember, it is not the eyes that must be open, it is the heart." Mabel nodded, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and awe. She took a deep breath and spoke, her voice steady yet filled with wonder. "Please, show me the way." The whispering willow's branches rustled in agreement, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from its core, spreading outwards until it enveloped Mabel in its warm embrace. She felt herself being lifted, as if carried on a gentle breeze, and her surroundings began to shimmer and shift. When the light faded, Mabel found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The hidden world was alive with color and sound, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of dreams and magic. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the melodious songs of creatures who called this place home. As Mabel wandered through this enchanted realm, she marveled at the wonders around her. There were glistening streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, meadows blanketed in wildflowers that danced in the breeze, and trees that seemed to glow with an inner light. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely: gentle deer with antlers that sparkled like stars, rabbits with fur as soft as velvet, and birds with feathers that shimmered in every color of the rainbow. In the heart of this hidden world was a small, serene village. The houses were made of woven vines and branches, nestled snugly among the trees. As Mabel approached, the villagers emerged to greet her. They were a kind-hearted folk, with eyes that twinkled like the stars and smiles that warmed the soul. The village elder, a wise old squirrel named Elder Nutkin, welcomed Mabel with open arms. "Ah, a visitor from the outside world," he exclaimed, his voice crackling with the energy of 1,000 stories. "It is rare for one to find their way here. You must be very special indeed." Mabel blushed at the compliment, feeling both honored and humbled. "Thank you, Elder Nutkin," she said. "I've always felt a connection to the forest, and now I understand why. It feels like home." Elder Nutkin nodded, his eyes soft with understanding. "Yes, Fernwood has a way of calling to those who are truly open to its wonders. But tell me, child, what is it you seek in our hidden world?" Mabel thought for a moment, recalling the stories her grandmother had told her. "I seek to learn, to understand the magic of this place. I want to help protect and cherish it, just as my grandmother taught me." The elder squirrel smiled, his whiskers twitching with approval. "A noble quest indeed. We have much to teach you, and you have much to share with us. Come, let us begin your journey of discovery." And so, Mabel began her life among the creatures of Fernwood's hidden world. Each day was filled with wonder and learning, as she explored the secrets of the forest and the magic that bound it all together. She learned to listen to the songs of the trees, to understand the language of the animals, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. But it was not all easy. There were challenges to face, lessons to learn, and mistakes to be made. Yet through it all, Mabel was never alone. The villagers were always there to guide and support her, their friendship a beacon of light in times of doubt. One day, as she sat by a babbling brook, lost in thought, Mabel was approached by a curious creature she had not yet met. It was a small, fluffy creature with large, curious eyes and a mischievous grin. Its fur was a patchwork of colors, like a rainbow caught in a cloud. "Hello there," the creature chirped, hopping onto a nearby rock. "I'm Pip, the forest's official mischief maker, and who might you be?" Mabel laughed, charmed by Pip's exuberance. "I'm Mabel," she replied, extending a hand in greeting. "It's nice to meet you, Pip." Pip shook her hand with both paws, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "The pleasure is all mine, so what brings you to our neck of the woods?" As Mabel explained her journey and her desire to learn, Pip listened intently, nodding along with her words. When she finished, he gave a thoughtful hum. "You know," he said, "there's a mystery in this forest that even the elders can't solve. Maybe you could help." Mabel's curiosity was piqued. "A mystery? What kind of mystery? Pip leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. There's a magical object hidden somewhere in the forest. They say it holds great power, but no one knows what it is or where to find it. The only clue is a riddle passed down through the ages. Mabel's eyes sparkled with excitement. A riddle? Can you tell me? Pip nodded, reciting the riddle with dramatic flair. In the heart of the forest where the shadows play, a treasure lies hidden from the light of day. Seek the place where the sun and moon embrace, and there you'll find the secret space. The words hung in the air like a delicate web, each line a thread leading to an unknown destination. Mabel pondered the riddle, her mind racing with possibilities. Where the sun and moon embrace, she murmured, thinking aloud. It must be a place where day and night meet, but where could that be? Pip shrugged, his expression playful yet sincere. That's the mystery, but if anyone can solve it, I bet it's you, Mabel. With a newfound sense of purpose, Mabel thanked Pip for sharing the riddle and set off on her quest. She explored every corner of the hidden world, following the clues in her instincts. Along the way, she enlisted the help of her new friends, each bringing their own unique skills and insights to the journey. As the days passed, Mabel and her friends drew closer to the answer. They explored sunlit clearings and moonlit groves, searching for the place where light and shadow danced in harmony. It was a journey not just of discovery, but of friendship and growth, as they learned to rely on each other and the wisdom of the forest. Finally, on a night when the sky was a tapestry of stars and the moon hung low and full, they found it, a secluded glade where the trees parted to reveal a sky both sunlit and shadowed. The place was bathed in a gentle glow, as if the sun and moon had indeed embraced, casting their light upon the earth in a delicate dance of twilight. In the center of the glade, half buried in the soft earth, was a small, ornate box. It was crafted from wood and adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and stars. Mabel's heart raced as she approached it, her fingers trembling with anticipation as she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of moss, was a simple, unadorned key. It was old and worn, its surface polished by time and use. Mabel held it in her hand, feeling the weight of it, the history it carried. "What does it unlock?" asked Pip, his voice a mix of awe and curiosity. Mabel gazed at the key, a smile spreading across her face. "I think it's not about unlocking a door," she said softly. "It's about unlocking the heart. It's a reminder that true magic lies not in objects, but in the connections we make, the friendships we forge, and the love we share." Her friends nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with understanding. Together, they made their way back to the village, their hearts full of the magic they had discovered within themselves and each other. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, Mabel continued to live among the creatures of Fernwood, her life a tapestry woven with the threads of adventure, friendship, and love. She became a guardian of the forest, using her knowledge and wisdom to protect and cherish the hidden world that had become her home. In the quiet moments of reflection, Mabel often pondered the deeper meanings of her journey. She returned to the Whispering Willow, seeking its wisdom and guidance for the challenges she now faced as a guardian. The tree, ever patient and wise, shared stories of the forest's ancient past, revealing the interconnectedness of all living things and the delicate balance that must be maintained. One such lesson came when a harsh storm battered the forest, uprooting trees and disrupting the harmony Mabel had worked so hard to preserve. It tested her resolve and leadership, forcing her to confront her fears and insecurities. With the help of her friends, she learned to harness the power of the storm's aftermath, using the fallen trees to build stronger homes and shelter for the creatures displaced by the tempest. This experience deepened Mabel's understanding of resilience and renewal, teaching her that even in destruction, there is an opportunity for growth and transformation. She shared these insights with the villagers, fostering a sense of community and cooperation that strengthened the bonds between them. In the seasons that followed, Mabel's role as a guardian grew beyond the forest's boundaries. She became a bridge between her world and the hidden realm, bringing messages of peace and cooperation to the villages beyond the woods. Her tales of the Whispering Willow and the Enchanted Village inspired others to look upon the world with wonder and respect. During one of her frequent visits to a nearby village, Mabel encountered a young boy named Thomas, whose curiosity reminded her of her own. His family lived at the edge of the forest, and he was captivated by the tales Mabel shared about the hidden world. His eyes glowed with a familiar spark, and Mabel recognized in him the same longing for adventure and understanding that had once driven her. Seeing potential in Thomas, Mabel took him under her wing, guiding him through the forest and teaching him the ways of Fernwood. Together, they discovered new corners of the hidden world, unraveling its mysteries and deepening their connection to the magic that thrived there. Through this mentorship, Mabel found herself reflecting on her own journey and the wisdom she had gained. She realized that her role as a guardian was not just about protecting the forest, but also about nurturing the next generation of explorers and dreamers. Thomas, with his youthful enthusiasm and boundless curiosity, became a symbol of hope for the future, ensuring that the legacy of Fernwood's magic would endure. Mabel's journey of discovery took on a new dimension one day when she stumbled upon an ancient, forgotten path deep within the forest. The path was overgrown with vines and leaves, its cobblestones hidden beneath the blanket of time. Intrigued, Mabel followed it, her heart quickening with the promise of an untold secret. The path led her to an ancient archway, its stones carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with an old magic. Mabel hesitated, sensing the weight of history that clung to the place, and then stepped through. Beyond the archway lay a hidden sanctuary, a place where the forest's magic was concentrated in its purest form. The air shimmered with an ethereal light, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that shone like stars. In the center stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested an ancient book, its pages aglow with a soft, golden light. Mabel approached, her breath catching in her throat as she reached out to touch the book. As her fingers brushed its cover, a vision unfolded, scenes of the forest's past and future, of the cycles of life and renewal. She saw the spirits of the forest, guardians of the land, watching over the balance that sustained all life. The vision imparted a deep understanding, a knowledge that the forest's magic was not just a gift, but a responsibility. The book was a record of Fernwood's history and its hopes, a guide for those who would protect its secrets. Mabel closed the book gently, feeling the weight of her new role as a guardian. She knew that she was now part of something greater, a living connection in the tapestry of Fernwood's magic. As she returned to the village, Mabel shared her discovery with Elder Nutkin and the villagers, their eyes wide with awe and pride. Together, they vowed to honor the knowledge and wisdom of the ancient book, ensuring that Fernwood's magic would thrive for generations to come. And so the story of Mabel and the hidden world of Fernwood became a legend, passed down through generations as a tale of wonder and discovery. It was a reminder that the greatest treasures are not those that can be held in the hand, but those that live in the heart. As the firelight flickers and the stars twinkle in the night sky, the gentle whisper of the forest carries the story onward, inviting all who listen to embark on their own journeys of magic and friendship. For in the heart of every forest, in the soul of every creature, there lies a world of wonder waiting to be discovered. A world where dreams take flight and the impossible becomes possible. And in that world, the story of Mabel and the hidden world of Fernwood will forever be told, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the magic that dwells within us all. Story 3. Whispers of the Moonlit Forest. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of a vast, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lily. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the mysteries that lay within the heart of the forest, where moonlight danced on leaves like shimmering silver and shadows held secrets of old. Lily, with her curious spirit and gentle heart, often wandered near its borders, enchanted by the soft rustle of leaves and the melody of birdsong that seemed to call out to her. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, where chimney smoke wove into the sky like ghostly tendrils. The air always carried a hint of wood smoke mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest, and villagers often exchanged tales of ancient magic over warm mugs of spiced cider in the evenings. Lily loved these stories, but her heart yearned to uncover her own tales within the forest's embrace. Lily was not like other children in the village. She had an insatiable curiosity that often led her into mischief, but her intentions were always pure. Her eyes sparkled with a vivid green that seemed to mirror the forest's depths, and her laughter was like the tinkling of chimes in a gentle breeze. Despite her adventurous spirit, Lily held a deep empathy for all living things, a trait that endeared her to the villagers and the creatures of the forest alike. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lily sat beneath her favorite oak tree at the forest's edge. The air was cool, and the scent of pine and earth filled her senses, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. She closed her eyes, listening to the symphony of the forest, a gentle breeze whispering through the branches, the distant babble of a brook, and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly vigil. Lily's heart longed for adventure, for the stories and songs of the forest to reveal themselves to her. As twilight deepened into night, a soft, silvery light began to weave through the trees. Intrigued, Lily stood up, brushing leaves from her dress, and took a tentative step forward, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The forest seemed to welcome her, the path before her illuminated by the moon's gentle glow. The trees, tall and ancient, stood like silent guardians, their branches forming an archway that beckoned her deeper. With each step, the world around her transformed. Fireflies danced like tiny stars, and the air was filled with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. As she ventured further, Lily came upon a small clearing, where a pool of crystal-clear water lay still and serene, reflecting the moon's face like a mirror. She hesitated for a moment, captivated by the tranquility and beauty of the scene. The water seemed to whisper promises of secrets and stories untold, urging her to step closer. Sitting by the water's edge was a figure cloaked in robes of midnight blue, with hair as silver as starlight cascading down their back. The figure turned, revealing a kind face, eyes twinkling with wisdom and warmth. "Welcome, dear one," the figure said, their voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Celine, guardian of this enchanted forest. You have been drawn here by the whispers of the trees, have you not?" Lily nodded, captivated by Celine's presence. "I have always felt a connection to this forest," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "It feels like a world waiting to be discovered." Celine smiled, a twinkle of mischief in their eyes. "Indeed, this forest holds many wonders, hidden from those who do not seek with an open heart. Would you like to see a glimpse of its magic?" Lily's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh yes, please!" With a gentle wave of Celine's hand, the surface of the pool began to ripple, revealing a vision of the forest's hidden world. Creatures Lily had only dreamed of appeared before her eyes. Graceful deer with antlers woven from vines and flowers, tiny woodland sprites flitting about like living sparks of light, and a majestic unicorn whose coat shimmered like pearls. As the vision faded, Celine turned to Lily. "This world is part of you now, Lily, but with it comes a responsibility. The forest needs a friend, someone to listen to its whispers and tend to its heart. Will you accept this role?" Lily felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of belonging she had never known. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady and full of resolve. "I will be a friend to the forest." Over the following days, Lily returned to the forest again and again, learning its secrets and caring for its creatures. She discovered hidden paths that led to sun-dappled glades and moss-covered stones that hummed with ancient energy. She listened to the trees, their leaves rustling like 1,000 soft-spoken voices, and understood the language of the wind as it carried messages from distant lands. One day, as she wandered deeper into the heart of the forest, Lily stumbled upon a grove she had never seen before. It was a place where the ground was carpeted with an endless array of wildflowers, their colors vibrant even in the dim light. In the center stood a stone pedestal, ancient and covered in intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories of the forest's past. Lily traced her fingers over the symbols, feeling a connection to the tales etched into the stone. Through her journeys, Lily met many new friends, an owl named Orion, who guided her through the darkest nights with his keen eyes and gentle wisdom, a fox named Ember, whose playful spirit and cunning mind taught Lily the art of problem-solving, and a rabbit named Thistle, whose kind heart and gentle nature were a constant source of comfort. Together they faced challenges that tested their courage and strengthened their bonds. They mended broken branches and cleared paths overgrown with brambles. They comforted creatures in distress and celebrated the changing seasons with joyous gatherings beneath the moonlit sky. One particularly stormy night, as the forest quivered under the onslaught of wind and rain, Lily and her friends took refuge in a sheltered cove, its entrance concealed by thick vines. Inside, they found ancient drawings on the walls, depictions of the forest's earliest days, when magic flowed freely and the boundary between worlds was thin. The drawings spoke of a time when humans and forest creatures lived as one, a harmonious existence disrupted by a great calamity. The realization struck Lily with the force of a thunderclap. Her role was not just to befriend the forest, but to heal the rift between these two worlds. This newfound understanding deepened Lily's resolve. She began to organize gatherings in the village, sharing the stories and wonders of the forest with her neighbors, hoping to bridge the gap and rekindle the ancient bond. Slowly, the villagers began to see the forest not as a mysterious entity to be feared, but as a vital part of their lives. The villagers, initially skeptical, found themselves drawn to Lily's tales, their imaginations sparked by her vivid descriptions of the forest's wonders. The village elder, a wise woman named Amara, with hair like spun silver and eyes that had seen many seasons, became particularly intrigued. She approached Lily one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, her presence a blend of authority and warmth. "Lily," Amara said, her voice carrying the weight of years yet as gentle as the evening breeze. "I have watched you, and I see the bond you have formed with the forest. It reminds me of stories my grandmother told me, of times when our people lived in harmony with nature." Lily listened intently, her heart swelling with hope. "Do you think we can bring those times back, Elder Amara?" Alara's eyes glistened with a mix of nostalgia and determination. "Perhaps. It will take time and understanding, but with your spirit leading the way, I believe it is possible." Inspired by Alara's words, Lily's efforts grew more ambitious. She organized a festival to celebrate the unity of village and forest, inviting both villagers and forest creatures. She and her friends decorated the village square with garlands of wildflowers and lanterns that flickered like fireflies in the dusk. On the night of the festival, the village thrummed with life. Music filled the air, a joyful melody of flutes and drums that echoed through the streets. Villagers danced with creatures of the forest, their movements an elegant ballet of unity. Laughter and song wove together, creating a tapestry of harmony and joy. As the evening wore on, Lily found herself standing at the edge of the gathering, her heart filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. The sight of humans and forest creatures mingling as one was a dream realized, a testament to the power of love and understanding. It was then that Celine appeared by her side, their presence as radiant as the full moon that now bathed the village in silver light. "You have done something wonderful, Lily," they said, their voice a melody of pride and affection. Lily turned to Celine, her eyes alight with gratitude. "I couldn't have done it without your guidance and the help of my friends." Celine smiled, their expression gentle and wise. "Remember, dear one, that magic is not just in the world around you, but in every kind act and every heart that you touch. It is the thread that binds us all." As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the tranquil forest, Lily knew that she had found her place in the world. A place where the whispers of the trees and the laughter of friends filled her heart with joy and peace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle embrace of the forest, Lily and her friends continued their adventures, weaving tales of friendship, courage, and wonder that would be told for generations to come. The village at the forest's edge thrived, its people inspired by the beauty and magic that lay just beyond the trees, a testament to the power of love and the enduring bond between a young girl and the enchanted world she had come to call home. And in the heart of the forest, where moonlight danced on leaves like shimmering silver, the whispers of the trees continued to sing of Lily's journey, a melody of harmony and hope that would echo through the ages. One evening, as Lily walked through the village, she noticed a young boy sitting alone by the fountain in the village square, his face etched with worry. She approached him gently, her presence a calming breeze in the night. "Hello," she said softly. "Is something troubling you?" The boy looked up, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "I'm afraid of the forest," he admitted. "The stories, they make it sound so scary." Lily knelt beside him, her voice warm with understanding. "The forest is full of wonders, but it can be intimidating if you don't understand it. Would you like to come with me next time? I can show you the beauty and magic it holds." The boy hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I think I'd like that." In the days that followed, Lily took the boy, whose name was Finn, on small adventures into the forest. She showed him the hidden nooks where wildflowers bloomed in endless colors, and taught him how to listen to the songs of the birds. With each visit, Finn's fear transformed into awe, his eyes brightening with newfound courage and curiosity. As Finn's bond with the forest grew, so did his bond with Lily. He became her eager apprentice, learning the ways of the forest and the art of tending to its needs. Together, they discovered a network of underground tunnels, remnants of an ancient civilization that once thrived in harmony with nature. The tunnels whispered tales of old, of unity and peace, and inspired in Finn a sense of purpose. With Finn by her side, Lily's mission expanded. She realized that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its enchanting beauty, but in the connections it fostered between people and nature. Together, they worked to bridge the gap between the village and the forest, one heart at a time. The village began to change. Inspired by Lily and Finn's adventures, the villagers grew more connected to the forest, planting trees and creating gardens that blended seamlessly with the natural landscape. Children played among the trees, their laughter echoing through the woods, and the stories shared at night became tales of harmony and hope. As the seasons turned, the village and the forest thrived together, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring bonds of friendship. Lily's journey had come full circle, her heart forever entwined with the whispers of the moonlit forest, a legacy of love and unity that would echo through the ages. Story 4. In the heart of a lush, emerald-green forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wildflowers danced to the melody of the breeze, lay the enchanting village of Thistledown Hollow. It was a place unlike any other, where every day brimmed with the promise of adventure and the air shimmered with traces of magic. The forest itself seemed to breathe with life, each leaf rustling a story, each stream a lullaby, and the very earth beneath a tapestry of tales yet untold. The villagers of Thistledown Hollow were as delightful as they were peculiar. There was Whimsy Willowroot, a sprightly gnome whose hat was always a bit too big and whose laugh sounded like tinkling bells, echoing through the village like a brook bubbling over smooth stones. Whimsy was known for her knack for crafting charms that glowed in the moonlight, each one capturing a fragment of the night sky's magic. She often spent her evenings in her cozy nook, surrounded by the fragrance of herbs and the soft glow of fireflies, diligently working on her crafts. Next door lived Pippin Pinefoot, a squirrel with an uncanny ability to juggle acorns while swinging from tree branches. His agility was unmatched, and his heart was as big as his love for adventure. With a flick of his bushy tail, he would somersault effortlessly from branch to branch, always ready to lend a paw to those in need. And then there was Marigold Moonbeam, a wise old owl with spectacles perched on her beak, who loved to read stories from ancient scrolls under the starlit sky. Her wisdom was a beacon for the villagers, her eyes a library of knowledge, and her heart a wellspring of warmth. One particularly sunny morning, as the first rays of sun painted the meadows golden, Whimsy, Pippin, and Marigold gathered by the great tulip tree in the village square. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant hum of bees busy at their work. They were buzzing with excitement, for today was the day of the annual Thistledown Festival, a time when magic and merriment filled the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle. However, as preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. The festival's centerpiece, the grand fountain of fizz and froth, which usually bubbled with sparkling lemonade, had mysteriously stopped flowing. Instead of the usual effervescent delight, there was nothing but silence and a few stray bubbles that floated up like lost dreams, their reflections capturing the morning sun in brief, shimmering glances. Whimsy scratched her head under her oversized hat, her face a canvas of curiosity and determination. Pippin twirled his acorns in thought, his brow furrowed with the same intensity he reserved for his most daring acrobatic feats. Marigold adjusted her spectacles with a contemplative hoot, her mind sifting through ancient lore and forgotten tales for clues. "This is quite the conundrum," Marigold mused, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. Determined to solve the mystery, the trio set off on a quest through Thistledown Hollow. Their journey led them past the Rainbow River, where fish leaped in arcs of color, their scales catching the light like scattered jewels, and through the Enchanted Orchard, where apples sang soft lullabies as they ripened on the boughs, their melodies weaving a spell of serenity. As they traveled, the forest around them seemed to listen, its ancient trees echoing their footsteps with a gentle rustle, as if sharing in their quest. As they wandered, Whimsy paused near a patch of forget-me-nots. Their blue petals seemed to hold whispers of forgotten dreams and echoes of laughter. "Perhaps the answer lies not in what we see, but in what we hear," she suggested, her eyes twinkling with inspiration. With that, she began to hum a merry tune, her voice mingling with the rustle of the wind, creating a harmony that wove through the trees. To their surprise, the flowers began to sway in rhythm, revealing a hidden path that led to a glade filled with shimmering mist. In the center stood a peculiar creature, an iridescent sprite named Twinkle, with wings that sparkled like sunlit dew. Her presence was a gentle breeze, a sprinkle of joy, an invitation to believe in the unseen. Twinkle fluttered towards them with a mischievous grin. "Ah, visitors, I've been waiting for you," she chimed, her voice as light as a feather. "You see, I've borrowed some of the fountain's magic for a little experiment." Curious, Marigold tilted her head, the sunlight glinting off her spectacles. "An experiment, dear Twinkle?" "Indeed," Twinkle replied, her wings fluttering with excitement. "I wanted to see if I could create the world's most whimsical bubbles. But alas, I've used a bit too much magic, and now the fountain is dry." Pippin chuckled, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Perhaps we can help you balance the magic, Twinkle. After all, the festival isn't complete without the fountain's fizz." With a plan in mind, they worked together, each offering a piece of their unique talents. Whimsy crafted a charm to gently guide the magic back to the fountain, her fingers moving with the grace of a weaver at her loom. Pippin juggled the remaining bubbles to keep them lively and light, his laughter echoing in the glade like a song of joy. Marigold, with a wise nod, recited an ancient verse to soothe the magic's flow, her words as old as the trees, as soft as the night. As the final words of the verse faded into the air, the grand fountain of fizz and froth came to life once more, bubbling with joyous abandon. Glistening lemonade cascaded in playful streams, and the villagers gathered around, their laughter echoing through the forest, a symphony of happiness. The festival unfolded with a vibrant energy that enveloped the village like a warm embrace. Twinkle, grateful and inspired, shared her whimsical bubbles with everyone, each one bursting with laughter and delight. The bubbles floated above, capturing the light of the setting sun, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. As the sun set and the stars twinkled into view, Whimsy, Pippin, and Marigold sat beneath the great tulip tree, their hearts full of contentment. The gentle hum of the forest lulled them into a sense of peace, and they knew that together they could overcome any challenge that came their way. The moon rose, casting a silver glow on the village, a reminder of the magic that bound them all. And so, in the heart of Thistledown Hollow, where magic was as common as the breeze and friendship as enduring as the ancient trees, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, knowing that tomorrow would bring yet another day of wonder and joy. The village slept, cradled in the arms of the forest, where every night held a promise and every dawn a new beginning. As the village lay in quiet slumber, Whimsy found herself unable to sleep, her mind alight with the adventures of the day. She decided to take a stroll under the moonlit canopy, the gentle glow of fireflies illuminating her path. As she walked, the cool, crisp night air filled her lungs, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, grounding her amid the swirling thoughts of the day's events. Whimsy's footsteps led her to the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind. The leaves rustled like soft whispers, and the moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. She stood there for a moment, listening to the symphony of the night, and thought of how the day's events had strengthened her belief in the unseen connections that wove through their lives. Lost in thought, Whimsy recalled her childhood under these very trees. The nights spent listening to the tales spun by the elders, each story a thread in the rich tapestry of her heritage. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and boundless mystery, had always been a place of solace and inspiration. With a serene smile, she turned back towards the village, her heart light with the promise of new beginnings and the joy of shared adventures. As she returned to her cozy nook, she noticed a small, glowing charm left on her doorstep, a token of thanks from Twinkle. It shimmered with the colors of the dawn sky, a reminder of the day's magic and the friendships that had deepened in its light. Whimsy placed it on her windowsill, its glow a beacon of hope and wonder for the adventures yet to come. She felt a deep sense of gratitude for the simple joys of life in Thistledown Hollow, where every challenge was met with camaraderie and every mystery unraveled with curiosity and courage. With a contented sigh, she finally drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter and love of Thistledown Hollow. In the days that followed, the villagers of Thistledown Hollow found themselves more intertwined with the forest than ever before. The great tulip tree seemed to stand taller, and the forest paths appeared to hum with a renewed vitality. Whimsy noticed that her charms sparkled a little brighter, as if imbued with the gratitude of the forest itself. Pippin took to exploring new corners of the forest, discovering hidden groves and untold wonders, while Marigold found her scrolls reflected new stories, ones that had never been there before, as though the forest was sharing its own tales with her. Each villager felt the subtle changes, a warmth that cradled their hearts, reminding them of the beauty of their connection to the land and to each other. And so life in Thistledown Hollow continued, a symphony of magic and friendship, where every dawn brought with it a new story, a new adventure, and the promise of a world where the unseen was as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the winds, there lay a hidden glade, known only to the creatures of the woodland and those with hearts pure enough to find it. This glade was bathed in a gentle glow, as if the sun itself had woven its rays into the very fabric of the place, creating a sanctuary of warmth and light. The scent of honeysuckle and wild thyme lingered in the air, and the soft murmur of a nearby brook added a melody to the tranquility, its waters dancing over smooth stones and creating a symphony of nature's gentle caress. The forest itself was a tapestry of life, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels, their bark etched with the passage of time, and the forest floor was a living carpet of ferns and moss, each footfall cushioned by nature's tender embrace. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced like spirits across the leaves. The air was alive with the flutter of wings and the rustle of creatures unseen, each movement a testament to the vibrant life that thrived in this enchanted realm. On the edge of this enchanted glade stood a quaint little cottage, its walls woven from willow branches, and its roof a patchwork of vibrant mosses and lichens that blended seamlessly into the forest around it. Inside this humble abode lived an old woman named Leora, known far and wide for her gentle wisdom and the kindness that seemed to radiate from her very being. Her eyes, the color of soft autumn leaves, held a quiet knowing, as if she had conversed with the stars themselves on countless nights. Leora's cottage was filled with trinkets and treasures from her travels, a seashell that sang of the ocean waves, a feather from a bird of paradise, and most notably, an ancient, intricately carved wooden box. This box was said to contain a single golden acorn, a gift from the great oak spirit, which granted the holder the ability to understand the language of all creatures for a single day. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Sylvie, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes as bright as morning dew, arrived at Leora's cottage. Sylvie was a curious soul, forever seeking the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the dance of fireflies. Her village lay beyond the forest, a place bustling with life and laughter, yet Sylvie often found herself drawn to the quiet allure of the woods, where the whispers of the forest felt like echoes of her own thoughts. Sylvie had heard tales of the magical acorn and longed to experience its wonder. She knocked softly on Leora's wooden door, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Leora welcomed her with a warm smile, her presence as soothing as a grandmother's embrace. "What brings you to my little corner of the world, dear Sylvie?" Leora asked, her voice as smooth as honey, dripping with the warmth of a summer's day. "I wish to borrow the golden acorn," Sylvie replied, her voice tinged with a hopeful lilt. "I want to hear what the forest has to say." Leora regarded Sylvie with a thoughtful gaze, then nodded slowly. "The acorn holds great power," she said. "But remember, it is not just a gift, it is a responsibility. You must listen with your heart as well as your ears." With these words, Leora handed Sylvie the box. The young girl cradled it in her hands, feeling the weight of its ancient magic. She thanked Leora and promised to return by sunset, eager to embark on her extraordinary adventure. Sylvie set off into the heart of the forest, her senses alive with anticipation. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling in a language she had yet to understand. She reached the center of the glade, where a circle of stones stood sentinel around a small, bubbling spring. It was here that Sylvie decided to open the box. With a gentle twist, the lid released, revealing the acorn nestled inside, glowing with a soft, golden light. Sylvie held it aloft, feeling its warmth seep into her fingers. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then, with a whispered wish, she placed the acorn to her ear. In an instant, the forest came alive with voices. The song of the brook became a chorus of laughter, the rustle of leaves turned into 1,000 conversations, and the chirping of birds transformed into melodious greetings. Sylvie's heart soared with joy as she listened to the symphony of the natural world. "Welcome, Sylvie," said a voice as rich and deep as the earth itself. Startled, Sylvie opened her eyes to find a magnificent stag standing before her, his antlers crowned with vines and blossoms. "I am Eldrin, guardian of this forest," the stag continued, his eyes wise and gentle. "It has been many moons since a human has listened with such an open heart." Sylvie bowed her head in respect. "Thank you, Eldrin," she said, her voice full of wonder. "I wish to learn from the forest and understand its secrets." Eldrin nodded, and with a graceful turn, he led her deeper into the woods. As they walked, Sylvie marveled at the sights and sounds around her. She heard squirrels chattering about their nut stashes, rabbits discussing the best spots to find clover, and even the trees themselves sharing tales of seasons past. They came to a clearing where a great oak stood, its branches stretching towards the sky like ancient, gnarled arms. Beneath its shade sat a circle of woodland creatures, a fox, a hare, a wise old owl, and many others, all gathered for a council. "Join us, young Sylvie," said the fox, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "We have much to share." Sylvie sat among them, feeling a sense of belonging she had never known before. As the creatures spoke, she learned of their lives, their joys, and their struggles. She listened to the owl's tales of wisdom, the hare's dreams of adventure, and the fox's clever tricks. As the day wore on, Sylvie realized that the forest was not just a place of beauty, but a community, vibrant and alive. She heard of a stream that had run dry and a grove of trees threatened by disease. The creatures spoke of their concerns, and Sylvie felt a growing sense of responsibility. "I wish to help," Sylvie said earnestly, her heart full of compassion. "But I am just one girl. What can I do?" Eldrin stepped forward, his voice gentle yet firm. "You have the gift of understanding, Sylvie. Use it to bring our message to the humans. Show them that we are all connected, that the fate of one affects the fate of all." Sylvie nodded, determination shining in her eyes. She promised to carry the forest's message back to her village and to work towards a future where humans and nature could coexist in harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden twilight, Sylvie bid farewell to her new friends. Eldrin walked with her to the edge of the glade, where the path back to Leora's cottage began. "Remember, Sylvie," Eldrin said, "true strength lies not in power, but in understanding and empathy. You have the heart of a guardian." With those parting words, Sylvie returned the acorn to its box, feeling a profound sense of peace and purpose. When she arrived back at Leora's cottage, the old woman was waiting with a steaming cup of herbal tea and a knowing smile. Sylvie recounted her day's adventures, her words tumbling over themselves in her excitement. "You have learned much today," Leora said, her voice warm with pride. "And now, it is time to share that knowledge with others." Sylvie nodded, understanding that her journey was just beginning. She thanked Leora once more and set off towards her village, the acorn's magic still lingering in her heart. As she walked through the forest, Sylvie felt a new kinship with the world around her. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, and the stars above twinkled with promise. Back in her village, Sylvie found herself standing before the townspeople, her heart pounding in her chest. She spoke of the forest's beauty and the harmony she had witnessed, urging them to see the woods as a living, breathing entity deserving of care and respect. Her words, infused with the magic of the acorn, resonated deeply, sparking a change in the villagers' hearts. Sylvie's journey was not without its challenges. Some of the villagers were skeptical, their minds clouded by years of seeing the forest as nothing more than a resource to be used. But Sylvie's unwavering determination and gentle persistence slowly began to melt their resistance. She organized gatherings where she shared stories of her day in the forest, inviting those who were willing to listen to sit beneath the boughs of an ancient oak and feel the life thrumming through its trunk. In time, the villagers began to notice the changes Sylvie had spoken of. The stream that had run dry began to flow again as they worked to clear the blocked channels, and the grove of trees, once threatened by disease, started to heal as they learned to nurture the land rather than exploit it. Sylvie found an unexpected ally in Bran, the village blacksmith, whose rough exterior belied a deep love for the land. He had grown up exploring the forest as Sylvie did, and her stories rekindled his connection to the woods. Together, they organized expeditions to plant new trees and teach the villagers sustainable practices, fostering a deeper bond between the people and their environment. One particularly frosty morning, as frost painted the village in silver, Sylvie and Bran approached the elders of the village council. The council, a group of wise yet cautious leaders, was initially resistant, their brows furrowed with skepticism as they listened to the tales of talking stags and whispering trees. But Sylvie, with her earnest eyes and Bran's passionate testimony of the forest's beauty, began to soften their hearts. She spoke of the interconnectedness she had felt, weaving her tale with such earnest conviction that the elders could not help but be moved. And so, with each step, Sylvie carried the forest's message forward, planting seeds of understanding and compassion wherever she went. Through her efforts, the villagers came to see the forest not as a resource to be used, but as a partner to be cherished. In time, Sylvie grew into a wise and respected leader, her heart forever attuned to the voices of the natural world. And though the golden acorn remained tucked away in Leora's cottage, its legacy lived on in the harmony that blossomed between humans and nature. Yet Sylvie's journey was far from over. As she continued her work, she discovered a deeper calling, a desire to bridge the gap between her village and the neighboring towns, spreading the message of unity and respect for nature far and wide. She knew that by connecting more people with the forest's wisdom, she could create a network of guardians who would stand together to protect the natural world. Sylvie began to travel, visiting other villages, sharing her experiences, and gathering like-minded individuals who shared her vision. Along her travels, she met a diverse array of people, each with their own stories and connections to the land. There was Miriam, a skilled herbalist who taught Sylvie the secrets of healing plants, and Tomas, a carpenter who crafted homes that harmonized with nature rather than conquering it. Together, they formed a community that transcended borders, united by a shared respect for the earth and its inhabitants. They organized festivals celebrating the changing seasons, inviting people from far and wide to witness the beauty and bounty of the natural world. Under Sylvie's guidance, a new era of cooperation and understanding began to blossom, and the once separated villages became a network of vibrant, interconnected communities. The forest that had once seemed like a distant, untamed wilderness was now at the heart of their lives, a cherished ally rather than an adversary. But there was one more journey Sylvie had to undertake, a path that led deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. There, where the trees grew so densely that sunlight barely kissed the ground, lay the ancient heart of the woodland. Eldrin had once spoken of it, a place where the oldest trees whispered the world's secrets, and the very essence of the forest pulsed like a heartbeat. Guided by the whispers of the trees and the pull of her heart, Sylvie ventured into this sacred grove. The air was thick with the scent of earth and time, and the sounds of the forest grew hushed, as if holding its breath in anticipation. There she found an ancient oak, its trunk wider than a cottage, its limbs reaching out like welcoming arms. She sat beneath its boughs, feeling the deep thrum of life resonating through her. Closing her eyes, Sylvie listened, not with her ears but with her soul. The forest spoke of balance, of harmony, and of the delicate dance between humanity and nature. It shared its dreams of a future where all beings lived in peace, where the song of the earth was heard by all. In that moment of profound connection, Sylvie understood her true purpose. She was a bridge, a link between worlds, tasked with nurturing this harmony and guiding others to hear the forest's song. With this realization, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment and a promise of new beginnings whispered on the breeze. As she returned to her village, Sylvie carried this new understanding with her, her heart light and her spirit unwavering. She knew her journey was far from over, and with each step, she continued to plant seeds of change, ensuring that the forest's song would echo through the hearts of generations to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest's eternal song, Sylvie found her place, and the world was a little brighter for it. As the night drew its velvet curtains across the sky, the forest hummed with the contentment of dreams fulfilled, and the promise of new beginnings whispered on the breeze. The villagers, now stewards of the land, walked with a newfound reverence, their lives interwoven with the melody of the forest that had forever changed Sylvie, and through her, the world around them. 6. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle folds of rolling hills and whispering meadows, there lay a quaint little village named Whisperwood, known for its serene beauty and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to sing lullabies. The villagers led simple lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside, their days marked by the golden glow of the sun and the silvery blanket of moonlight. In this village, in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and morning glories, lived a gentle young woman named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the kindness of 1,000 stars. Lila loved nothing more than tending to her small garden, where flowers of every hue danced in the breeze, and herbs whispered their secrets to her. One particular morning, while Lila was gently pruning her herbs, she noticed something unusual. Among the sage and thyme, a plant she had never seen before had sprouted overnight. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and it emanated a faint glow, like moonlight captured in a leaf. Intrigued, Lila leaned closer, her heart a flutter of curiosity and wonder. As she touched the leaves, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, and she felt a gentle tug, as if the plant were guiding her. With a gasp of delight, she realized that the plant was magical. It whispered to her of hidden paths and forgotten stories, longing to be discovered. Determined to unravel this mystery, Lila set out on a journey beyond the familiar borders of Whisperwood. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a soft quilt her grandmother had stitched with love. As she stepped onto the winding path leading away from the village, the sun kissed her cheeks, and the wind sang a gentle song of encouragement. Her journey led her through the heart of the forest, where ancient trees stood like wise sentinels, their branches forming a cathedral of green. Here, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot created a melody all its own. Lila felt the presence of the magical plant guiding her, a soft glow illuminating her path through the dappled sunlight. As she ventured deeper, Lila encountered her first helper, a whimsical squirrel named Nutkin. Nutkin had fur the color of cinnamon and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He bounded alongside her, sharing tales of acorn adventures and the secret lives of the forest creatures. Nutkin's laughter was like a bubbling brook, and his playful spirit filled Lila with joy and courage. One afternoon, as they rested by a sparkling brook, Nutkin chattered excitedly about the Sage of the Woods, a wise old owl who held the knowledge of the forest's deepest secrets. Lila's heart leapt with hope, sensing that this sage might hold the key to understanding the magical plant. With Nutkin as her guide, Lila soon found herself at the edge of a tranquil glade, where the sound of the brook mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves. Perched on a branch was the Sage of the Woods, an owl with feathers like moonlight and eyes that held the depth of ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young traveler," the sage hooted softly, his voice a gentle breeze. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Lila shared her story, her voice filled with wonder and a hint of apprehension. The sage listened intently, nodding as he absorbed her tale. After a moment he spoke, his words like a soothing balm. "The plant you discovered is the starleaf, a rare gift from the forest," he explained. "It appears only when the world needs a gentle hand, a heart full of kindness to guide others towards peace and understanding." Leela's heart swelled with purpose, and she understood that her journey was about more than discovering the plant's secret. It was about learning to harness its gentle power for the good of all. The sage continued, "To unlock its true potential, you must visit the Whispering Well, where the voices of the past and future converge. There, you will gain the wisdom you seek." With Nutkin by her side, Lila continued her journey, the path now bathed in the golden glow of a setting sun. The forest seemed to hum with energy, as if the trees themselves were encouraging her onward. As night fell, a canopy of stars unfurled above, their twinkling lights guiding her steps. After a few days' journey, they reached the Whispering Well, a serene pool of crystal-clear water nestled in the heart of a hidden glade. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, echoing promises and dreams from ages past. Lila approached the well with reverence, her heart open and eager. As she gazed into the water, the reflections shifted, revealing scenes of joy and sorrow, love and loss. Her own reflection smiled back at her, eyes filled with the light of understanding. With a gentle whisper, the well spoke to her heart. It taught her that true magic lies not in the ability to change the world through force, but in the power of kindness, compassion, and understanding to transform hearts. The starleaf's glow was a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness can light the darkest paths. With newfound wisdom, Lila returned to Whisperwood, her heart brimming with joy. Along the way, she shared her discoveries with those she met, spreading the gentle magic of the starleaf and the lessons of the Whispering Well. In her village, Lila's garden continued to flourish, the starleaf now a cherished part of its vibrant tapestry. The villagers often gathered there, drawn by its gentle glow, and Lila would tell them stories of her journey, weaving tales of friendship and wisdom by the light of the crackling fire. And so, in the heart of Whisperwood, the magic of kindness and understanding thrived, a beacon of hope and warmth for all who sought its gentle embrace. The village remained a place of peace and harmony, where the whispers of the forest and the laughter of friends filled the air with a melody as timeless as the stars. As the years passed, Lila's story became a cherished legend, a reminder that even the most ordinary among us can discover extraordinary wonders when guided by kindness and an open heart. And in the quiet moments, when the night was still and the stars shimmered like diamonds, the villagers would swear they could hear the gentle whispers of the starleaf, reminding them that true magic lies within us all. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. With eyes as bright as wildflowers and hair the color of sunlit honey, she possessed a heart brimming with curiosity and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the enchanted woods that bordered her village. As she skipped along the leaf-strewn path, her gaze was drawn to a peculiar object gleaming in the sunlight. It was a small, intricately carved wooden pendant, adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Entranced, Willow picked up the pendant and carefully examined it. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns, a warmth spread through her body, and she felt a strange yet comforting connection to the natural world around her. Little did Willow know, the pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was a magical talisman bestowed upon her by the ancient guardians of the forest. granting her the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures and plants that called these woods their home. As she continued her journey, Willow's newfound gift began to manifest. She could hear the gentle whispers of the trees, the chittering of the squirrels, and the melodious songs of the birds. They welcomed her into their world, sharing their stories and secrets. One day, a brave little mouse appeared before Willow, its beady eyes filled with urgency. "Dear friend," it squeaked, "our beloved forest is in grave danger. A dark force is spreading, withering the plants and driving away the animals. We need your help to restore the balance." Willow's heart swelled with determination. With the aid of her newfound friends, she embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery and save the enchanted woods. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, where they discovered a hidden realm that had been concealed from human eyes for centuries. In this realm, a malevolent sorcerer had been siphoning the life force from the surrounding nature, fueling his insatiable thirst for power. Willow and her animal companions bravely confronted the sorcerer, their friendship and unity proving to be a formidable force against his dark magic. Through a series of daring feats and cunning strategies, they managed to break the sorcerer's hold over the forest, restoring the natural harmony that had been disrupted. As the last vestiges of the sorcerer's influence dissipated, the hidden realm revealed its true splendor, a breathtaking tapestry of vibrant flora and fauna, bursting with life and energy. Willow marveled at the beauty surrounding her, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the wondrous journey she had undertaken. But her adventure had not only transformed the forest, it had also transformed her. Willow had grown from a curious young girl into a wise and compassionate guardian, deeply attuned to the rhythms of nature and the importance of preserving its delicate balance. With her newfound wisdom, Willow vowed to protect the enchanted woods and the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the human world and the magical realm that had once been concealed from sight. And so, Willow's tale became woven into the fabric of the forest itself, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and respect for the natural world. Generations to come would sit beneath the whispering boughs, listening to the stories of the brave girl who had forged an unbreakable bond with the creatures and spirits that dwelled within the enchanted woods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Willow would gaze upon the pendant that had started her extraordinary journey. Its symbols seemed to dance with the flickering firelight, reminding her of the magic that resided within her heart, a magic that would forever connect her to the wonders of nature's embrace. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the soft glow of moonlit mist draped over the emerald canopy like a silken shawl, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where the gentle hum of nature's lullaby accompanied the villagers' daily lives, and the scent of blooming jasmine lingered in the air like a perpetual promise of peace. The villagers were a merry folk, their days filled with laughter, song, and the comforting rhythm of simple shared joys. But one evening, as the stars blinked into existence and the village settled into its nightly hush, an unusual event stirred curiosity and concern in equal measure. The beloved willow tree, which stood at the center of the village square and was said to be as old as the moon itself, began to shed its leaves, not in the gold and amber of autumn, but in a cascade of shimmering silver. The villagers gathered round the willow, their eyes wide with wonderment and whispers of uncertainty fluttering amongst them like moths to a flame. It was in this moment of quiet perplexity that young Finn, a tender-hearted lad with eyes the color of the sky after a rain, stepped forward. Finn, though small in stature, was known for his keen mind and boundless curiosity. He was often found beneath the willow, a book in hand and dreams of adventure in his heart. "I think," Finn proposed thoughtfully, his voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the willow's branches, "we should find out why our tree is shedding silver leaves." The villagers nodded in agreement, their trust in Finn's wisdom as steadfast as the roots of their ancient tree. And so it was decided. Finn would embark on a quest to unravel the mystery of the silver leaves, with the blessing and support of his fellow villagers. The following morning, Finn set out with a satchel slung over his shoulder, filled with essentials, a loaf of crusty bread, a flask of cool spring water, and his cherished notebook, pages ready to be filled with observations and notes. As he ventured deeper into the whispering woods, the sun peeked through the leafy canopy, casting playful patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first companion on this journey, a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers gleamed with a wisdom that only the years could bestow. Sage had long been a guardian of the woods, and his eyes, deep as ancient wells, held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Good day, young Finn," Sage said, his voice a gentle rumble that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. "I see you are on a quest of some importance." Finn nodded, grateful for the company of such a venerable creature. "Our willow is shedding silver leaves, and I aim to discover why." Sage hooted softly in acknowledgement. "A curious phenomenon indeed. I shall accompany you, for two sets of eyes see more than one." Together they journeyed further into the woods, their path dappled with sunlight and serenaded by the symphony of birdsong. As they traveled, Finn and Sage spoke of many things: the changing seasons, the secrets of the forest, and the wisdom of the trees. Their path eventually led them to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the grass was a lush carpet beneath their feet. Here they found another friend, an amiable fox named Ivy, her fur as fiery as the setting sun, and her spirit as lively as a spring brook. "Greetings, Finn and Sage," Ivy chirped, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "What brings you to my part of the woods?" Finn explained the mystery of the silver leaves, and Ivy's ears perked up with interest. "I'd be delighted to join you," she declared with a wag of her bushy tail. "There's nothing I love more than a good puzzle." With their merry band now complete, the trio pressed on, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves and the whisper of the wind. Alongside them, the forest seemed to come alive, its creatures peering out from their burrows and nests, curious about the quest that was unfolding. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they stumbled upon a hidden glade, untouched by time. In the center of this glade stood a peculiar stone altar, overgrown with moss and entwined with vines that glimmered with an ethereal light. Finn approached the altar with a sense of reverence, his heart beating in time with the pulse of the forest. On the altar lay a single silver leaf, its surface catching the fading light like a mirror. "This altar," Sage mused, "is ancient. It is a place of magic older than any of us." Ivy sniffed the air, her keen senses attuned to the mysteries of the wood. "There's something special about this place," she said. "Something protective." Finn, feeling the weight of the moment, reached out to touch the silver leaf. As his fingers brushed its cool surface, a gentle warmth spread through him, like the first rays of morning sun. In that instant the air shimmered, and before them appeared a figure as radiant as the moonlight, a guardian of the forest, woven from stardust and dreams. Her presence was calming, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. "Welcome, dear ones," she said, her voice the softest of breezes. "I am Seraphina, keeper of the whispering woods." Finn, Sage, and Ivy gazed in awe at the guardian, their hearts filled with a quiet wonder. "We seek to understand the mystery of the silver leaves," Finn explained, his voice steady with resolve. Seraphina smiled, a gentle glow in her eyes. "The silver leaves are a gift, a sign of the forest's magic reaching out to protect your village. The willow, with its roots deep in the heart of the earth, channels this magic to ensure harmony and balance." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and understanding. The mystery was not a source of fear, but a reminder of the bond between the village and the forest, a relationship nurtured through respect and care. As night descended upon the glade, casting everything in a serene, silvery light, Seraphina offered the travelers a blessing. "May the wisdom of the woods guide you always, and remember, the magic of friendship and nature is the greatest mystery of all." With her words echoing in their hearts, Finn, Sage, and Ivy made their way back to Willowbrook, the path now illuminated not just by the moon, but by their newfound knowledge and camaraderie. When they returned to the village, they shared their tale beneath the ancient willow, its branches swaying gently in agreement. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the understanding that they were guardians of the forest, just as the forest was a guardian of them. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village of Willowbrook drifted into peaceful slumber, the silver leaves continued to fall, each one a shimmering testament to the magic that bound their world together in a tapestry of wonder and love. Story 9. In the heart of a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a sparkling, whispering river, there lay an old, cobblestone cottage. Its roof was covered in a soft blanket of moss, and a gentle curl of smoke rose from its chimney, hinting at the warmth inside. The cottage belonged to a kind-hearted old artisan named Milo, who was known far and wide for crafting the most exquisite wooden toys, each with a life of its own. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves danced playfully in the crisp air, Milo discovered something truly remarkable. While gathering wood in the dense, fragrant forest, he stumbled upon a peculiar piece of timber. It was unlike any he had ever seen before, glowing softly with a golden hue, as if kissed by the sun itself. Entranced, Milo decided to take it back to his workshop, unaware of the wonders it held within. As he carved the wood, delicate curls falling to the floor in heaps, the piece seemed to guide his hands, shaping itself into a small, intricately detailed music box. When Milo finished, he turned the tiny key and was greeted by a melody unlike any other, a tune that seemed to echo the calls of the forest, the babbling of the brook, and the whispers of the wind. But it was not just the music that was magical. As the notes floated into the air, the room filled with a gentle, golden glow, and a soft, warm breeze rustled through the curtains. Startled yet delighted, Milo realized that this music box held a rare magic. It could transport the listener to a place of peace and reflection, where time slowed and the heart could ponder freely. He decided to share this gift with others, hoping it might bring comfort and joy to those who needed it most. The first to benefit from the music box's wonders was a young girl named Lila, who lived in the village. Lila was a bright and curious child with a heart as big as the sky, but she often felt overwhelmed by worry for her father, a fisherman who spent long nights out at sea. She came to Milo's shop one day, drawn by the enchanting melody drifting through the air. Milo, with his gentle eyes and wise smile, handed the music box to Lila. "Listen closely," he said softly, "and let the music guide you." As Lila turned the key and the melody began to play, she closed her eyes. The worries that weighed her down began to lift, carried away on the notes of the melody. In her mind's eye, she found herself standing on the shore, watching the sea with calm assurance. She felt a deep sense of connection and understanding with the ocean, realizing that just as the tides ebbed and flowed, so too would her worries come and go. Feeling lighter and full of newfound wisdom, Lila thanked Milo and returned home, carrying the music in her heart. That night, she shared what she had learned with her father, who listened intently, the warmth of the music echoing in his soul. Word of the magical music box spread quickly through the village, and soon others came to seek its comforting melody. There was Samuel, the baker, who found solace in the music's embrace when his bread didn't rise as he hoped. And there was Amara, the shy painter, who discovered new colors in her heart after listening to the tune, painting with a joy she had never known. Among those who visited was a wise old storyteller named Finn, with a beard like a silver waterfall and eyes twinkling with mischief. Finn had traveled far and wide, weaving tales that sparked laughter and wonder in all who heard them. Yet, even he was not immune to moments of doubt and fatigue. When he heard the music box, he felt the stories within him stir and come alive once more, like embers rekindled into a bright flame. With a grateful heart, Finn offered Milo a story in return. A tale of a gentle giant who learned that true strength comes from kindness and understanding, not from size or might. It was a story that Milo cherished and shared with Lila and the villagers, reminding them all of the power of wisdom and friendship. As the seasons changed, the music box continued to bring peace and joy to the village. Its melody became a thread of connection, weaving through the lives of all who heard it. And though the music box was indeed magical, its true power lay in the hearts of those who listened and learned. Years passed and the village grew, but it never lost its warmth or its spirit of community. Lila, now older and wiser, often thought back to that autumn day when she first heard the music. She kept the lesson close to her heart, sharing the wisdom with others, just as Milo had shared with her. And as for Milo, he continued to craft his wooden toys, each one a small piece of joy and wonder. The glow of the music box remained a beacon in his workshop, a reminder of the extraordinary magic that lay hidden in the ordinary world. In the gentle embrace of twilight, the village settled into the quiet peace of the evening, the melody of the music box a soft lullaby that carried dreams into the night. And so, with hearts full of warmth and stories yet to be told, they drifted into slumber, cradled by the comforting promise of a new day. And thus, in the heart of the village, surrounded by hills and rivers, the tale of the magical music box became a cherished legend. A testament to the power of discovery and wonder in a world even the simplest of objects could hold the greatest of secrets. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering sea, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her village was a place where the sun's golden warmth lingered on cobblestone paths long after it had dipped beneath the horizon, and where the gentle hum of the ocean's lullaby mingled with the rustling leaves of ancient trees. Amara was known for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the sky. One blustery autumn afternoon, as leaves of amber and gold danced in the wind, Amara set out on a path that led deep into the forest. Her woven basket swung gently at her side, filled with freshly baked bread meant for her grandmother who lived on the edge of the woods. The path was familiar, yet each step felt like an invitation to adventure, guided by the chorus of chirping birds and the distant rhythm of the sea. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to draw closer, its towering trees standing as guardians of secrets untold. The air was imbued with a sweet, earthy scent, and the shafts of sunlight that pierced through the canopy above painted dapples of light on the forest floor. It was then, amidst this tranquil beauty, that Amara's eyes caught a glimmer, a tiny, flickering light, like the last breath of a firefly at the base of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued, Amara approached and found a small, delicate lantern, its glasswork intricate and shimmering with hues of blue and gold. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as she cradled it in her hands, she felt a gentle warmth radiate from it. Suddenly the forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something extraordinary. As Amara gazed into the lantern's glow, she noticed the light within was not a mere flame, but a pulsating, living presence. It danced and twirled, casting tiny shadows that seemed to whisper stories of old. Entranced, Amara whispered, "Who are you?" The light flickered, then twirled faster, and with a soft melodic hum, it transformed into a tiny, ethereal figure, a sprite with wings as delicate as spider silk and a gown woven from stardust. "Greetings, dear Amara," chimed the sprite in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Lyra, keeper of the Lantern of Whispers. You have awakened me, and for that I am in your debt." Amara, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "What is the Lantern of Whispers?" Lyra fluttered her wings, sending a gentle breeze through the clearing. "It is a magical beacon that reveals hidden truths and guides those who seek wisdom and heart. It has chosen you for a journey beyond the boundaries of the known." The thought of an adventure thrilled Amara, yet she felt a twinge of apprehension. "But I must take this bread to my grandmother," she said, glancing at her basket. "Fear not," Lyra reassured her. "Your path will lead you to her, but also to places unseen and stories untold. Will you trust in the journey?" With a deep breath, Amara nodded, feeling a surge of courage. "I will." And so, guided by the gentle glow of the Lantern of Whispers, Amara stepped beyond the familiar path, delving deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. As they walked, Lyra shared tales of forgotten realms and hidden worlds, of friendships forged in unlikely places, and of the magic that lay beneath the surface of all things. With each tale, Amara felt her heart expand, her understanding of the world growing richer and more profound. She learned of the ancient harmony that bound all creatures, great and small, and of the quiet strength found in kindness and empathy. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of pink and violet, they arrived at a glen where the air shimmered with enchantment. In its center stood a circle of stones, each etched with runes that glowed with a soft amber light. This is the circle of echoes, Lyra explained. It is said that those who stand within and listen can hear the whispers of their own heart, the truths they hold within but have yet to acknowledge. Amara stepped into the circle, the stones warm beneath her feet. As she stood there, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying with it the soft murmur of her own thoughts. She closed her eyes, listening intently, and slowly, the echoes of her heart began to sing. They sang of her love for her family, of the dreams she held close, and of the courage she had yet to fully embrace. They sang of friendships yet to be discovered, and the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. But most of all, they sang of her desire to understand the world and her place within it. When Amara opened her eyes, she felt a deep sense of clarity and peace. "Thank you, Lyra," she whispered, her heart full. Lyra smiled, her wings shimmering with starlight. "You have always held the answers within, dear one. Sometimes we simply need a little light to guide us." As twilight descended, painting the world in shades of indigo, Amara continued her journey, the lantern's glow leading the way. They crossed a babbling brook that sang of distant lands, and climbed a hill where the stars seemed to reach down and touch the earth. Finally, they arrived at her grandmother's cottage, where the warm light of the hearth flickered welcomingly through the windows. Amara's grandmother, wise and gentle, embraced her, her eyes twinkling with warmth and understanding. "You've had quite the adventure, haven't you?" her grandmother said, her voice a melody of love and wisdom. Amara nodded, sharing tales of her journey and the lessons she had learned. As they sat by the fire, with the lantern casting gentle shadows on the walls, Amara realized that the journey had changed her in ways she had never expected. She felt braver, wiser, and more connected to the world around her. As the night grew deeper, Lyra, sensing it was time to take her leave, fluttered close to Amara. "Remember, the magic of the Lantern of Whispers is not just in its light, but in the truths it helps you see," she said softly. With a grateful heart, Amara watched as Lyra transformed back into a gentle light, nestling within the lantern once more. The lantern itself seemed to pulse with warmth, a reminder of the journey and the magic that lay within and all around. As Amara drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew that the lessons of the day would stay with her always, guiding her through the days to come. The forest outside whispered a lullaby, the sea sang its eternal song, and the world felt beautifully, wondrously alive. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Amara's heart glowed with a light of its own, a light of wisdom, friendship, and endless possibilities. And in that glow she found comfort and joy, knowing that the journey had only just begun. The end. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as tall as mountains, and their leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a world unseen by many. This forest was not just a sanctuary of towering oaks, delicate ferns, and vibrant wildflowers, but a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like mist at dawn. Here, the natural creatures lived not just ordinary lives, but ones imbued with the magic of their surroundings. As the sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and mauve, a gentle symphony arose, the rustling of leaves, the soft hum of cicadas, and the distant call of an owl. Within this tapestry of sound, the creatures of the forest stirred, preparing for the twilight hours. Amidst the roots of an ancient beech tree, there lived a wise old tortoise named Turla. His shell, mottled with the patterns of countless seasons, bore the stories of the forest, etched in lines and swirls like the rings of a tree. Turla was beloved by all for his gentle nature and the wisdom he had accumulated over a lifetime spent observing the delicate balance of their world. As night unfurled its velvet cloak, Turlo set out on his evening walk. The cool earth beneath him was soft and welcoming, carrying the fresh scent of rain that had blessed the forest earlier that day. Along the path, he was greeted by the soft glows of fireflies, their lights flickering like tiny lanterns guiding his way. "Good evening, Turla," chimed a voice as sweet as the babbling brook nearby. It was Fia, the nimble-footed deer, her eyes bright and curious. "What tales of wisdom do you carry with you tonight?" Turla chuckled, a sound like the gentle creak of bending wood. "Ah, dear Fia, tonight's tale is one of balance and harmony, a reminder of how we are all threads in the grand tapestry of this forest." As they walked together, the forest seemed to breathe with them, each step a heartbeat in its ancient rhythm. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting a silvery glow upon the forest floor, where shadows danced in the gentle breeze. Long ago, when the forest was young, Turlo began, there was a time when the seasons did not flow into one another with the grace we know today. Each season was a solitary spirit, living in splendid isolation. Fia's ears perked up, her curiosity piqued. How did they become the harmonious cycle we see now? Turlo paused by a small glade where the scent of jasmine mingled with the crisp night air. It was the creatures of the forest who taught them the beauty of change and unity, he explained. Back then, summer, with her golden warmth, lingered too long, causing the streams to dry and the leaves to wither. As he spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer, as if the forest itself remembered the tale. It was the gentle whispers of autumn's breezes that first reached summer's ears. Autumn, with her cloak of russet and gold, sang of rest and renewal, of how her cool breath could prepare the earth for winter's quiet slumber. Fia nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. And winter? Winter, Turlo continued, was a spirit of stark beauty, all frosted branches and silvery silence. She listened to autumn's song and saw how her own presence could cleanse and purify, readying the world for spring's awakening touch. As Turlo spoke, a gentle wind rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, a reminder of winter's crisp embrace. Spring was the last to join, a spirit of vibrant renewal, bringing life and color where winter had left a blank canvas. And so they learned to dance together? Fia asked, her voice soft as the petals of a lily. Yes, Turlo affirmed. The seasons learned to dance in harmony, each one understanding their role, their time. It was the creatures of the forest, in their wisdom, who helped them see the beauty of balance, how each part of the cycle was essential to the whole. The forest around them seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves whispering lullabies in the night. And so it is with us, dear Fia, Turlo concluded. Each creature, each plant, plays a part in the balance of our world. It is a lesson passed down through generations, a reminder that we are all connected. Fia smiled, feeling the warmth of Turlo's words wrap around her like a comforting blanket. Thank you, Turla. Your stories always remind us of what truly matters. With that, they continued their walk, the forest alive with the gentle rustling of life settling into night. Above, the stars glittered like scattered diamonds, a celestial tapestry watching over the world below. And as Turlo and Fia made their way through the ancient wood, they carried with them the timeless wisdom of the forest, a reminder of the beauty found in harmony and balance. The night deepened, the air cool and sweet, and the creatures of the forest settled into gentle dreams, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of their magical, harmonious world. Here, in this enchanted place, peace reigned, and the whispers of the forest carried on, a melody of wisdom and wonder, forever echoing across the ages. Story 12. The Whispering Grove, a tale of friendship and transformation. In a quaint village, nestled among rolling emerald hills and beside a meandering brook, there stood a grove unlike any other. The villagers called it the Whispering Grove, for the trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who dared to wander beneath their canopies. The grove was known for its peculiar light, which filtered through the leaves in hues of gold and emerald, painting the forest floor in a mosaic of colors. It was here that our story unfolds, a tale of friendship defying expectations and the magic of transformation. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Leela. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of stormy seas and hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall of midnight. Lila had a knack for finding the extraordinary in the mundane. Her days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, her mind a constant whirl of questions and wonder. Yet despite her adventurous spirit, Lila was often alone. The other children found her imagination a bit too wild, her questions too probing. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves fluttered gently to the ground like golden butterflies, Lila set off towards the Whispering Grove. She felt an inexplicable pull towards the forest, as if it were calling her by name. With a satchel slung over her shoulder, brimming with snacks and curiosity, she set her sights on uncovering the grove's secrets. As Lila stepped beneath the arching branches, she was greeted by a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. She walked slowly, her feet crunching on the soft bed of leaves, her heart thrumming with anticipation. Deeper into the grove she wandered, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. At its base lay a peculiar sight, an intricately carved wooden box, half buried in the earth. Lila approached it with a mix of caution and excitement. As she knelt beside the box, she could see delicate patterns etched into its surface, swirling like tendrils of smoke. With a gentle tug, she lifted the box from its resting place. It was surprisingly light, and as she opened the lid, she discovered its contents. A shimmering, translucent sphere, no larger than an apple. The sphere seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting a soft glow on Lila's face. She held it in her hands, marveling at its beauty. As she gazed into the sphere, Lila felt a curious sensation, a warmth spreading through her fingertips, a whisper at the edge of hearing. It was as if the sphere was alive, responding to her touch. Intrigued, she decided to take it home, eager to uncover its mysteries. Over the next few days, Lila experimented with the sphere, trying to decipher its purpose. She discovered that when she held it and closed her eyes, she could hear faint whispers, like distant voices carried on the wind. The voices were soothing, filled with wisdom and kindness. They spoke of the grove and its secrets, of the magic woven into the fabric of the world. It wasn't long before Lila realized the sphere's true power. It allowed her to communicate with the grove itself. The trees, the animals, the very earth beneath her feet, all had tales to tell, and through the sphere she could listen. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and gold, Lila made her way back to the grove. She felt a sense of urgency, a need to share her discovery with someone who might understand. As she entered the clearing, she noticed a boy sitting at the base of the ancient oak. He was about her age, with tousled hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The boy introduced himself as Finn. He had been drawn to the grove, much like Lila, and had been exploring its mysteries on his own. They quickly discovered a shared curiosity and a love for the natural world. Finn was fascinated by Lila's sphere, and together they began to unravel its secrets. As weeks turned into months, Lila and Finn spent countless hours in the grove, their friendship deepening with each shared adventure. They learned to listen to the whispers of the grove, to understand its wisdom. The trees taught them of patience and resilience, the stream of adaptability, and the wind of freedom. One day, as winter began to wane and the first signs of spring appeared, the grove revealed its greatest secret. The sphere's whispers grew clearer, guiding Lila and Finn to a hidden glade. There they found a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the sky. The grove's voice spoke to them, a gentle murmur in their minds, telling them of the pool's power to transform those who were worthy. Lila and Finn were filled with awe and a touch of fear. The grove had chosen them, deemed them worthy of its gift. But transformation, the grove warned, was not to be taken lightly. It required courage and a willingness to embrace change. After much contemplation, Lila and Finn decided to accept the grove's gift. Together, they stepped into the pool, the water cool and invigorating. As they submerged, they felt the grove's magic envelop them, a cocoon of warmth and light. When they emerged, they were changed, not in appearance, but in understanding. The grove had bestowed upon them the ability to see the world through new eyes, to perceive the interconnectedness of all things. They could feel the heartbeat of the earth, hear the songs of the stars. With their newfound understanding, Lila and Finn returned to the village, eager to share their knowledge. They taught others to listen to the whispers of the world, to cherish its wonders. Their friendship, once unexpected, had blossomed into a partnership that would change the village forever. As the years passed, Lila and Finn remained the closest of friends, their bond unbreakable. The grove continued to whisper its secrets, guiding them on their journey. And as they grew, so did their understanding, their love for the world and for each other. In the end, it wasn't the sphere or the pool that held the true magic. but the friendship and wisdom that had blossomed from their shared journey. The grove had taught them that true transformation comes from within, and that the greatest magic of all is the love and understanding we share with others. And so, dear listener, as you drift into slumber beneath the gentle glow of the moon, remember the tale of Lila and Finn, and the magic of the Whispering Grove. For in every rustling leaf, every murmuring brook, there is a story waiting to be told, a friendship waiting to be forged, and a world waiting to be discovered. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with wonder and light. Story 13. In a realm where the whispers of the ancients still danced upon the gentle breezes, there lay a forest untouched by time, a sanctuary of verdant green and mystical wonder. This was the Elderwood, a place where the trees wore cloaks of moss and the sunlight filtered through the leaves like a million golden threads. Here the air was filled with the soft, earthy scent of loam, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a lullaby as old as the world itself. In the heart of this majestic forest, where the canopy formed a cathedral of nature, lived a community of creatures, each as varied and vibrant as the flowers that carpeted the forest floor. The creatures of Elderwood were not merely animals. They were the keepers of ancient secrets, guardians of the delicate balance that sustained their world. Among them was Bramble, a wise old badger whose fur was as silver as moonlight. With eyes that sparkled like twin stars, Bramble was revered for his knowledge of the forest and its hidden magic. Bramble's home was a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak, its walls lined with soft moss and fragrant herbs. The entrance was draped with ivy, forming a leafy curtain that swung gently in the breeze. Inside, the soothing crackle of a small fire provided warmth, and the soft glow of fireflies danced upon the earthen walls, casting flickering shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was tinged with the sharp, sweet scent of fallen leaves, a young deer named Willow approached Bramble's burrow. Willow was as graceful as the sunbeams that filtered through the branches, her coat the rich, warm brown of freshly turned soil. Her eyes, wide and curious, mirrored the dappled light of a forest stream. "Good morning, Bramble," Willow called softly, her voice as gentle as the autumn breeze. Bramble emerged from his burrow, his whiskers twitching in greeting. "Ah, Willow, dear child, what brings you to my humble abode on this fine morning?" Willow shifted her hooves nervously, the leaves beneath her rustling like whispers. "Bramble, I have heard tales of the winter's veil, the time when the first snow blankets the forest, and the world seems to hold its breath. But I fear the balance of our forest is shifting. The streams are running low, and the flowers do not bloom as they once did." Bramble nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, the signs are troubling. The forest speaks to those who listen, and it tells us that the balance must be restored." "How can we help?" Willow asked, her voice earnest and filled with determination. Bramble led Willow along a narrow path that wound through the forest, the ground soft and damp beneath their feet. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and the gentle hoot of an owl hidden among the branches. As they walked, Bramble shared tales of the forest's past, of seasons long gone and the wisdom passed down by those who came before. "Nature has its own rhythm," Bramble explained, his voice rich with the cadence of ancient wisdom. "Every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain plays a part in maintaining the harmony of our world. Long ago, the elders spoke of the circle of seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensures the forest's vitality. It is said that when the balance is disturbed, the circle weakens." They arrived at the Glade of Echoes, a tranquil clearing where sunlight spilled like liquid gold and the air shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. At the center of the glade stood the Season's Stone, an ancient monolith veined with colors that shifted with the passage of time. It was a place of power, where the essence of the forest was strongest. "To restore balance, we must rekindle the circle of seasons," Bramble said, his gaze fixed on the stone. "Each season must give a gift, a token of its essence, to the stone. Only then will harmony be restored." Willow nodded, understanding the gravity of their task. "And how shall we gather these gifts?" Bramble smiled, his eyes twinkling with the promise of adventure. "We shall seek the help of our friends. Together, we will find the gifts hidden within the heart of each season." With that, they set off on their journey, their spirits buoyed by hope and the camaraderie of friendship. As the days passed, they were joined by other creatures of the forest. Luna, the wise owl whose feathers shone with the silvery light of the moon. Thistle, the playful squirrel whose laughter rang like the peal of distant bells. And Moss, the gentle tortoise who carried the weight of the earth in his steady stride. Their first destination was the autumn grove, where the trees stood ablaze with colors of crimson and gold. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the ground was a tapestry of russet and ochre. Here they found the gift of autumn, a cluster of acorns, each one imbued with the warmth and richness of the season. Next they journeyed to the frosted meadow, a place where the first breath of winter lingered in the air, and the grass sparkled with a delicate frost. The world was hushed, and the only sound was the gentle crunch of snow beneath their feet. Here they discovered the gift of winter, a single snowflake, perfect and unblemished, glistening with the promise of renewal. With these gifts in hand, the friends traveled to the spring hollow, where the world was alive with new growth, and the scent of blossoms hung heavy in the air. The trees were adorned with delicate flowers, and the ground was carpeted with a riot of colors. Here they found the gift of spring, a garland of wildflowers, vibrant and fresh. Their final destination was the summer glade, where the sun shone bright and the air was heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and the hum of bees. The world was lush and green, and the creatures of the forest basked in the warmth of the season. Here they gathered the gift of summer, a cluster of ripe berries, sweet and bursting with the essence of the sun. With the gifts of the seasons gathered, the friends returned to the Glade of Echoes. As they approached the season's stone, the air seemed to hum with anticipation, and the forest held its breath. One by one, they placed the gifts upon the stone, each one glowing with the power of its season. The earth trembled gently, and a radiant light enveloped the stone, casting the glade in a kaleidoscope of colors. The air was filled with the scent of every season, crisp leaves, fresh snow, fragrant blossoms, and sun-warmed berries. The circle of seasons was restored, and with it, the balance of the forest. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the whispers of gratitude from the forest itself. The streams began to flow with renewed vigor, and the flowers bloomed with a brilliance unmatched. Harmony returned to Elderwood, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of those who listened to the world around them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and lavender, the creatures of the forest gathered once more in the Glade of Echoes. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, they celebrated their triumph, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the serenade of the night. And so, with hearts full of joy and a promise to cherish the balance of their world, the creatures of Elderwood returned to their homes. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest cradled them in its gentle embrace, its song a soothing lullaby that echoed through the ages, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, there lies a magic all its own. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. A cobblestone path wound through the village, leading to cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out sweet-smelling smoke. By day, the villagers went about their tasks, while at night their homes glowed warmly against the dusky sky. One moonlit evening, as the villagers gathered around their firesides, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. Twinkling lights, like tiny stars, appeared in the woods, hovering and dancing just beyond the village's edge. The lights flickered and flitted, creating patterns and shapes that seemed almost deliberate. The villagers whispered in wonder and concern. "Could it be the will-o'-the-wisps?" asked one elder, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Or perhaps the fairies practicing their luminescent art," chimed in the baker's wife, her eyes wide with curiosity. Amidst this gentle mystery stood young Finn, a bright-eyed lad with a heart full of adventure and a mind keen for puzzles. Finn had always been fascinated by the magical wonders of the Whispering Woods, and this spectacle was no exception. Determined to uncover the truth, Finn sought the wisdom of Granny Wren, the village's beloved storyteller and sage. Her cottage, cocooned in climbing ivy and fragrant herbs, was a treasure trove of knowledge. Granny Wren welcomed Finn with a smile that crinkled her eyes like the pages of a well-loved book. "Ah, Finn, my curious one," she said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to my hearth tonight?" Finn explained the mystery of the dancing lights, and Granny Wren listened intently, nodding her head. "The forest is alive with secrets, my dear," she mused. "But not all mysteries are meant to be feared. Sometimes they are merely the forest's way of speaking." Intrigued, Finn decided to observe the lights more closely, hoping to understand their message. He ventured to the edge of the village each night, where the woods welcomed him with open arms. As he watched, he noticed patterns in the lights twinkling, a constellation of sorts, shifting and changing with each passing night. One evening, as he sat beneath a grand oak tree, a soft rustling caught his attention. From behind a bush, a small creature emerged, its fur shimmering like moonlight on water. It was a lumabun, a gentle creature known to dwell in the whispering woods. With ears as long as its body and eyes bright as stars, the lumabun hopped towards Finn, its presence as calming as a lullaby. The lumabun paused at Finn's feet and tilted its head, as if inviting him to follow. Finn, trusting the creature's intentions, rose and trailed behind as it led him deeper into the woods. They arrived at a clearing where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center, a circle of elder trees stood tall, their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. And there, at the heart of the circle, the lights danced with greater fervor, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. The lumabun hopped into the circle and sat patiently. Finn stepped closer, feeling the magic in the air, a hum of life and history. He realized that the lights were not mere whims of the forest, but were, in fact, guiding the lost spirits of the woods back home. Granny Wren's words echoed in his mind, the forest's way of speaking. The lights were a beacon, a gentle guide for those who had wandered too far from their path. With newfound understanding, Finn returned to the village, his heart light with the knowledge he carried. He shared his discovery with Granny Wren, who nodded sagely. "You see, dear Finn, the forest speaks in many ways. It is our task to listen with open hearts." The villagers, upon hearing Finn's tale, felt a sense of peace settle over them. The lights were no longer a mystery to fear, but a beautiful reminder of the forest's eternal guardianship. From that day forth, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the lights as part of their nightly tapestry. They watched with fondness as the lumabuns and their ethereal companions danced among the trees, a testament to the wisdom of the woods and the gentle magic that enveloped their world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook drifted to sleep each night, their dreams woven with the soft glow of the forest lights, knowing they were always guided home. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering sea, there was a young lad named Finn. The village, known for its lush green meadows and vibrant flowers that danced in the gentle breeze, was a place where time seemed to stand still. The villagers were friendly, their lives interwoven with stories and traditions passed down through generations, creating a warm tapestry of community and kinship. Finn, with his tousled auburn hair and twinkling emerald eyes, was known for his boundless curiosity and kind heart. He spent his days exploring the meadows and forests, often accompanied by his loyal companion, a little brown rabbit named Thistle. Together, they uncovered hidden nooks and crannies of the natural world, discovering marvels that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. One day, as the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Finn and Thistle stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Deep within the heart of the forest, nestled among ancient oaks whose branches reached out like welcoming arms, they found an old, gnarled tree with a hollow in its trunk. From within the hollow emanated a soft, golden glow, as if the tree itself held the light of 1,000 sunsets. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, with Thistle hopping cautiously by his side. As he peered inside the hollow, he discovered a small, ornate box, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift in the dappled light. It was as if the box had been waiting for him, a secret from the past, yearning to be uncovered. Gently, Finn lifted the box from its resting place. As he did so, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. The box was surprisingly light, yet Finn felt a weight of importance settle over him, as if he had been entrusted with something truly extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, he opened the box, revealing a delicate, iridescent feather nestled within. The feather glowed with a soft luminescence, its colors shifting from azure blue to emerald green, and then to a warm golden hue, as if capturing the essence of the forest itself. Finn held the feather gently, marveling at its beauty and wondering about its origin. As he held the feather, a warmth spread through his fingertips, and an image began to form in his mind. A vision of a hidden world beneath the roots of the ancient tree, a place where magic flowed as freely as the streams that crisscrossed the forest. It was a world where creatures of legend, thought to exist only in bedtime stories, roamed freely. Realizing the significance of his discovery, Finn knew he must journey into this hidden world, for it was calling to him with a pull he could not resist. Thistle, sensing the importance of their new quest, nuzzled against Finn's leg, ready to follow his friend into the unknown. With the feather tucked safely into his pocket, Finn took a deep breath, feeling the forest around him come alive with anticipation. The trees seemed to part, revealing a path that wound deeper into the woods, leading to the unknown world beneath the roots. As they ventured forth, the forest transformed around them. The air grew warmer, filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the sound of gentle melodic laughter carried by the breeze. The path led them to a clearing where the light shimmered like liquid gold, and the air was alive with the fluttering of delicate wings. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic stag, its coat a silvery white and its eyes wise and knowing. The stag regarded Finn with a gentle gaze, as if acknowledging the boy's bravery and the purity of his heart. "Welcome, young traveler," the stag spoke, its voice deep and resonant, echoing with the wisdom of ages. "You have found the gateway feather, a key to our world." Finn, awestruck by the stag's presence, bowed respectfully. "Thank you, kind sir," he replied, his voice filled with wonder. "What is this place?" "This," the stag explained, "is the realm of Lumaria, a world intertwined with yours, yet hidden from sight. It is a place where magic flows freely, and where the balance of nature is maintained by the harmony of all living things." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with excitement and a sense of purpose. "How can I help?" he asked, eager to learn more. The stag's eyes softened with understanding. "Lumaria is in need of hope and restoration, young Finn. The flow of magic has been disrupted, and the creatures of our realm are losing their light. It is said that only a pure heart, guided by wisdom and friendship, can restore the balance." Realizing the importance of his task, Finn nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "I will do whatever I can to help." With a gentle nod, the stag gestured towards a path that led deeper into the heart of Lumaria. "Follow this path and you will find what you seek. Trust in your heart and let friendship guide your way." With Thistle at his side, Finn set off along the path, the forest around them alive with the vibrant colors of Lumaria. The deeper they went, the more wondrous the world became. Flowers sang softly as they bloomed, and the trees whispered secrets older than time itself. As they journeyed, they encountered creatures both strange and beautiful. A flock of shimmering butterflies danced around them, their wings leaving trails of light in the air. A gentle river, its waters sparkling like diamonds, wound its way through the forest, its banks lined with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. Among these wonders, they met a wise old tortoise named Eldrin, who was known throughout Lumaria for his knowledge and gentle humor. Eldrin, with his shell adorned in intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of the past, greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod. "Ah, young Finn," Eldrin rasped, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "I have been expecting you. The winds whispered of your coming." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him at the tortoise's words. "It's an honor to meet you, Eldrin. Can you help us restore the balance?" The tortoise considered the question, his gaze thoughtful. "In order to restore balance, you must first understand it. The flow of magic in Lumaria is like a river, and it has been blocked by the shadows of doubt and fear. Only the light of friendship and courage can clear the way." Finn nodded, understanding the wisdom in Eldrin's words. Then we must find a way to bring light back to Lumaria. Eldrin smiled, his expression one of quiet pride. You are wise beyond your years, young one. Remember, the greatest magic comes from within. With renewed resolve, Finn and Thistle continued on their journey, guided by the wisdom of the creatures they met along the way. As they traveled deeper into the heart of Lumaria, they learned that the shadows haunting the realm were born from forgotten dreams and lost hopes. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn and Thistle came upon a glen bathed in moonlight. In the center of the glen stood a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the night sky like a mirror. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. As they approached the pool, a figure emerged from the shadows, a small, elegant fox with fur as white as snow and eyes the color of twilight. The fox regarded them with an air of quiet grace, her presence exuding a sense of calm and wisdom. "Welcome, brave travelers," the fox spoke, her voice soft and melodic, like a lullaby carried on the wind. "I am Lyra, guardian of the moonlit pool." Finn bowed respectfully, sensing that Lyra was a creature of great importance. "We seek to restore the balance to Lumaria. Can you guide us?" Lyra's eyes softened, her gaze filled with understanding. "The moonlit pool holds the memories of Lumaria, both light and shadow. To restore balance, one must embrace both, for they are two halves of the same whole." With gentle grace, Lyra gestured to the pool. "Gaze into the waters, and you will see the truth of your heart." Finn approached the pool, kneeling at its edge. As he peered into the water, he saw reflections of his own hopes and dreams, intertwined with those of Lumaria. He saw the vibrant colors of friendship and the gentle glow of courage, casting light upon the shadows. Understanding dawned upon him, and he realized that to restore balance, he needed to unite the light within himself with the light of Lumaria. With a deep breath, Finn dipped his hand into the pool, feeling the cool water envelop his fingers. As he did so, the pool began to glow, its light spreading outward like ripples on a pond. The light touched the trees, the flowers, and the creatures of Lumaria, infusing them with warmth and hope. The shadows began to recede, dissolving into the night like mist. Finn felt a surge of magic flow through him, a connection to Lumaria's very essence. It was a magic born of friendship, courage, and the unwavering belief in the power of light. With the balance restored, the world of Lumaria blossomed with renewed life. The flowers sang with joy, the rivers sparkled with laughter, and the creatures danced beneath the stars, celebrating the return of harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, Finn and Thistle returned to the clearing where they had first met the stag. The majestic creature awaited them, his gaze filled with gratitude and pride. "You have done well, young Finn," the stag praised, his voice resonant with warmth. "You have brought light to Lumaria and united our worlds." Finn bowed, a smile on his lips and his heart full of joy. It was the magic of friendship that guided us. The stag nodded, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember this, young one, the greatest magic lies within, and it is the love and light we share that makes the world whole." With those words, the stag turned, his silvery form shimmering like moonlight, and disappeared into the depths of the forest. As Finn and Thistle made their way back to the village, they carried with them the memories of their journey, a journey of friendship and discovery, of light and shadow. And as they walked, the world around them seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, as if Lumaria's light had found its way into their hearts. And so in the village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering sea, Finn's tale of adventure and friendship was woven into the tapestry of stories shared by the warmth of the hearth. It was a story of hope and harmony, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all is the light we carry within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Finn and Thistle settled beneath the old oak tree, their hearts at peace and their spirits forever bound to the magic of Lumaria. And in the quiet of the night, with the stars twinkling above and the gentle breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers, the village slept, cradled in the warmth of a story that would be told for generations to come, a story of light, love, and the enduring magic of friendship. Story 16. In the heart of the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between endless fields of golden wheat and the whispering woods. There was a time when the air shimmered with a touch of enchantment. The village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, seemed like a scene from a painting, where the chimneys puffed gentle curls of smoke into the crisp morning sky, and the sun bathed everything in a warm, honeyed glow. In this charming village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright and curious as the morning sun. Lila had hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that sparkled with the thrill of discovery. She was known for her quick smile and gentle heart, often seen tending to the wildflowers that lined the pathways, or helping her neighbors with small acts of kindness that made their lives a little brighter. Lila's dearest friend was a boy named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a bubbling brook. Finn was a clever lad with a knack for storytelling, and he could often be found beneath the old oak tree at the center of the village, entertaining anyone who would listen with tales of adventure and magic. Together, Lila and Finn were an inseparable pair, their friendship a tapestry woven with shared dreams and whispered secrets. One particularly breezy autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to an unheard melody, Lila and Finn stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured into the woods, a place that brimmed with ancient secrets and a hushed kind of magic. The forest was alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds, creating a world that felt both vast and intimate. As they meandered through the forest, Lila noticed a peculiar shimmer in the underbrush, a glint of something that seemed out of place among the earthy hues. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed aside the fallen leaves, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, catching the light in a way that made the whole clearing glow with a soft luminescence. "What do you think it is?" Finn asked, his voice a mix of awe and excitement. "I'm not sure," Lila replied, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings, "but it feels special." With a gentle click, the box opened, revealing a delicate, crystal-clear orb nestled within. It was a thing of beauty, its surface smooth and flawless, reflecting the world around it in a kaleidoscope of colors. As Lila and Finn gazed into the orb, they felt a warm, gentle breeze wrap around them, as if the forest itself was embracing them. Suddenly, the orb began to glow with a soft, inviting light. The children watched in wonder as the light grew brighter, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth. And then, in the blink of an eye, the world around them transformed. Where there had been trees, there were now towering spires of crystal, their surfaces shimmering and alive with vibrant hues. The forest had become a grand, magical realm, filled with creatures of every imaginable kind. Some had wings that shimmered like dragonfly wings, others had fur that glowed with an inner light, and all of them moved with a grace and elegance that took the children's breath away. "Where are we?" Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. "I think we're in the hidden world," Lila replied, her eyes wide with wonder, "the one that's always been here, just out of sight." The children wandered through this magical land, their hearts overflowing with joy and wonder. They met a gentle deer with antlers that sparkled like stars, who guided them to a glistening brook that sang a melody as old as time itself. They danced with fireflies that painted the air with trails of light and listened to the stories whispered by the wind through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Lila and Finn realized they had to return home. With a touch of sadness, they turned back towards the place where they had found the orb. The magical creatures gathered around them, their eyes filled with understanding and warmth. "You can return whenever you like," said the deer, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "The magic will always be here, waiting for you." With one last look at the enchanting world, Lila and Finn stepped back into the familiar embrace of the forest. The orb's light dimmed, and the world around them returned to the familiar sights and sounds of the woods. Yet, something had changed within them, a spark of magic that would forever illuminate their hearts. As they walked home, the stars twinkling above them like a sprinkle of diamond dust, Lila and Finn knew they had discovered something extraordinary. Not just a hidden world, but a deeper understanding of the magic that dwells within friendship and the world around them. In the days that followed, Lila and Finn found themselves drawn back to the woods, where they would sit beneath the old oak tree and share stories of their adventures. Each visit to the hidden world brought new wonders and new friends, and the bond between them grew stronger with every shared secret and whispered dream. Years passed, but the magic of their discovery never faded. Lila and Finn grew up, their paths leading them to new adventures and distant places. Yet, no matter where life took them, they carried the magic of the hidden world within their hearts, a reminder of the endless wonders that await those who dare to look beyond the ordinary. And so, in the little village of Willowbrook, where the air always seemed to shimmer with a touch of enchantment, two friends discovered a world of magic and wonder, a world that would forever change the way they saw the world and each other. And every night, as they drifted off to sleep, they knew that the magic of their friendship would light their way, no matter where their dreams might take them. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and flower-draped cottages, where the air was perpetually infused with the sweet aroma of lavender and honey. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and her curious, inquisitive mind. However, despite her serene demeanor, she struggled with the notion of change, finding comfort in the familiar rhythms of her everyday life. Each morning, Leora would wander to the village bakery, her path lined with dew-kissed blossoms that glistened like jewels in the early light. The baker, a kind-hearted old man named Mr. Thistlewood, always greeted her with a warm smile and a freshly baked croissant. "Good morning, Leora," he would say, his voice as warm as the pastries he crafted. "A new day, a new opportunity for something wonderful." Leora would nod politely, though inside she felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of anything disrupting her well-ordered world. Change, she feared, was like the unpredictable winds that swept through the village, stirring everything into chaos. One misty morning, while wandering through the forest's edge, Leora stumbled upon a hidden path she had never noticed before. Curiosity tugged at her heart, urging her to explore. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustling of leaves whispered secrets of times long past. The path led her to a small clearing where a peculiar sight awaited her, a shimmering pool surrounded by stones that glinted like moonlight. Drawn to the pool's tranquil beauty, Leora knelt beside it, gazing into its depths. To her astonishment, the water began to ripple and shimmer, reflecting not just her own face, but something more, a vision of herself, transformed and radiant, yet undeniably her. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed through the clearing. "Do not fear the change you see, dear one. It is the essence of growth." Startled, Leora looked up to see a graceful figure emerging from the shadows, a being with iridescent wings that caught the dappled sunlight. It was Aelith, the forest's guardian, known in village lore as a wise and benevolent spirit. Her presence was calming, like a lullaby whispered on a soft breeze. "Why do you fear transformation, when it is the very nature of life?" Aelith asked, her voice soothing as the rustle of leaves. "I fear losing myself," Leora confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am afraid of what change might bring." Aelith smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with understanding. "Change does not erase who you are, dear Leora. It reveals deeper layers of your true self, as much like the seasons unveil the hidden beauty of a garden." Leora pondered these words as the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Aelith continued, "To embrace change is to dance with the unknown, to find harmony in the ebb and flow of life." With a soft nod, Leora allowed the words to settle in her heart. She realized that the shimmering pool reflected not only a possibility of who she could become, but also the beauty of her present self. As days turned into weeks, Leora returned to the clearing, each visit unveiling new facets of her inner world. She began to notice changes within herself, subtle yet profound. Her heart felt lighter, her mind more open to possibilities she had never dared to dream of. The villagers, too, noticed a change in Leora. Her laughter became more frequent, her eyes brighter, as if she carried a secret joy within her. Mr. Thistlewood, always perceptive, remarked one morning, "You seem to have found something precious, Leora." She smiled in response, her heart swelling with gratitude for the journey she had embarked upon. "I've found a friend in change," she replied, her voice filled with newfound confidence. Through her journey, Leora learned that personal growth was not about becoming someone else, but about embracing every part of herself, past, present, and future. She discovered that change was not to be feared, but cherished, for it was the gentle hand that guided her towards becoming who she was truly meant to be. The village continued to hum with the gentle rhythms of life, each day a new opportunity for discovery. And in the heart of the ancient forest, the shimmering pool remained, a testament to the magic that mirrored the beauty of personal transformation. In time, Leora became a source of inspiration for those around her, a beacon of hope for anyone who feared the dance with change. Her journey taught them that within the cocoon of the self lay the potential for a butterfly, a transformation as natural and breathtaking as the sunrise that kissed their peaceful village each day. And so, as the seasons wove their tapestry of time, Leora embraced the dance of life, finding comfort in the ever-changing melody of her own heart. The village thrived, nestled in the embrace of the ancient forest, where magic and wisdom intertwined like ivy on a sunlit wall, whispering tales of growth and transformation to all who would listen. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling meadows, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she loved her quaint hometown dearly, she often found herself gazing wistfully at the distant mountains that loomed on the horizon, their peaks shrouded in a magical purple mist that shimmered like silk in the fading sunlight. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find a trail of glimmering dust leading from her bedroom window, sparkling like diamonds in the early light. Her heart beating with curiosity, she followed the trail out into the meadow, the dew-kissed grass tickling her bare feet. The glittering path wound its way toward the mountains, each step filling Willow with a sense of wonderment. As she ventured deeper into the foothills, the trees seemed to sway and whisper in a language only they could understand, their leaves rustling like the pages of an ancient storybook. Before long, Willow found herself in a hidden valley unlike anything she had ever seen. Crystalline streams danced alongside mossy paths, and towering mushrooms dotted the landscape like colorful umbrellas. In the distance, she glimpsed what appeared to be a grand willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, beckoning her closer. As Willow approached the tree, she noticed a peculiar sight: hundreds of tiny glowing sprites flitting about, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. One of the sprites alighted on Willow's shoulder, and she gasped in delight as it whispered a friendly greeting in her ear. The sprites guided Willow deeper into the Enchanted Valley, introducing her to wondrous sights at every turn. She marveled at the luminous butterflies that floated like living lanterns among the ferns, and giggled as a playful stream seemed to bend and twist around her footsteps, as if engaged in a delightful game of chase. As the day wore on, Willow found herself facing gentle challenges that tested her courage and resourcefulness. She navigated a maze of twisted vines, relying on her keen eye and quick thinking to find the correct path. She crossed a series of stepping stones suspended over a shimmering pool, her balance and determination carrying her safely to the other side. Through it all, the sprites remained by her side, offering encouragement and wisdom when she needed it most. They taught her the importance of facing her fears with an open heart, and of embracing the beauty and mystery that lay beyond the familiar. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Willow found herself standing before the grand willow tree once more. The sprites gathered around her, their tiny voices blending into a gentle melody that spoke of courage, friendship, and the wonders that await those brave enough to seek them out. With a grateful heart, Willow thanked the sprites for their kindness and the extraordinary journey they had shared. As she turned to make her way back home, she felt a newfound sense of strength and wonder welling up within her, a reminder that even the most ordinary of days could hold extraordinary magic for those willing to embrace the unknown. From that day on, Willow carried the Enchanted Valley within her heart, its beauty and lessons forever etched into her soul. And whenever she felt the familiar tug of wanderlust, she would close her eyes and let the memory of the sprite's gentle song guide her spirit on new and wondrous adventures. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a tapestry of emerald leaves, there lay a world so secret and sacred that few humans ever glimpsed its wonders. This forest, known as the Evergreen Glade, was a realm where the ordinary and the magical danced together in a harmonious embrace, where the song of the natural world whispered secrets to those willing to listen. It was here, nestled in the crook of a moss-covered oak, that a wise old owl named Theron made his home. Theron was the keeper of the forest's lore, his amber eyes holding the wisdom of ages past. His feathers were the color of the twilight sky, and they ruffled gently in the cool evening breeze as he perched watchfully, listening to the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of the babbling brook below. Beneath the towering trees, the creatures of the forest thrived in a delicate balance that had been nurtured through countless seasons. In the dappled shadows, a family of deer nibbled on tender shoots, their soft eyes watchful and serene. Nearby, a family of rabbits busied themselves amongst the ferns, their ears twitching as they shared tales of the day's adventures. The forest was alive with the symphony of life, a gentle hum of crickets, the soft cooing of doves, and the whispering wind that carried the scent of pine and earth. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the promise of the coming night as the sky began to blush with the colors of sunset. In this enchanted glade, the seasons themselves were woven with magic. Each winter, as snow blanketed the ground in a pristine hush, the trees would enter a deep slumber, their dreams nurturing the forest's soil. Come spring, the whispers of these dreams would awaken the seeds nestled beneath the earth, urging them to reach for the sun's warm embrace. One such spring, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. A gentle rain fell, not from darkened clouds, but from the shimmering canopy itself, as though the trees were shedding tears of silver. This rain was the song of renewal, a magical occurrence that happened once every 100 years, when the forest chose to gift its wisdom to the next generation. As the silvery droplets kissed the forest floor, they brought with them visions of the past. The creatures of the glade gathered, their eyes wide with wonder as they watched the stories of their ancestors unfold in the air before them. They saw the great migration of the caribou, the dance of the fireflies that lit up the night like 1,000 stars, and the ancient pact made between the trees and the wind. The Song of Renewal was a time of reflection, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. It was a lesson passed down through generations, teaching the importance of balance and harmony within the natural world. Amongst the gathering was a young fox named Finn, his bright eyes filled with curiosity and awe. As he watched the visions play out, he felt a deep stirring within his heart, a sense of purpose awakening. He knew that it was his generation's turn to safeguard the forest, to ensure that its magic and beauty endured for those yet to come. With the passing of the Song of Renewal, the forest settled into a peaceful stillness, the creatures returning to their homes with a renewed sense of unity. Finn, however, lingered beneath the ancient oak, pondering the wisdom he had witnessed. He knew that change was inevitable, that the forest would face challenges as the world beyond its borders continued to encroach. Determined to protect his home, Finn sought out the guidance of Theron, the wise old owl who had seen many seasons come and go. Perched high in his tree, Theron welcomed Finn with a gentle hoot, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Tell me, young one," Theron said, his voice as soothing as the breeze, "what troubles your heart?" Finn hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "I have seen the visions, Theron, and I feel a responsibility to the forest. But how can one fox make a difference?" Theron chuckled softly, the sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "Ah, Finn, the forest thrives on the contributions of each and every creature. It is not the size of the action that matters, but the intention behind it. Even the smallest raindrop can create ripples." With Theron's wisdom echoing in his mind, Finn set out to fulfill his newfound purpose. He began by gathering his friends, the rabbits, the deer, the birds, and together they formed a council of the glade. Each creature, no matter how small, brought forth ideas on how they could maintain the balance of their home. The rabbits, with their keen sense of the earth, suggested planting more trees to replace those lost in the harsh storms of winter. The birds, with their high vantage points, offered to keep watch for any signs of danger approaching from beyond the forest's edge. The deer, graceful and strong, pledged to maintain the paths that wound through the glade, ensuring that the forest remained a sanctuary for all its inhabitants. As the seasons turned, the efforts of Finn and his council began to bear fruit. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The forest floor was alive with the vibrant hues of wildflowers, attracting bees and butterflies that danced in the sunlight. The creatures of the glade lived in a harmony that resonated through the very air, a testament to the power of unity and intention. One evening, as a golden sunset bathed the forest in a warm glow, Finn found himself once more beneath the ancient oak. Theron joined him, his presence as comforting as the embrace of an old friend. "You have done well, young one," Theron said, his voice filled with pride. "The forest is singing your praises." Finn smiled, his heart full of the peace that comes from a life well lived. "I only did what was right, what the forest needed. And in doing so, you have ensured that the song of renewal will continue to be sung for generations to come," Theron replied, his eyes reflecting the colors of the setting sun. As night fell, and the forest settled into its tranquil rhythms, Finn lay down in the soft grass, the gentle lullaby of the crickets guiding him to sleep. He knew that the challenges of tomorrow would come, but he was no longer afraid. He had learned that the strength of the forest lay not in the might of any one creature, but in the bonds they shared, in the wisdom passed down through the ages, and in the magic that wove them all together. And so, in the heart of the evergreen glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of the natural creatures continued to thrive in perfect harmony, their stories echoing in the rustling leaves and the whispering winds for all eternity. Story 20. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Stone. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and shimmering streams of the quaint village of Elderwood, there was a secret known only to those who dared to listen to the whispers of the wind. Within the heart of the ancient Whispering Woods lay a hidden world, where magic wove itself into the very fabric of the air, and where time danced slowly under the canopy of starlit skies. In this tranquil village there lived a gentle boy named Liam, whose heart was as vast and open as the meadows that bordered his home. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sun, Liam was known for his curious spirit and kind nature. But what set him apart was his extraordinary ability to hear the faintest whispers of the trees, the rustling secrets of the leaves, and the murmured songs of the brook that wound its way through the woods. One crisp autumn evening, when the air was sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a tapestry of twilight hues, Liam's grandmother took him aside. Her eyes, twinkling like the stars, held a mystery she was ready to share. She handed him a small, worn map, edges frayed and ink faded by time. "This," she said, her voice a soft melody, "is the map to the Moonlit Stone. It's a treasure hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, said to hold the power to reveal one's true path." Liam's heart skipped with the thrill of adventure. The Moonlit Stone was a legend whispered among the village folk, a magical relic with the power to illuminate the inner truth of those who sought it. His grandmother's tale spoke of how the stone glowed with the light of the moon, guiding those pure of heart to their destinies. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Liam set off into the woods, the map clutched in his hand and a lantern casting a warm glow around him. The path was a mosaic of shadows and light, the trees whispering secrets only he could understand. As he walked, the world around him seemed to come alive. The crickets played their evening symphonies, and a cool breeze carried the soft fragrance of pine and earth. The deeper Liam ventured, the more he felt the woods enveloping him in a gentle embrace. The map guided him through winding trails and over babbling brooks until he reached a place where the trees parted, revealing a small, moonlit glade. In the center of this clearing stood the Moonlit Stone. It was a sight to behold. The stone was smooth, with a surface that seemed to shimmer with the light of 1,000 stars. As Liam approached, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, a a soothing presence that wrapped around his heart like a soft blanket. He placed his hand upon the stone, and immediately a soft glow began to emanate, bathing the glade in a silvery light. In that moment, Liam's mind filled with visions. He saw himself not as he was, but as he could be, a guide for others, using his unique gift to bring peace and understanding. He saw paths he had yet to walk, friendships yet to be made, and a future filled with light and purpose. As the visions faded, Liam felt a profound sense of peace. The journey to the moonlit stone had revealed not just a path, but also a deeper understanding of his own heart. He realized that his ability to hear the whispers of the world was a gift meant to be shared, to help others find their own truths. With the first light of dawn breaking the horizon, Liam made his way back through the woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. The trees seemed to sway gently in farewell, their whispers a promise of homecoming. As he emerged from the forest, he saw his grandmother waiting, her eyes filled with love and knowing. Liam embraced her, and together they watched the sun rise over Elderwood, painting the village in hues of gold and amber. The world seemed anew, alive with possibilities, and the gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. In the days that followed, Liam shared his story with the village, inspiring others to seek their own moonlit stones, whatever form they might take. And though the whispers of the woods remained, they carried a new message, one of hope, friendship, and the enduring power of listening to the world and each other. And so, in the quiet village of Elderwood, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, the legend of the moonlit stone continued to glow, its light guiding those who sought its wisdom, reminding them always of the gentle truth that lay within their hearts. Story 21. Title: The Whispering Waters. In the heart of a tranquil valley, nestled between rolling hills blanketed in wildflowers, lay the village of Bramblewood. It was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of lavender, and the gentle murmur of the nearby river sang a lullaby that lulled even the most restless souls to sleep. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside as the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. In this serene haven lived a young girl named Lila. She was known throughout Bramblewood for her kind heart and her unquenchable curiosity about the world beyond the hills. Her eyes sparkled with an emerald hue, reflecting the lush greenery that surrounded her home. Lila's days were filled with exploration, her bare feet carrying her over mossy paths and through whispering groves, always in search of the next adventure. One particular morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila set out on one of her usual wanderings. The dew-kissed grass tickled her feet as she meandered through the meadows, her heart light and her spirit eager. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within the woods, a place where magic lingered in the air like a mist, and Lila was determined to find it. Her journey led her to the edge of the village, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. As she stepped into the shade of the forest, the air grew cooler, and the light danced through the canopy in playful patterns. It was here, in the embrace of the woods, that Lila felt most alive, as if the very earth was whispering secrets meant only for her ears. She followed the sound of the river, its melody guiding her deeper into the forest. The path was familiar, yet today it seemed to pulse with a new energy, as if the forest itself was anticipating something extraordinary. Lila's heart quickened with excitement, her senses attuned to every rustle and chirp around her. After walking for what felt like hours, Lila stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. At its center was a shimmering pool, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the azure sky above. The air around the pool was thick with enchantment, making Lila's skin tingle with a sensation she couldn't quite name. She approached the water's edge, her reflection staring back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she knelt beside the pool, Lila noticed something peculiar. There, nestled among the pebbles at the bottom, was a small, iridescent stone. It glowed with a light that seemed to pulsate in time with her heartbeat. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Lila reached into the cool water and plucked the stone from its resting place. The moment her fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through her body, and she heard a voice. a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. "Guardian of the whispering waters," it said, "your journey begins." Lila gasped, her mind a whirl of questions. But the voice continued, soothing and gentle. "Do not fear, child of the earth. You have been chosen to protect the harmony of this hidden realm. With this stone, you hold the power to bring balance and peace." The words resonated deep within Lila, filling her with a sense of purpose she had never known. She slipped the stone into her pocket, its warmth a comforting presence against her skin. The world around her seemed to shift subtly, the colors more vibrant, the sounds more harmonious. Determined to understand her newfound role, Lila spent the following days exploring the forest with a renewed sense of wonder. She discovered that the stone granted her the ability to communicate with the creatures of the woods. Birds chirped their greetings as they flitted from branch to branch, and squirrels chattered animatedly about their daily escapades. Even the trees, ancient and wise, shared their stories in deep, resonant tones that echoed through her mind. As Lila became more attuned to the magic of the forest, she began to notice the subtle imbalances that threatened its tranquility. A patch of wilting flowers here, a stream that ran dry there. Guided by the whispers of the stone, she set about restoring the harmony, her touch gentle and her heart full of compassion. Word of her extraordinary abilities spread through the village, and soon the villagers came to her with their own troubles. A farmer whose crops had withered under the relentless sun, a shepherd whose flock had dwindled mysteriously. Lila listened to their woes with a patient ear, offering her help with a smile that radiated warmth and kindness. Her fame grew, and with it the attention of those who were drawn not by her kindness, but by the power she wielded. Among them was a shadowy figure named Malric, known for his cunning and his insatiable hunger for control. He coveted the stone, believing it to be the key to unimaginable power. Malric watched Lila from afar, his heart hardened by envy and ambition. He devised a plan to steal the stone, to claim the magic of the forest for himself. Under the cover of night, he crept into the woods, his footsteps silent on the soft earth. Lila, ever vigilant, sensed the disturbance. The stone pulsed with urgency, guiding her through the trees to where Malric lurked, his eyes gleaming with malice. She confronted him with a calmness that belied the storm brewing within her. "Why do you seek the stone?" she asked, her voice steady and clear. Malric sneered, his words dripping with disdain. "You wield a power you cannot comprehend, child. Give it to me, and I shall show you its true potential." But Lila stood firm, her resolve unshaken. "The stone is not a weapon to be wielded, but a gift to be cherished. Its magic is meant to heal, not to harm." Her words, spoken with such conviction, pierced through the darkness that shrouded Malric's heart. For a moment, doubt flickered in his eyes, and he hesitated. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the trees leaning in as if to listen. In that stillness, Lila reached out, offering her hand. "Join me, Malric. Together we can protect this world and its wonders. There is strength in friendship, in unity." Malric faltered, the weight of his choices pressing down upon him. He took a step back, then another, the shadows retreating with him. But before he disappeared into the night, he cast one last glance at Lila, a glimmer of something softer in his gaze. Lila watched him go, her heart a complex weave of emotions. She returned to the clearing, the stone warm and reassuring in her pocket. The forest welcomed her back with open arms, the air alive with a chorus of gratitude. In the weeks that followed, Lila continued her work, her bond with the forest growing stronger with each passing day. The villagers, too, became more attuned to the magic that surrounded them, their lives enriched by the harmony they helped to nurture. And Malric? He was seen from time to time, a solitary figure at the edge of the village, watching and listening. He never approached, but there was a softness in his demeanor that spoke of change, of a heart slowly opening to the possibility of redemption. As the seasons turned and the stars wheeled overhead, the village of Bramblewood thrived. Under Lila's gentle guidance, the hidden world within the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and wonder, its magic a silent promise of the power of kindness and the strength of friendship. And so, as the river sang its lullaby and the wind carried whispers through the trees, the village slept, cradled in the embrace of a world where dreams and reality danced together in perfect harmony. The end. Story 22. In the velvety expanse of the cosmos, where the stars seemed like distant whispers in a vast, endless sea, there existed a small, verdant planet named Lumina. Lumina was a world bathed in soft, perpetual twilight, its skies adorned with swirling hues of amber and violet. Beneath this celestial tapestry, the creatures of Lumina lived in harmony, their days filled with the gentle hum of life. On this tranquil planet, beside a babbling brook that wound through a forest of luminescent willows, lived a gentle creature named Ori. Ori was a Lumian, a species known for their shimmering, translucent wings and kind, curious hearts. Her days were spent tending to the vibrant flora and conversing with the whispering winds that danced through the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Ori heard a curious rustling from the nearby thicket. Approaching cautiously, she discovered a peculiar sight, a small metallic being, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a robotic explorer, sent from a distant planet, with a body made of sleek silver panels and eyes that glowed with an inquisitive blue light. The robot's name was Zephyr, a scout from the planet Mechanus, a world of intricate gears and whirring machinery. Zephyr's mission was to gather knowledge about the universe, but a sudden storm had forced an unexpected landing on Lumina. Startled by Ori's presence, Zephyr emitted a series of beeps and whirs, attempting to communicate. Ori, with her heart full of empathy, sensed Zephyr's unease. She extended a hand and spoke softly, her voice like a gentle melody. "Hello, traveler. Do not be afraid. You are welcome here." Zephyr, though unable to understand the Lumian language, perceived the warmth in Ori's tone. Slowly, the tension in its circuits eased, and it responded with a series of harmonious chimes, the universal language of goodwill. Despite their initial inability to understand one another fully, a bond began to form between Ori and Zephyr. They spent their days exploring the wonders of Lumina, Zephyr's sensors capturing every detail, while Ori shared the planet's secrets through gestures and expressions. One sunny afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow carpeted with flowers that shimmered like stars, a shadow fell over them. A swarm of tindril bees, a species known for their territorial nature, descended upon Ori and Zephyr, mistaking them for intruders. The bees, with their iridescent wings and sharp stingers, circled threateningly. Fear gripped Ori's heart, but she remembered the ancient wisdom of her people, that harmony could be found in the most unlikely places. With a deep breath, she began to hum a soothing tune, a melody known to calm even the most agitated of creatures. Zephyr, recognizing Ori's intent, joined in with a gentle hum of its own, its voice resonating in perfect harmony with hers. The air vibrated with their combined song, a symphony of peace and understanding. The tindril bees, enchanted by the music, slowed their frenetic dance and eventually settled among the flowers, their aggression forgotten. In that moment, Ori and Zephyr realized the power of their friendship, a bond that transcended words and differences. They had faced danger together, and in doing so had discovered a shared strength. As twilight painted the sky with its soft pastel hues, Ori and Zephyr found themselves by the brook once more. Ori reached down, tracing patterns in the water's surface, while Zephyr emitted a soft, contented hum. "You know," Ori said, her voice a gentle caress, "I've learned something important. Friendship isn't about speaking the same language or being from the same place. It's about understanding, about being there for one another." Zephyr's eyes glowed warmly in agreement, its circuits whirring with a newfound understanding. Together, they had bridged the gap between their worlds, creating a bond that was as enduring as the stars overhead. As the first stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Ori and Zephyr settled into a comfortable silence, their hearts full of gratitude and affection. They had uncovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that could light even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, their story unfolded, a tale of discovery and companionship, woven into the very fabric of the stars. Story 23. On the gentle slopes of the verdant hills, where the emerald grass kissed the horizon and the soft murmur of a babbling brook filled the air, there lived a kind-hearted girl named Leora. Her home was a quaint cottage nestled among the whispering pines, with a thatched roof that seemed to blend seamlessly into the landscape. The scent of honeysuckle wafted through the open windows, mingling with the aroma of fresh bread that often baked in the kitchen. Leora was known throughout the village for her inquisitive spirit and her gentle heart. She spent her mornings helping the elderly with their gardens, her hands dark with earth, but her soul light with joy. Yet, despite her contentment, a quiet yearning thrummed like a gentle chord within her, a desire to know more about the stories her grandmother used to tell, stories of ancient legacies and forgotten traditions. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora's mother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with symbols that glowed softly in the fading light, like whispers of a forgotten language. "Your grandmother wanted you to have this," her mother said, her voice a gentle melody. "She said it holds the key to our family's legacy." Curiosity piqued, Leora took the box to her room, where the glow of a single candle cast dancing shadows on the walls. She opened the box with care, revealing a small, shimmering amulet nestled within a bed of soft, silken cloth. The amulet was shaped like a leaf, with veins of silver threading through its translucent surface, and it pulsed with an inner light that seemed to echo the rhythm of her heart. That night, as Leora lay in bed, the amulet under her pillow, she dreamt of a lush, ancient forest, where towering trees formed a canopy of green overhead, and the air was filled with the melodic songs of unseen birds. In her dream, she walked the forest paths, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had walked those trails many times before. The following morning, Leora woke with a renewed sense of purpose. She felt drawn to the forest that bordered her village, the same forest from her dream. With the amulet hanging around her neck, she set out, the morning sun casting a warm glow on her path. As Leora entered the forest, she was enveloped by its serene beauty. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of moss, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets she was eager to uncover. Guided by an unseen force, Leora found herself at the entrance of a hidden grove. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching skyward as if trying to touch the heavens. Beneath its boughs, she discovered a circle of stones, each inscribed with the same symbols as the box that had held the amulet. Kneeling before the stones, Leora placed the amulet in the center of the circle. As she did, the symbols on the stones began to glow, and a gentle melodic hum filled the air. It was then that she heard a voice, soft yet resonant, wind-like in its cadence. "Welcome, child of the forest," the voice intoned. "You have awakened the legacy of your ancestors. Our wisdom and our stories are yours to carry forward." In that moment, Leora understood. The amulet was a key, not just to her family's past, but to a heritage rooted in harmony with the natural world. She saw visions of her ancestors, guardians of the forest, their lives intertwined with the trees and the creatures that dwelled within. From that day on, Leora became a steward of the forest, guided by the wisdom of her ancestors. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to cherish the delicate balance of life that thrived beneath the forest canopy. Through her journey, Leora found a profound sense of belonging, not just to her family or her village, but to the earth itself. The amulet, now warm against her heart, was a constant reminder of the legacy she had inherited, a legacy of peace, wisdom, and unity. And so as the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's story became part of the tapestry of the verdant hills, a tale of discovery and connection, shared by the firelight on cozy evenings, bringing warmth and comfort to all who heard it. In the quiet of the night, as the forest sang its lullaby, Leora would often stand beneath the ancient oak, feeling the gentle embrace of her ancestors in the rustling leaves. She knew that, through their legacy, she was never alone, forever cradled in the gentle arms of her heritage, and in this knowledge she found peace. Story 24. On a gentle evening, when the sky was a velvet canvas sprinkled with twinkling stars, a young wanderer named Finn set out from his little cottage nestled at the edge of the whispering woods. His heart brimmed with the kind of curiosity that dances like fireflies on a summer's night. Tonight, he decided, he would follow the silver thread of moonlight that wove through the trees, leading to the mysterious realm known only as the Glimmering Grove. The whispering woods were alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the soothing chorus of crickets, creating a symphony that accompanied Finn's footsteps. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and fresh earth. As he ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, as if sharing secrets only the woods knew. Finn's path was illuminated by a gentle glow, each step revealing a world that felt both familiar and enchantingly new. Soon, Finn arrived at the threshold of the Glimmering Grove, a place whispered about in tales told by crackling firesides. Here, the trees were unlike any he'd seen before. Their bark shimmered with hues of silver and gold, and their leaves seemed to sing softly in the breeze. The ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly, their petals a myriad of colors that changed with every breath of wind. Finn paused to take it all in, his heart a flutter of excitement and wonder. As he continued his journey, Finn encountered the first of the grove's whimsical inhabitants, a family of lumalites. These tiny, glowing creatures flitted about like living stars, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. They danced around Finn, their laughter a tinkling melody that made him smile. One particularly bold lumalite with a bright blue glow hovered near Finn's ear and whispered, "Welcome, brave traveler. Follow us, and we shall show you the wonders of our home." With a nod and a grateful heart, Finn followed the lumalites deeper into the grove. Along the way, he marveled at the wonders unfolding before him. A pond where the water's surface mirrored the night sky, reflecting constellations that seemed to wink at him. A meadow where the grass swayed in rhythm with an unseen tune, and gentle breezes carried the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. Yet, not all was serene. As Finn ventured further, he encountered the gentle challenge of the misty maze, a labyrinthine path of swirling mists that seemed to shift and change. Remembering the stories his grandmother had told him, Finn knew that the key to navigating the maze was to trust in his instincts and the light of the lumalites. With each step, he felt a growing confidence, realizing that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the determination to move forward despite it. Guided by the lumalites, Finn slowly made his way through the maze. He listened to the soft whispers of the mist, which seemed to offer gentle guidance, and soon he emerged into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. There, in the center, stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was an old wise turtle named Elder Sylvan, the guardian of the grove. Elder Sylvan's eyes, deep and kind, met Finn's. "You have ventured far, young one," the turtle said in a voice that resonated with the warmth of a grandfather's embrace. "What have you learned on your journey?" Finn thought for a moment before replying. "I've learned that courage is the light that guides us through the unknown, and that exploration opens our hearts to the wonders of the world." Elder Sylvan nodded, his smile gentle and approving. "Indeed, you have discovered the heart of the grove's magic. It is a place that rewards the brave and the curious with its secrets and its beauty." As the night deepened, Finn knew it was time to return home. The lumalites gathered around him once more, their glow accompanying him back through the whispering woods. As he neared the edge of the forest, he turned to see the grove shimmering in the distance, a promise of more adventures yet to come. When Finn finally stepped back into the warmth of his cottage, he carried with him the peace and wonder of the Glimmering Grove. He knew that the journey had changed him in ways both profound and gentle. As he slipped into bed, the moonlight streaming through his window seemed to whisper a lullaby of courage and exploration, singing him to sleep. And so, under a sky adorned with stars, Finn dreamed of glowing groves and whispering woods, his heart ever open to the magic of the world. Story 25. In the tranquil village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her curiosity and an unyielding spirit that often led her into the heart of the forest, where ancient trees held secrets in their gnarled branches. It was said that the forest had a hidden world, a place where magic thrived and the air shimmered with possibilities. Anwen had heard the tales from her grandmother, who once claimed to have glimpsed the wonders beyond the veil of the ordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Anwen set out on a new adventure. The forest beckoned with its rustling leaves and the sweet scent of pine. She wore a cloak of deep green, blending into the tapestry of nature. Her satchel, filled with bread and cheese, bounced gently against her side as she walked. The path was familiar, worn by her many footsteps, but today felt different. There was a promise in the air, a whisper of something extraordinary. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew soft, filtered through the canopy above, creating patterns on the forest floor. Anwen's heart quickened with anticipation. She followed a trail of mushrooms that led her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, with bark that shimmered like silver under the dappled sunlight. Its leaves were a brilliant shade of turquoise, rustling with a music only the heart could hear. Anwen approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its smooth surface. To her astonishment, the tree responded with a gentle hum, a melody that filled the air with warmth and wonder. At that moment, a door appeared within the trunk, outlined by the glow of the tree's magical essence. Anwen hesitated only for a moment, her curiosity urging her forward. She pushed the door open and stepped into the hidden world. The realm beyond was a place of breathtaking beauty, where flowers bloomed in colors she had never imagined, and creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely. The air was alive with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, and the sky was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors. Anwen felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a part of herself that had been missing. As she explored this magical world, she met a creature named Leora, a gentle being with wings like a butterfly and eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Leora was the guardian of this realm, tasked with preserving its magic and harmony. She welcomed Anwen with a warm smile, her voice soft as a summer breeze. "Welcome, dear traveler," Leora said, her wings fluttering gracefully. "You have found your way to the Enchanted Glade, a place where dreams are born and wonders never cease." Anwen was delighted by Leora's presence, sensing a kindred spirit in her. They wandered together, sharing stories and laughter, forming a bond that transcended words. Leora showed Anwen the secrets of the glade, from the singing lilies by the crystal stream to the luminous fireflies that danced at dusk. Days turned into weeks, and Anwen felt her heart grow lighter with each passing moment. She learned the language of the glade, the songs of the wind, and the stories etched in the stars. Yet she knew that her time here was not endless. The village called to her, and she longed to share the magic she had discovered. Before she left, Leora gifted her a pendant, a delicate crystal that glowed with the light of the glade. "This is a piece of our world," Leora explained, placing it gently around Anwen's neck. "It will remind you of the magic within you, a light that can never be dimmed." With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Anwen bid farewell to Leora and the Enchanted Glade. She returned to Willow Grove, her mind brimming with tales of wonder and enchantment. The villagers listened with awe as she recounted her journey, their hearts touched by the magic she had brought back. Anwen's adventures in the hidden world transformed her, teaching her that friendship and wisdom could illuminate even the darkest paths. She carried the warmth of the glade within her, a beacon of hope and joy. And though the door to the Enchanted Glade remained closed, Anwen knew that magic was not confined to distant realms. It lived in the hearts of those who dared to dream, in the laughter of friends, and in the beauty of the world around them. As the years passed, Anwen grew into a wise woman, sharing her stories with generations to come. Her tales of the Enchanted Glade became a cherished part of Willow Grove's lore, a gentle reminder that magic was always within reach, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious souls. And so, under the twinkling stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, Anwen's story continued to inspire, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the enduring light of magic. Story 26? In the heart of a timeless forest, where the canopy of trees stretched high above, filtering sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow, there lived a community of curious creatures. This forest, ancient and wise, was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried tales of old, and the rustling leaves spoke the language of the earth itself. Each creature in the forest had its role, and together they formed a delicate balance that sustained their world. Among them was a kindly old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore patterns resembling the constellations of the night sky. Thistle was known for his wisdom, gathered over many seasons and shared with those who sought his counsel. One crisp autumn morning, as a cool breeze danced through the forest, casting a shower of golden leaves to the mossy floor, a young squirrel named Maple approached Thistle. Maple's fur was the color of freshly fallen chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with inquisitiveness and a touch of concern. "Thistle," she began, her voice soft like the rustle of leaves, "the winds have whispered to me of a change. The river flows less freely, and the acorns grow scarce. What could this mean for our home?" Thistle, with a slow, thoughtful nod, beckoned Maple to sit beside him on a sun-dappled patch of earth. "Ah, young Maple," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the forest speaks in its own way. Each rustle, each ripple carries a message." As they sat, the forest hummed around them. The gentle crooning of a distant brook, the sweet melody of birds weaving through the branches, and the soft, rhythmic heartbeat of the earth itself. Thistle explained that the forest had cycles, much like the moon and the tides. The scarcity of acorns and the sluggish river were signs of an imbalance. "Our world dances to the rhythm of balance," Thistle continued, his gaze steady and serene. "When one part of our forest thrives too much, another may suffer. It is up to us to listen and adapt." Maple nodded, understanding dawning within her. "What can we do, Thistle? How do we restore the harmony?" Just then a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a shimmering bead of silver that kissed the leaves with a soft patter. The rain brought with it the scent of earth renewed, fresh and alive. Thistle suggested that they gather the creatures of the forest to share this knowledge, to decide together what could be done. Over the next few days, a gathering was called beneath the grand oak, a tree so old and vast that its roots seemed to cradle the earth itself. Creatures of all kinds, rabbits, foxes, birds, and even the elusive deer, came to listen and share their thoughts. A wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers bore the color of twilight, spoke of how each creature played a role in the forest's health. The river needed clearing, for fallen branches and debris blocked its flow. The acorns, he explained, were less because the ancient oak had been overburdened with climbing vines, choking its branches. Together, the creatures devised a plan. The beavers would work to clear the river, their teeth sharp and skills unmatched. The squirrels, with Maple leading them, would scale the grand oak and gently remove the vines. Birds would help spread seeds to ensure new growth, and the foxes would patrol to ensure all efforts were undisturbed. As the days passed, a renewed energy swept through the forest. The river began to sing once more, its waters clear and bright, reflecting the azure sky. The grand oak, relieved of its burden, stretched its limbs wide, showering the earth with acorns. With the forest thriving, the creatures celebrated beneath the moonlit canopy. The fireflies joined in, their gentle glow like stars fallen to earth, while the breeze carried the soft strains of a lullaby sung by the crickets. Maple, nestled beside Thistle, felt a deep sense of peace. "Thank you, Thistle. I see now that each of us has a part to play, and together we can keep our home in balance." Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Indeed, dear Maple, the wisdom of the forest is a treasure passed down through our actions and care. As long as we listen and work together, our world will remain a haven." And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon, the forest rested, its harmony restored. The creatures, guided by wisdom and friendship, knew that the true magic of their world lay not in the extraordinary, but in the quiet, steadfast care they gave to one another and their home. As the night deepened, a gentle calm settled over the forest, and the creatures drifted into dreams carried on the wings of the night breeze, cradled by the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 27. In the tranquil expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against an indigo canvas, lay the serene planet of Lumera. Lumera was a world teeming with lush, bioluminescent flora, and its skies were painted with the gentle hues of dawn and dusk, creating an eternal twilight. It was here that the story of two unlikely companions began. On Lumera lived a being named Nori, a gentle creature with a translucent, shimmering skin that mirrored the colors of the sky. Nori belonged to the Lumaran species, known for their ability to communicate through light patterns that flickered across their bodies. They were a peaceful people, attuned to the quiet rhythm of their planet. One day, as Nori wandered through the glowing forest, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, metallic object partially buried in the soft, luminescent soil. It was a spacecraft, and standing beside it was a creature unlike any Nori had ever seen. This creature was called Tarek, hailing from the distant, arid planet of Zorak. Tarek had a rugged, stone-like exterior and eyes that gleamed like polished onyx. Tarek had crash-landed on Lumera, far from home and in desperate need of help. However, the Zorakians communicated through deep, resonant sounds that reverberated like the rolling of distant thunder. When Tarek attempted to speak, the vibrations startled Nori, causing their light patterns to flash erratically in confusion. Unsure of how to bridge the vast chasm of misunderstanding, Nori felt a pang of fear, but also a spark of curiosity. Determined to help, Nori extended a hand, a universal gesture of goodwill. Tarek paused, then mirrored the gesture, their rocky fingers gently meeting Nori's delicate hand. In that moment, a silent understanding began to form between them. As days turned into weeks, Nori and Tarek embarked on a journey to repair the damaged spacecraft. Despite their differences, they found ways to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Nori would gather glowing fruits from the forest, their light casting gentle shadows on Tarek's stony skin as they shared a meal. Tarek, in turn, used their strength to clear paths and lift heavy objects, aiding in the repairs. One evening, as they rested beneath the softly glowing canopy, Nori noticed a sadness in Tarek's eyes. Tarek missed the vast deserts of Zorak, the warmth of its suns, and the sound of the wind sweeping across the dunes. Sensing this, Nori created a pattern of lights that mimicked the dance of the Zorakian sun setting behind the horizon. Tarek's heart swelled with gratitude, and they responded with a low, harmonious hum that spoke of friendship and home. Their bond grew stronger through shared challenges. When a sudden storm swept across the Lumera, threatening their progress, Nori and Tarek worked side by side, securing the spacecraft and finding shelter. In the safety of a cavern, as the storm raged outside, they exchanged stories of their worlds, bridging the gap of language with the universal language of empathy and understanding. Through these trials, they learned the true essence of friendship, acceptance, patience, and the willingness to see the world through each other's eyes. Nori discovered that Tarek's strength lay not just in their physical form, but in their unwavering determination and loyalty. Tarek learned that Nori's gentle nature was matched by an inner strength that shone brightly in moments of adversity. Finally, the day came when the spacecraft was ready to take flight. Tarek stood at the threshold, feeling a bittersweet tug at their heart. Nori's light shimmered softly, reflecting the mixed emotions of farewell. They embraced, feeling a deep connection that transcended words. As the spacecraft soared into the twilight sky, Nori watched until it became a distant star, a reminder of the friend they had found in the most unexpected of places. Tarek, gazing back at the shrinking Lumera, carried with them the warmth of Nori's light and the lessons of a friendship that would forever illuminate their journey. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Nebula, beneath a canopy of endless stars, two souls from different worlds discovered that true friendship is a bridge that spans the vastest of distances, a light that shines through the darkest of times. Story 28. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a forest that whispered with the secrets of ancient magic, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its lush greenery and the gentle song of the river that wound through its center, a melody echoing the peaceful lives of its inhabitants. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, each day unfolding like a page in a storybook, except for one young woman named Brielle. Brielle was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and hair that danced like the flames in a hearth. She loved her village dearly, but felt a deep restlessness within, a yearning for something more, something she couldn't quite name. Change was a shadow that loomed over her, and though she longed for it, she found herself averse to its unpredictable nature. Every morning, Brielle would wander into the forest, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and the songs of birds weaving through the branches. Her feet would carry her to the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface like glass, reflecting the world in hues of green and blue. It was said that this pond held a secret magic, a magic that could reveal one's true self. One day, as Brielle sat by the pond, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny frog, its skin glistening like emeralds, struggling to leap from one lily pad to another. The frog's persistence caught Brielle's attention, and she watched as it finally made the leap with a triumphant croak. Intrigued and somehow inspired by the frog's determination, Brielle whispered softly to herself, "If such a small creature can embrace change, perhaps I can too." With a newfound sense of curiosity, Brielle decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a kind old woman named Mirren. Mirren's cottage was nestled at the edge of the forest, where the trees parted to reveal the sky in all its glory. As Brielle approached, she was greeted by the scent of herbs and the sight of Mirren tending to her garden. "Ah, Brielle," Mirren said with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Brielle hesitated, her heart a flutter of uncertainty. "I feel like the frog at the pond, Elder Mirren. I yearn for change, but fear what it might bring." Mirren chuckled softly, her laugh a soothing balm. "Change is the wind that carries us forward, dear one. It can be gentle like a breeze or fierce like a storm, but it always leads us to where we need to be." Encouraged by Mirren's words, Brielle began to visit the elder more frequently, each visit a journey deeper into understanding. Mirren taught her about the forest's magic, how it mirrored the changes within oneself. Brielle learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the land, and to see the beauty in transformation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Brielle sat by the pond once more. She closed her eyes and listened to the symphony of the forest, her heart open to whatever the night might bring. As she breathed in the crisp evening air, she felt a warmth envelop her, a gentle glow that seemed to arise from within. When she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by a soft, ethereal light. It shimmered like moonbeams, casting a gentle radiance over the pond. In that moment, Brielle understood. The magic of the forest was not something outside herself, but a part of her own spirit awakening. From then on, Brielle embraced the changes in her life with courage and grace. She became a guide for others in the village, helping them to find their own paths through the forest of life. Her heart no longer carried the weight of fear, for she had discovered the beauty and strength that lay within her all along. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the starry sky, Brielle's story of personal growth became a source of inspiration for all of Willowbrook. The village continued to thrive, each day a new chapter in the ever-unfolding tale of life, whispered by the winds and carried on the wings of change. As Brielle sat by the crackling fireplace, surrounded by friends and the warmth of the hearth, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. And as the flames danced and flickered, she smiled, her heart at peace, knowing that the journey of discovery was the most magical transformation of all. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a forest so ancient that its roots seemed to delve into the very heart of the earth, there lived a realm where the veil between the natural and the magical was gossamer thin. The towering trees, their bark carved with the runes of ages past, stood as silent sentinels, guarding the secrets that lay within their emerald boughs. It was here, in this verdant haven, that the hidden lives of the forest's creatures unfolded like a tapestry woven from the threads of nature itself. The gentle rustling of leaves whispered tales of dryads, their lithe forms flitting among the branches, their laughter like the tinkle of a woodland stream. Beneath the ferns and mossy logs dwelt the brownies, those mischievous yet kind-hearted sprites, ever vigilant in their stewardship of the forest floor. As the seasons turned their gentle cycle, the magic of this realm ebbed and flowed like the breath of the world itself. In spring, when the first buds unfurled their delicate petals, the air thrummed with the song of the fae, welcoming the renewal of life. Summer brought the warm caress of sunbeams filtering through the canopy, and the forest seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if infused with the very essence of joy. Autumn painted the woodland in a riot of crimson and gold, and the whispers of the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and rich, loamy earth. It was in this season that the forest's denizens gathered to celebrate the bounty of the harvest, their revelries lit by the flickering dance of will-o'-the-wisps. Yet it was winter that held the most profound magic of all. As the first snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the forest in a hush of crystalline white, the ancient trees seemed to slumber, their dreams weaving a tapestry of frost and ice. It was in these hushed, frozen moments that the wisdom of the ages was passed down from one generation to the next, whispered secrets shared by the elders of the woodland realm. For in this forest, every creature, every plant, every rock and stream was part of a delicate balance, a harmonious dance that had endured since the dawn of time. The wise ones taught that to maintain this equilibrium, one must walk softly upon the earth, treading with reverence and respect for all that dwelled within the emerald embrace of the trees. They spoke of the great oak at the forest's heart, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the fingers of an ancient sage. It was here that the councils were held, where the wisest among them gathered to discuss the ebb and flow of the seasons, the patterns of migration, and the nurturing of the land. And as the young ones listened, rapt by the elders' tales, they learned that true wisdom lies not in dominion over nature, but in living in harmony with its rhythms. They learned to read the language of the wind, to heed the whispers of the brooks, and to honor the cycle of life that bound them all together in this verdant sanctuary. Thus, in the ancient forest where reality and magic intertwined, the hidden lives of its inhabitants played out in a symphony of coexistence, each note contributing to the greater melody of the natural world. And as the seasons turned and the generations passed, the wisdom of ages echoed through the boughs, a gentle reminder that true magic lies in the beauty of balance and the reverence for all living things. Story 30. Title: The Whispering Willow and the Silver Moon. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a vast, lush valley, there was a small village named Willowbrook. The village was cradled by gentle hills and thick, verdant forests that whispered ancient secrets in the wind. The air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of the babbling brook that wound through the village was a constant, soothing melody. In Willowbrook, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Mira. Mira had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the sky above. She loved to explore the world around her, her feet rarely still, her eyes always seeking the hidden wonders of her little world. Her best friend, a clever and loyal squirrel named Nutmeg, was her constant companion on these adventures. Together, they would wander through the meadows and woods, Nutmeg perched on Mira's shoulder, chittering with excitement at every new discovery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mira and Nutmeg stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a secluded corner of the forest, where the trees grew thick and the shadows deep, they found an ancient willow tree. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its roots twisted and turned, forming intricate patterns in the earth. The willow stood apart from the other trees, its bark shimmering with a silvery glow in the fading light. Hanging from its branches were hundreds of tiny, luminous orbs that flickered like stars. Mira and Nutmeg were entranced by the tree's ethereal beauty, and as they approached, they heard a soft, melodic whispering, as if the tree itself were speaking. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the willow murmured, its voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am the Whispering Willow, guardian of the hidden world. Within my boughs lies a realm unseen by ordinary eyes, a place where magic flows like the river and dreams take flight." Mira's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden world?" she echoed, her voice tinged with awe. "Can we see it?" The willow's branches rustled, releasing a shower of silvery light. "Only those with pure hearts and open minds can enter," it replied. "But be warned, the journey within is one of transformation and growth. You must be brave and wise, for challenges await." Mira glanced at Nutmeg, who nodded with determination. "We're ready," she said, her voice steady with resolve. With that, the willow's branches parted, revealing a shimmering portal, a gateway into the hidden world. Mira took a deep breath, her heart pounding with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Together with Nutmeg, she stepped into the light. As they crossed the threshold, the world around them transformed. The familiar forest faded away, replaced by a landscape of breathtaking beauty. They found themselves in a meadow where flowers bloomed in every color imaginable, their petals sparkling with dewdrops that caught the light like tiny prisms. The air was alive with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender, and the sound of birdsong filled the sky. In this magical realm, the trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald green that seemed to glow from within. The brook that once bubbled quietly now sang a melodious tune, its waters a crystalline blue that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Mira and Nutmeg wandered through this enchanted land, their eyes wide with wonder. As they walked, they encountered creatures both familiar and fantastical. Rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, deer with antlers that glistened like silver, and butterflies with wings made of iridescent glass. At the heart of this hidden world stood a grand castle, its towers reaching up to touch the sky. The castle was built from stones that glowed with a soft golden light, and its windows sparkled like diamonds. Mira felt an irresistible pull toward the castle, as if it held the answers to mysteries she had yet to uncover. As they approached the castle gates, they were greeted by a kind-faced old woman with eyes that twinkled like stars. Her name was Elder Leora, and she was the keeper of the hidden world, a wise and gentle soul who had watched over the realm for centuries. "Welcome, Mira and Nutmeg," Elder Leora said, her voice warm and soothing. "You have embarked on a journey that will test your courage and wisdom. But fear not, for you are not alone. The magic of this world will guide you, and the bonds of friendship will be your greatest strength." Mira felt a spark of hope light within her. "What must we do?" she asked. Elder Leora smiled, her eyes filled with kindness. "Your journey is one of discovery and growth. To unlock the true magic of this realm, you must find the 4 elemental stones hidden within the land: earth, water, fire, and air. Each stone holds a lesson, and only by learning these lessons can you unlock the full potential of your heart." With a sense of purpose, Mira and Nutmeg set off on their quest, guided by the wisdom of Elder Leora and the magic of the hidden world. Their first destination was the Grove of Earth, a place where the ground was rich and fertile, teeming with life. The trees here were ancient and wise, their roots entwined in an intricate dance beneath the soil. As Mira and Nutmeg explored the grove, they came upon a great stone, its surface etched with symbols of strength and resilience. To claim the Earth Stone, Mira had to learn the lesson of patience and perseverance. She knelt before the stone, closed her eyes, and listened to the whisper of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the slow, steady heartbeat of the land, the rhythm of life itself. In that moment, she understood that growth takes time, and that the greatest strength lies in patience. The earth stone glowed with a warm, golden light, and as Mira touched it, she felt a surge of energy course through her. The first part of her journey was complete, and she knew that she was one step closer to unlocking the magic of the hidden world. Their next destination was the Lake of Reflections, a serene body of water that mirrored the sky above. The lake was surrounded by willows, whose branches dipped gracefully into the water, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. As Mira and Nutmeg approached the shore, they saw a stone resting at the water's edge, its surface smooth and polished. To claim the water stone, Mira had to learn the lesson of adaptability and flow. She watched the gentle ripples on the lake's surface, the way the water embraced every obstacle in its path, moving gracefully and without resistance. She realized that true strength lies in the ability to adapt, to flow with life's changes, rather than fight against them. The water stone shimmered with a soft, azure light, and as Mira touched it, she felt a sense of calm and clarity wash over her. She and Nutmeg continued on their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge they had gained. Their third destination was the Cavern of Flames, a place where the air was warm and crackling with energy. The walls of the cavern were lined with glowing crystals, and at its heart burned a fire that never went out, a symbol of passion and creativity. The firestone rested within the flames, its surface pulsing with a vibrant, fiery light. To claim the firestone, Mira had to learn the lesson of passion and courage. She gazed into the flames, feeling their warmth and energy, and understood that true passion requires courage, to follow one's heart, to take risks, and to embrace the unknown. She realized that within her burned a fire of creativity and courage, a light that could guide her through any darkness. The firestone blazed with a brilliant ruby light, and as Mira touched it, she felt a surge of inspiration and determination. She and Nutmeg pressed on, their spirits ignited by the fire within. Their final destination was the Summit of Winds, a place where the air was crisp and clear, and the sky stretched endlessly above. At the peak of the mountain, the air was alive with the sound of the wind, a symphony of whispers and songs. The airstone rested atop the summit, its surface gleaming with a silvery light. To claim the airstone, Mira had to learn the lesson of freedom and perspective. She stood at the edge of the summit, feeling the breeze lift her hair and fill her lungs with fresh, clear air. She realized that true freedom lies in perspective, the ability to see beyond the immediate, to rise above challenges, and to view the world with an open mind and heart. The airstone shimmered with a radiant silver light, and as Mira touched it, she felt a sense of liberation and joy. She had completed her quest, and the magic of the hidden world was now fully unlocked within her heart. With all 4 stones in hand, Mira and Nutmeg returned to the castle, where Elder Leora awaited them with a knowing smile. "You have learned the lessons of the elements," she said, her voice filled with pride. "You have discovered the magic within yourself, and through your journey, you have grown stronger and wiser." Mira felt a deep sense of fulfillment and gratitude. She realized that the true magic of the hidden world was not in the stones themselves, but in the journey and the lessons she had learned. She had discovered the power of patience, adaptability, passion, and perspective, and she knew that these gifts would guide her for the rest of her life. As the sun set on the hidden world, casting a warm golden glow over the land, Mira and Nutmeg made their way back to the Whispering Willow. The portal shimmered before them, a gateway back to their own world. Before they stepped through, Elder Leora placed a gentle hand on Mira's shoulder. "Remember, the magic of this world is always within you," she said, "and the bonds of friendship are the strongest magic of all." With hearts full of joy and a newfound understanding of the world and themselves, Mira and Nutmeg stepped through the portal, returning to the familiar sights and sounds of Willowbrook. As they emerged from the forest, the stars twinkled above, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the village. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook, a comforting melody that welcomed them home. Mira looked around at the village she loved so dearly, her heart swelling with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. She knew that life was full of hidden wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek them. And so, with Nutmeg by her side, Mira continued to explore the world around her, her eyes open to the beauty and magic that lay within and beyond. And so it was that the tale of the Whispering Willow and the Silver Moon was woven into the tapestry of time, a story of friendship, growth, and the enduring magic of the heart. The end. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches and the air was laced with the comforting scent of pine and earth, there lay a little village known as Willow Hollow. The villagers of Willow Hollow lived in harmony with their surroundings, tending to their gardens and fields, and often sharing stories by the fireside as the nights grew long. One gentle autumn evening, as the leaves turned from emerald to amber and scarlet, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It all started when the village's great oak tree, known as Elder Oak, began to lose its leaves at an unusual pace. This tree was not just any tree. It was believed to be the heart of the village, older than any of the villagers could remember. Its branches stretched wide, providing shelter and comfort to many woodland creatures, and a canopy under which the villagers gathered for festivals and celebrations. Concerned whispers spread like ripples through the village. "Why is Elder Oak shedding its leaves so soon?" asked young Milo, a curious and bright-eyed boy with a knack for noticing the small details of the world around him. His mother, a wise and gentle woman named Lila, suggested they seek the counsel of Old Fern, the village's sage and keeper of the forest's secrets. Old Fern lived in a quaint cottage nestled between the roots of a large willow tree, its branches draping like a curtain of green. The cottage was filled with the scent of herbs and spices, and the gentle crackle of a fire warming the stone hearth. As Milo and Lila entered, the old sage greeted them with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, which sparkled with an ageless wisdom. "Ah, Milo and Lila," old Fern said warmly, "to what do I owe this visit?" Milo, with an earnest gaze, shared the village's concern about the elder oak. "We think something might be wrong, but we don't know what," he explained. Old Fern nodded thoughtfully, her fingers brushing over the wooden beads of a necklace she wore, each bead representing a different season. "The forest speaks in whispers and signs," she said. "Sometimes it takes a careful eye and a listening heart to understand its language." Just then, a gentle fluttering sound drew their attention to the window, where a small creature with wings as delicate as lace hovered. It was a sylph, a tiny elemental spirit of the air, known for their playful nature and keen observations. The sylph's wings shimmered with the colors of the sunset, and its eyes, bright and curious, seemed to hold the secrets of the winds. The sylph perched on the windowsill, tilting its head as if to say, "Follow me." Old Fern chuckled softly. "It seems our little friend here might have some insight," she suggested. "Go with Milo and see what the forest might reveal." With a nod of understanding, Milo and the sylph set off into the woods, leaving Lila to discuss matters further with Old Fern. As they walked, the sylph flitted just ahead, leading Milo deeper into the forest, where the light filtered through the leaves like liquid gold. The path took them to a small clearing where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. Here the sylph paused, hovering above the water, and pointed toward the stream's edge with a delicate hand. Milo knelt down and noticed something curious. Small, glittering stones nestled among the river rocks, unlike any he had seen before. Milo picked up one of the stones, feeling its cool, smooth surface. "These stones must have washed down from somewhere upstream," he mused aloud. The sylph nodded, its wings fluttering in agreement, then motioned for Milo to follow once more. They continued along the stream until they reached a place where the water flowed beneath a small wooden bridge. Beneath the bridge, Milo spotted a gathering of woodland creatures, a family of rabbits, a pair of foxes, and even a wise old owl, all seemingly in deep conversation. The sylph landed gently on the bridge's railing, and Milo approached the gathering with quiet steps, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the creatures. "Hello, friends," he greeted them. "Do you know anything about these stones and why elder oak is losing its leaves?" The owl, with its feathers as soft as velvet and eyes like pools of midnight, spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "The stones are from the faraway hills, where the earth holds magic that is both ancient and powerful. They have been carried here by the stream's journey, and their presence has disrupted the balance." Milo listened carefully, understanding that the stones, though beautiful, were not meant to be here. "What can we do to help restore the balance?" he asked. The owl blinked slowly, considering the question. "The stones must be returned to their rightful place," it replied. "But it will not be an easy task, for the path is long and winding." Determined to help, Milo turned to the sylph, who nodded encouragingly. Together they devised a plan to gather the stones and return them to the faraway hills. The woodland creatures offered their assistance, the rabbits with their nimble paws, the foxes with their cleverness, and the owl with its wisdom to guide them. Over the next few days, under the gentle guidance of the sylph and the watchful eyes of the owl, Milo and the creatures worked together to collect the glittering stones. They fashioned small pouches from leaves and twine, carrying the stones carefully as they made their way to the faraway hills. The journey was filled with quiet moments of beauty and reflection, as they traveled through meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze, and forests where the air was filled with the songs of birds. Milo felt a deep sense of connection to the world around him, and to the friends who walked beside him. At last they reached the faraway hills, where the earth seemed to hum with a gentle energy. Here they placed the stones back among the rocks, where they shimmered like stars in a velvet sky. As they did so, a feeling of peace and balance washed over them, as if the world itself took a deep, contented breath. With their task complete, Milo and the creatures returned to Willow Hollow, where they found Elder Oak once more standing tall and strong, its branches adorned with vibrant leaves that whispered secrets to the wind. The village rejoiced, and Milo was hailed as a hero, though he humbly insisted that it was the work of many hearts and hands. That night, as the village gathered beneath the stars, Old Fern shared a story of wisdom and friendship, of how even the smallest among us can make a difference when we work together. Milo drifted to sleep that night with a heart full of warmth and gratitude, knowing that the forest and its creatures were always there, whispering their ancient wisdom to those willing to listen. And so, the mystery of the Elder Oak was solved. The village of Willow Hollow continued to thrive, and the Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the power of unity and the gentle magic that flows through all things. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the moon cast its silvery glow over the land, the world seemed to sigh in contentment, cradling its inhabitants in a tender embrace. The gentle mystery had been unraveled, leaving a sense of wonder and peace that would linger long after the story had ended. Story 32. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a small, sleepy village surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was kind-hearted and curious, with eyes that shone like twin stars and a smile that seemed to light up even the cloudiest of days. He lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village with his grandmother, whose stories of wonder and whimsy filled his dreams with endless possibilities. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced to the ground and the air was rich with the scent of apples and cinnamon, Oliver set out on his usual walk to the market. The path wound through a grove of ancient oaks, their branches creaking gently in the breeze as if whispering secrets to those who would listen. As Oliver walked, he noticed something unusual near the base of one particularly gnarled tree. There, half buried under a blanket of fallen leaves, lay a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Oliver carefully brushed off the leaves and opened the box, finding within it an old, delicate compass, unlike any he had ever seen. Its needle spun slowly, never quite settling in any one direction, and a warm, gentle glow emanated from its center. Taking the compass with him, Oliver continued on his way, the object cradled protectively in his hands. As he walked, he began to notice subtle changes in his surroundings. The once familiar path seemed to weave through the woods in new and unexpected ways, leading him to places he had never seen before. It was as though the compass was guiding him on a journey of discovery. Oliver soon found himself standing at the edge of a small clearing where the sunlight poured down like honey, warming the earth. In the center of the clearing stood a stone well, its moss-covered stones cool and smooth to the touch. Seated on the edge of the well was a small, sprightly squirrel named Pip. With fur as soft as a whisper and eyes bright with mischief, Pip greeted Oliver with a friendly chirp. "Ah, a traveler with a compass of wonder," Pip exclaimed, his tiny voice full of delight. "You've found the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." Oliver was captivated by Pip's cheerful demeanor and listened intently as the squirrel explained the compass's secret. "This compass," Pip said, "reveals the hidden magic of the world around you. But to truly understand its gift, you must embark on a journey, one that requires not just your feet, but your heart and mind." Eager to uncover the secrets of the compass, Oliver set off with Pip as his guide. They traveled through the forest, discovering hidden glades where the flowers sang soft melodies and streams that shimmered with colors of the rainbow. Along the way, they met other woodland creatures, each with their own unique personalities. There was Luna, the wise old owl, whose feathers seemed to hold the night sky, and Rufus, the gentle fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun. Together they embarked on an adventure filled with laughter and learning. Oliver discovered that the compass didn't simply point in a direction, but required him to look beyond the surface, to see the magic in everyday moments, and to listen to the wisdom of his newfound friends. The journey was not without its challenges. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a thick, swirling mist that obscured their path. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and a sense of unease settled over the group. Oliver paused, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. It was then that Luna, the wise owl, spoke. "Remember, young one, the compass shows the way not by force, but through understanding. Trust in your heart and the path will reveal itself. Taking a deep breath, Oliver closed his eyes and let the gentle glow of the compass fill his mind. He thought of all the lessons he had learned, the friendships he had formed, and the beauty he had seen. Slowly, the mist began to lift, revealing a path that shimmered with a soft, welcoming light. With renewed hope, Oliver and his friends continued their journey, the compass leading them to a magnificent glade, where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high above. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. This was the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the world converged in harmony. As Oliver approached, the compass in his hand glowed brightly, its warmth spreading through him like a comforting embrace. He realized then that the true magic lay not in the compass itself, but in the journey it had led him on, the friendships he had forged, and the understanding he had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver returned the compass to its box and placed it gently at the foot of the ancient tree, knowing it would guide others on their own journeys of discovery. As he turned to leave, his friends gathered around him, their eyes filled with the promise of future adventures. And so, Oliver returned to his village, forever changed by the wonders he had seen and the wisdom he had gathered. His heart was light, and his spirit was bright, for he knew that the magic of the world was always there, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. As the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, Oliver sat by the fire with his grandmother, sharing tales of his journey and the friends he had made. She listened with a knowing smile, her stories and his weaving together like the threads of a tapestry, rich with the colors of life and love. And so, with the warmth of the fire and the gentle murmur of the forest beyond, Oliver drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the world and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 33. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled like morning dew on the leaves. Lila had a curious heart, always eager to explore the secrets hidden in the swaying grasses and murmuring streams that surrounded her home. Her days were filled with the scents of wildflowers and the songs of birds, while her nights were crowned with tales from her grandmother, stories of magic and wonder that wrapped around her like a comforting quilt as she drifted to sleep. Lila's village was a place where time seemed to linger, where the hustle of the wider world felt like a distant hum. The villagers were kind and gentle, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient oaks that stood sentinel around them. Yet, despite the peace that enveloped her home, Lila yearned for something more. She longed for adventure, for the thrill of discovering something that no one else had seen. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in golden hues, Lila set out on one of her wanderings. The air was filled with the earthy smell of fallen leaves and the distant laughter of the brook that wound through the woods. She walked with purpose, her feet crunching over the path that led deeper into the forest, her senses alert to the rustling whispers of the trees. It was on this day that her life would change forever, though she did not yet know it. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Lila stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. It was a place where the sunlight danced through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In the center of this clearing stood a peculiar tree, its bark a shimmering silver, its leaves a vibrant emerald that seemed to glow with an inner light. Drawn to it, Lila approached, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and awe. Upon reaching the tree, she noticed something nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It looked ancient, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. Trembling with anticipation, Lila gently lifted the lid. Inside she found a delicate, translucent stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow, as if it had captured the essence of 1,000 sunsets. As she held the stone in her palm, warmth spread through her fingers, a comforting, gentle heat that seemed to whisper to her very soul. Without knowing how she knew, Lila understood that this was no ordinary stone. It was imbued with magic, a magic that had been waiting for someone like her to find it. From that day forward, Lila discovered that the stone granted her a remarkable ability. With a mere touch, she could communicate with the natural world around her. She could feel the thoughts of the trees, hear the songs of the stones, and even speak to the animals that roamed the forest. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden world that thrummed with life and spirit. Yet, with this newfound power came a responsibility. Lila sensed that the stone had chosen her for a reason, that there was a purpose she had yet to uncover. The forest, with its whispers and secrets, seemed to call to her, urging her to embark on a journey that would change her life in ways she could scarcely imagine. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila sat beneath the silver tree, the stone cradled in her hands. She had spent many days exploring the forest, learning from its inhabitants and listening to its age-old stories. But she felt a growing tug at her heart, a pull that urged her to venture beyond the familiar paths and into the unknown. With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and allowed the stone's warmth to fill her once more. She focused on the gentle hum of the forest, letting it guide her thoughts. In that moment, she heard a voice, not from the outside, but from within. A voice that spoke of a hidden realm, a place where magic thrived and ancient beings dwelt. It was a world that existed alongside her own, invisible to those who did not know where to look. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila set out at dawn, the stone safely tucked in her pocket. She followed the whispers of the forest, her steps light and sure. The journey was not an easy one, for the path was fraught with challenges that tested her courage and resolve. She encountered treacherous streams and steep cliffs, places where the forest seemed to conspire against her, testing her at every turn. But Lila was not alone. Along her journey, she befriended a small fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that gleamed with intelligence. He became her steadfast companion, guiding her with his keen senses and quick wit. The friendship between girl and fox grew strong, a bond forged in the trials they faced together. Through their adventures, Lila learned to trust in herself and in the magic of the stone. She discovered that the forest was not merely a backdrop for her journey, but a living, breathing entity that watched over her, offering guidance and protection. The trees became her confidants, their rustling leaves sharing secrets of ages past. The streams sang to her, their babbling voices soothing her weary spirit. At long last, Lila and her fox companion reached the edge of the hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between worlds shimmered like the surface of a pond under the moonlit sky. As she stepped across the threshold, Lila felt a tingling sensation, as if she were walking through a veil of mist. The realm she entered was unlike anything she had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air shimmered with magic and the landscape shifted with each step. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. Creatures of myth and legend roamed freely, their eyes filled with ancient wisdom. In this magical world, Lila discovered her true purpose. She learned that the balance between her world and the hidden realm was delicate, and that the stone she carried was a key to maintaining harmony. With the guidance of the realm's wise guardians, she began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate dance of life that wove their worlds together. Throughout her journey, Lila grew in wisdom and strength. She learned that true magic lay not in the power of the stone, but in her own heart. It was the magic of kindness and friendship, the magic of understanding and compassion that held the power to transform the world. When the time came for Lila to return to her village, she did so with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed. She knew she would never be the same, for her journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. She carried with her the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the knowledge that the magic of the hidden realm was a part of her forever. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her. She had found her place in the world, a place where she could share the magic she had discovered with those she loved. And as she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the stone beside her, she knew that the whispers of the forest would always be with her, guiding her on new adventures and filling her dreams with wonder. And so, in the warmth of her home, surrounded by the love of her family and friends, Lila drifted into a deep and restful sleep, her heart alight with the magic of the journey she had embarked upon, a journey that had shown her the true meaning of courage, friendship, and the boundless magic that resides in us all. Story 34. In a land where the whispers of ancient trees danced with the breeze and the earth sang with each dawn, there lay a forest unlike any other. This was the Forest of Everlight, an enchanted realm where the natural world thrived in harmony, and every creature played its part in the grand symphony of life. The forest was veiled in a perpetual twilight, an ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very leaves themselves. Here, the air was rich with the scent of pine and sweet wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of the canopy above was a constant, soothing presence. The forest floor was a tapestry of moss and ferns, soft and inviting underfoot, with tiny streams weaving through the underbrush, their waters as clear as glass. In this haven of balance lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of countless years, each groove telling a story of seasons past. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a sage whose knowledge had been passed down through generations. His eyes, deep and kind, were mirrors to the world's secrets, and he moved with a deliberate grace that spoke of his deep connection to the earth. Thistle's closest companion was a spirited young squirrel named Pip. Pip was a flurry of russet fur and boundless energy, always eager to explore and learn. His bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and his heart was as open and warm as the sunlit glades he loved to scamper through. Together, Thistle and Pip would wander the forest paths, sharing tales and observing the delicate balance that held their world together. They watched as the seasons wove their magic, transforming the forest in a cycle as old as time itself. The green vibrancy of spring gave way to the golden hues of summer, which then softened into the fiery brilliance of autumn before yielding to winter's serene, white embrace. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in shades of amber and crimson, Pip noticed something unusual. The wind, which usually carried the crisp scent of fallen leaves, brought with it a note of something bitter and unfamiliar. He scampered up to Thistle, his tiny paws pattering softly on the ground. "Thistle," Pip chattered, his voice a mixture of excitement and concern. "Something is amiss. The wind smells different, and the trees seem to whisper more urgently." Thistle, who had been nibbling on a patch of clover, paused and raised his head, sniffing the air thoughtfully. "You have a keen nose, my young friend," he said with a slow nod. "Indeed, the forest is speaking to us. We must listen carefully." The two made their way deeper into the forest, guided by the intangible threads of change that seemed to weave through the air. As they walked, they noticed that the leaves, which should have been falling gently to the ground, were clinging to their branches, rustling restlessly. Eventually, they arrived at the heart of the forest, a place known as the Glade of Seasons. Here, the ancient Oak of Ages stood, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old guardian. It was said that the Oak of Ages held the spirit of the forest within its roots, and that the changing of the seasons began at its base. As Pip and Thistle approached, they could feel a tremor in the air, a subtle shift that made the hairs on Pip's tail stand up. What could be causing this? Pip wondered aloud, his voice a whisper in the stillness. Thistle closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses to the ancient tree. "There is a disturbance," he murmured, "a disharmony in the cycle. We must find the source and restore the balance." Together they circled the great oak, searching for clues. It was Pip who first noticed a small shimmering light flickering at the base of the tree. It was a tiny orb, no larger than an acorn, pulsating with a soft, silvery glow. "What is it?" Pip asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Thistle studied the orb with a thoughtful gaze. "This is a seed of seasons," he explained, "a magical essence that helps guide the flow of time and change in our forest. But it seems to have separated from the tree. We must return it to its rightful place." Pip nodded, understanding the importance of their task. He carefully picked up the orb, feeling its warmth seep into his paws. It thrummed with an energy that was both powerful and gentle, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. With Thistle's guidance, Pip climbed the Oak of Ages, his small form agile and quick. As he ascended, he could feel the forest watching, a collective breath held in anticipation. At last, he reached a hollow in the tree, a natural cradle where the seed of seasons belonged. With great care, Pip placed the orb back into its nest. Instantly, a ripple of light spread through the oak, illuminating its branches in a cascade of shimmering hues. The forest exhaled, a sigh of relief that rustled through every leaf and blade of grass. As Pip descended, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of autumn once more. The leaves resumed their gentle dance to the forest floor, and the sun broke through the canopy, casting a warm, golden light over the glade. "You did it, Pip," Thistle said, his voice filled with pride. "You helped restore the balance. The forest is grateful." Pip beamed, his heart swelling with joy and a newfound understanding of the world around him. He had learned that even the smallest creature could make a difference, that harmony required the care and wisdom of all who called the forest home. As they made their way back through the whispering trees, the forest seemed to hum with a song of gratitude. It was a melody of life and renewal, a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play in the grand tapestry of existence. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, Pip and Thistle settled in for the night. They lay in a cozy den lined with soft moss, the warmth of friendship surrounding them like a gentle embrace. As Pip drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the forest was safe once more, held in the gentle balance of nature's wisdom. And in the quiet of the night, the forest of Everlight whispered its eternal promise, that life, in all its forms, would continue to thrive, nurtured by the harmony of the seasons and the timeless bond of friendship. Story 35. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In a quiet village, nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, a gentle breeze often drifted through the streets, carrying the scent of blooming wildflowers. This village, where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace, was known for its annual festival of lights. Every year, lanterns of all shapes and sizes would illuminate the night sky, each one crafted with care by the villagers. But among these lanterns, there was one that had been passed down through generations, said to hold a secret of the forest. The story begins with a young girl named Sophie, whose curiosity was as boundless as the open sky. Sophie lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by a garden bursting with colors. Her grandmother, known to all as Granny Willow, was the village's storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom by the fireside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Granny Willow beckoned Sophie to sit beside her. "Tonight, my dear," began Granny Willow, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "I shall tell you about the Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern." Sophie's eyes widened with excitement as she nestled into the soft cushions of the armchair. Granny Willow continued, "Long ago, a hidden world thrived within the Whispering Woods, a realm alive with magic and mystery. In this world, there existed an enchanted lantern, its light capable of revealing the true nature of anyone who gazed upon it." The story of the enchanted lantern filled Sophie's dreams that night, and when she awoke, the morning sun streaming through her window, she felt a pull towards the Whispering Woods. With a heart full of wonder and a mind brimming with questions, she decided she would find the lantern and uncover its secrets. Sophie set out on her journey one crisp autumn morning, the air cool against her cheeks. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with tall, ancient trees, whose leaves whispered secrets to those who listened. As Sophie walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows that adorned the branches above her. The ground beneath her feet was a soft carpet of fallen leaves, crunching gently as she trod upon them. As the woods embraced her, Sophie felt as though she had entered a different world. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp soil and moss, mingling with the sweet scent of wild berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced playfully along the forest floor. It wasn't long before Sophie encountered a gentle creature, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with kindness. "Hello there," Sophie greeted, her voice soft and friendly. The fox tilted its head as if considering her, before nodding in acknowledgement. "I'm looking for the enchanted lantern," she explained. hoping the fox might understand. To her surprise, the fox gestured with its snout, indicating a narrow path winding deeper into the woods. With a grateful smile, Sophie followed, her heart light with the promise of adventure. The path led Sophie to a glen where the trees parted to reveal a small clearing bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested the enchanted lantern. Its glow was warm and inviting, casting a gentle light that seemed to pulse with life. As Sophie approached, she noticed intricate designs etched into the lantern's surface, patterns that seemed to shift and change like the wind. The lantern's light washed over her, and in that moment, she felt a deep sense of peace and clarity. Yet, just as Sophie reached out to touch the lantern, a rustling sound caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a group of woodland creatures, rabbits, deer, and even a wise old owl perched upon a low branch. It was as if the entire forest had gathered to witness this moment. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted, its voice rich and resonant. "The lantern you seek holds the power to unveil truths, but it requires a heart pure of intent and a spirit open to understanding." Sophie nodded, her resolve firm. She knew she must use the lantern's light to uncover the mysteries of the forest, and perhaps learn something about herself in the process. With a deep breath, she lifted the lantern from its pedestal. Its glow intensified, enveloping the clearing in a warm embrace. As Sophie gazed into the light, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the lantern was guiding her to see beyond what was visible. Visions danced before her eyes, scenes of the forest's history, moments of joy and sorrow shared among its inhabitants. She saw the cycle of seasons, the ebb and flow of life, and the beauty of harmony between nature and its creatures. Amidst these visions, Sophie glimpsed her own reflection, not as she appeared in the mirror, but as she truly was, a kind-hearted girl with a thirst for knowledge and a love for the world around her. The lantern's light faded, and Sophie found herself surrounded by the forest creatures once more. They regarded her with a quiet understanding, as if they, too, had witnessed her journey of self-discovery. "You have seen much, dear Sophie," the owl spoke again, its eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember, the truest magic lies not in the lantern, but in the connections we forge and the truths we embrace." Sophie smiled, the weight of her journey settling comfortably in her heart. She thanked the fox, the owl, and all the creatures of the forest, knowing she had gained new friends and a deeper appreciation for the world she inhabited. With the lantern in her care, Sophie made her way back through the whispering woods, the path familiar and welcoming. As she emerged from the trees, the village lay before her, its rooftops glinting in the afternoon sun. Back home, Granny Willow awaited her, a knowing smile on her face. "Did you find what you were seeking, my dear?" she asked, her eyes filled with warmth. Sophie nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "I did, Granny, and I learned that the real magic is in understanding and friendship." Granny Willow hugged her close, the crackling fireplace casting a cozy glow around them. "Then you've discovered the greatest truth of all," she whispered. That evening, as the village gathered for the Festival of Lights, Sophie's lantern shone brighter than any other. It was a beacon of hope and unity, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. And as the lanterns floated into the night sky, their light mingling with the stars, Sophie knew that the Whispering Woods and its enchanted lantern would forever hold a special place in her heart, a reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one had the courage to seek them. And with that, Sophie drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of the enchanted lantern, guiding her into a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand. Story 36. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and dense whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her gentle spirit and curious nature made her a beloved figure among the villagers. She had a particular fondness for the stories that swirled around the village, tales of enchanted forests and magical creatures. But the one legend that captivated her most was that of the Whispering Lantern. The Whispering Lantern was said to be an ordinary-looking lantern that, when lit, would reveal the hidden wonders of the world. Many had searched for it, but none had succeeded. On a particularly crisp autumn afternoon, As leaves danced through the air in a symphony of reds and golds, Lila decided to embark on her own quest to find the lantern. Her journey began with a visit to the village elder, Old Sam, whose eyes held the wisdom of many lifetimes. His cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with books and trinkets, was a cozy haven. The air inside was tinged with the scent of cinnamon and old parchment. As Lila entered, Old Sam looked up from his reading, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "So, Lila, you've come to seek the Whispering Lantern, have you?" he said, his voice as soft and worn as the pages of an ancient book. Lila nodded eagerly, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Do you know where I might find it, Old Sam?" The elder chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustling of leaves. "The lantern reveals itself only to those who truly need it, my dear. But I can tell you this, you must listen to the whispers of the world around you. They will guide you." Armed with this cryptic advice, Leela set out toward the edge of the village, where the forest loomed with a quiet, ancient presence. As she walked, the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the landscape in shades of amber and rose. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the crisp air carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. Lila's first companion on her journey was a small, wise owl named Orin, who perched on a low-hanging branch, his feathers blending seamlessly with the bark. Orin blinked at her with large, knowing eyes. "The forest speaks in its own language," he hooted softly. "Listen closely, and you will hear its secrets." With Orin as her guide, Lila ventured deeper into the woods, where the light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, like pieces of a shattered rainbow. The forest was alive with sounds, the gentle trickle of a stream, the distant call of a lark, and the soft rustle of leaves as the wind wove its way through the trees. As twilight descended, painting the world in shades of indigo and silver, Lila began to feel a gentle tug at her heart, a whispering that seemed to call her toward a small clearing. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, she found a lantern. It looked weathered and unremarkable, its metal frame tinged with rust and its glass clouded with age. With a mix of trepidation and hope, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, a soft glow began to emanate from within, casting a warm golden light that illuminated the clearing. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, waiting. It was then that a soft voice, like a breeze weaving through the branches, filled the air. "Hello, Lila," it whispered. "What is it that you seek?" Startled but not afraid, Leela replied, "I seek to understand the world and to help those around me." The lantern's light pulsed gently, as if considering her words. "The true magic lies not in what is seen, but in what is understood," the voice murmured. "To see the wonders of the world, one must first see with the heart." As the lantern's glow enveloped her, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The world around her seemed to shimmer with possibilities, each leaf and shadow holding its own quiet magic. She realized that the lantern had not revealed itself to show her grand spectacles, but to illuminate the beauty and wonder that existed in the ordinary. With this newfound understanding, Lila continued her journey, the lantern lighting her path. Along the way, she met other gentle souls, a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose chatter brought laughter to her days, and a graceful deer named Saren, who guided her through the densest parts of the forest. Together, they faced challenges that required wisdom and kindness rather than force. When they encountered a river too wide to cross, it was Saren who suggested they wait for the morning mist, which would reveal stepping stones hidden beneath the water. When they found a garden tangled with thorns, it was Pip who darted among the brambles, finding the path through patience and persistence. As Lila journeyed on, she learned to listen to the whispers of the world, to see the unseen connections between all living things. Each step brought her closer to understanding not just the magic of the lantern, but the magic within herself and the world around her. As the days turned to weeks, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories and wisdom to share. The villagers gathered around her, eager to hear of her adventures, and she told them not of grand spectacles, but of the quiet wonders she had discovered, the beauty of a sunrise, the harmony of the forest, the kindness of friends. The whispering lantern, now a cherished companion, hung in her window, its gentle glow a reminder of the journey she had taken. And though the lantern's light was visible to all, it was Lila's newfound wisdom that truly illuminated the village, inspiring others to seek the magic in their everyday lives. And so, under the starlit sky, as the village nestled into the embrace of night, Lila's story wove its way into the hearts of those who listened. A gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all lies in the simple act of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart open to the whispers of the world. With a contented sigh, Lila settled into her bed, the soft glow of the lantern casting gentle shadows on the walls. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, the laughter of friends, and the comforting knowledge that she was part of a world full of quiet miracles, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. And as the night enveloped Willowbrook in its peaceful embrace, the village slumbered, cradled by the promise of a new day and the endless possibilities it held. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Feather of Time. In the heart of a small, sleepy village named Briar Glen, nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by lush, whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart as warm as a summer sunbeam. He spent his days exploring the vibrant tapestry of nature that surrounded his home, often accompanied by his best friend, a clever little squirrel named Pippin. The village of Briar Glen was a place where stories of old were passed down like heirlooms, tales of magic and mystery that swirled like mist among the trees. Elders spoke of a hidden world within the woods, a realm where enchantment lingered like the fragrance of wildflowers. It was said that only those with pure hearts and a thirst for adventure could discover its secrets. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Finn and Pippin set out on another adventure. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered promises of wonder. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path seemed to twist and turn in unexpected ways, as if guiding them toward an unseen destination. The woods, usually so vibrant with the chatter of birds and the symphony of insects, grew strangely quiet. Finn felt a tingle of anticipation dance up his spine. Pippin, too, sensed the shift and perched on Finn's shoulder, his tiny eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Suddenly, they arrived at a clearing bathed in ethereal light, a place neither had ever seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree lay a shimmering object, a feather unlike any they had ever seen. It glowed with a soft, silvery light, pulsating gently as if alive. Finn knelt beside the feather, his fingers brushing its surface. A warmth spread through him, and he felt a peculiar sensation, as if time itself had paused to catch its breath. Pippin chirped excitedly, his little paws patting Finn's shoulder in encouragement. As Finn held the feather, a voice as soft as a summer breeze filled his mind. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the Feather of Time, a gift bestowed upon those who seek with open hearts and minds." Finn's eyes widened in wonder. "What does it do?" he asked aloud, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the magic of the moment. "The Feather of Time holds the power to glimpse into the past or future, to learn from what has been and what might yet be," the voice explained. "But be wise, dear one, for time is a delicate tapestry, and its threads must not be unraveled carelessly." Finn nodded, understanding the gravity of the gift he held. With Pippin by his side, he decided to use the feather to look into the past, to uncover the mysteries of the hidden world within the woods. He closed his eyes, focusing on the feather's warmth, and felt a gentle tug as if being pulled through the veil of time. When he opened his eyes, Finn found himself standing in the same clearing, but the world around him had changed. The air was filled with vibrant colors, the trees adorned with blossoms of every hue. Creatures of all shapes and sizes moved gracefully through the trees, their eyes gleaming with intelligence and kindness. Finn watched in awe as a group of woodland creatures gathered around the ancient oak, listening to the gentle voice of a majestic deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight. The deer spoke of harmony and balance, of a time when the hidden world and the human world were one, connected by bonds of friendship and respect. As Finn listened, he realized that the hidden world was not so different from his own. It was a place where kindness and understanding bridged the gap between differences, where wisdom was shared like a precious gift. He saw how the creatures worked together, each playing a vital role in the harmony of their world. The vision faded, and Finn found himself back in the present, the feather still warm in his hand. He looked at Pippin, who chattered excitedly, as if understanding the lessons they had witnessed. Determined to honor the insights he had gained, Finn resolved to bring the spirit of the hidden world back to Briar Glen. He knew that by sharing the values of friendship, wisdom, and respect, he could help his village rediscover the magic that lay within their own hearts. With Pippin by his side, Finn returned to the village and began to share stories of the hidden world. He spoke of the harmony he had witnessed, the friendships that transcended differences, and the wisdom that came from understanding one another. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the warmth and sincerity of Finn's words. As days turned to weeks, a change began to sweep through Briar Glen. Neighbors who had once been distant grew closer, working together to care for their village and its surroundings. Children played with newfound joy, inspired by Finn's tales of wonder and unity. The village elders, too, took Finn's lessons to heart, weaving the values of the hidden world into their teachings and traditions. The village became a place of harmony, where kindness blossomed like wildflowers in spring, and friendships flourished like the trees in the whispering woods. One evening, as the sun set and the village gathered around a crackling fire, Finn felt a gentle warmth in his pocket. He reached in and found the feather of time, its glow soft and comforting. As he held it, he realized that the feather's magic had not faded, but rather, it had become a part of him, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. Finn smiled, his heart full of gratitude for the hidden world and the wonders it had revealed. He knew that the magic of the feather would remain with him, guiding him through life's challenges and reminding him of the power of friendship and wisdom. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Finn looked around at his friends and family, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. The journey had changed him, but it had also changed his village, weaving a tapestry of love and unity that would endure for generations to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the glow of the feather of time, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of his heart. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among misty hills, strange happenings began to unfold. It started with little things: a pot of honey inexplicably spilled on the kitchen floor, a basket of freshly picked berries scattered across the garden path. The villagers scratched their heads but thought little of it at first. That is, until young Willow found her sewing basket in complete disarray, with threads and needles strewn about as if tiny hands had been rifling through it. Willow loved to sew and took immense pride in keeping her supplies tidy. "This is no ordinary mess," she remarked to her best friend Oak, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Oak, ever the loyal companion, vowed to help Willow get to the bottom of this curious mystery. Together, they searched for clues, their eyes sharp like little falcon hunters scouring the forest floor. It was Oak who first spotted the tiny footprints in the soft soil by the stream's edge. "Look here, Willow, do you see?" He traced the little indentations with a stick. "These seem too small for any creature I know." Willow gasped in realization. "Why, you don't suppose, could it be? Fairies?" They had heard tales of the mischievous fairy folk from old Wilbur, the village's cherished storyteller. Fairies were impish tricksters, known for playing harmless pranks and havoc with household items, but no one had actually seen them for decades. With renewed determination, the two friends followed the tiny trail deep into the forest's mossy embrace. All around them, sunbeams pierced the leafy canopy in shimmering ribbons of light. Willow could have sworn she heard the tinkle of laughter on the breeze. Suddenly, a miniature figure no taller than Willow's hand darted across their path. It wore a peaked cap with a feather plume and moved with the swiftness of a hummingbird. "Over there!" cried Oak. Without thinking, he gave chase, pushing past ferns and brambles. Willow rushed after him, her heart pounding with mingled excitement and trepidation. At last they emerged into a sun-dappled clearing and found themselves surrounded by dozens of tiny hovering folk, their translucent wings a blur as they zipped to and fro. A high, piping voice rang out. "Well, well! What have we here? Two cumbersome humans blundering into our secret grove." Willow and Oak stood in awed silence as a regal little figure stepped forward, resplendent in a robe of iridescent petals. She fixed them with a stern look through eyes that shone like obsidian. "I am Zinnia, queen of the Bramblebrook fairies." She folded her arms in a no-nonsense manner. "And you have intruded upon our domain without so much as a by your leave." Oak swallowed hard before finding his voice. "Please, your majesty, we meant no disrespect. We only wished to solve the mystery of the scattered household items in our village." Zinnia raised one delicate eyebrow. "And what makes you think we had anything to do with that?" Just then, a tiny fairy zipped out from behind her, struggling to subdue a wriggling burlap sack that seemed to move of its own accord. Willow gasped as she recognized her sewing basket. "Twig!" Zinnia scolded. "I thought I told you to leave the human belongings be." The little fairy named Twig hung his head in shame as the queen sighed heavily. "You see, dear ones, my subjects sometimes get a bit overexcited when it comes to your curious human ways. They cannot resist prodding and poking at your enchanting man-made creations." Willow felt a smile tugging at her lips. Then it was truly just innocent mischief? We were so worried some malicious force was at work. Zinnia's severe expression softened. "Indeed not, though I fear we may have taken our antics too far this time." She turned to her fairy folk. "No more pilfering, do you hear? We shall return every borrowed item promptly." As if by magic, the scattered items began swirling through the air, finding their way into the proper baskets and pots to reassemble themselves in their original order. Willow and Oak watched in wonder at the breathtaking display of the fairies' power. When at last every humble household object had been set to rights, Zinnia inclined her head respectfully towards the two friends. "I thank you for your understanding. Henceforth, let there be peace and goodwill between our kinds." Her eyes twinkled with mirth. "Though I cannot guarantee those rascals won't try to sneak another peek at your bewitching human artifacts from time to time." Laughing, Willow and Oak bowed in return. As they turned to make their way back home, Twig suddenly appeared by Willow's shoulder. "If you please, me laddie," the tiny fairy said, "might I beg a scrap of that lovely cloth you were working on? I would dearly treasure it for my blanket." Willow beamed and handed him a square of the soft woolen fabric from her basket. Twig stroked it reverently before zipping off to rejoin his kin, clutching his prized treasure. From that day on, Willow and Oak took care to leave small offerings for the fairies: a cup of fresh cream, a handful of acorn caps, a sprig of lavender. In return, they noticed their chores were sometimes mysteriously completed while their backs were turned, or a stray button was deftly replaced upon a coat. The strange happenings continued, but now they held no fearful mystery, only the cheery magic of new friends, however tiny they might be. Story 39. In the heart of the tranquil, whispering wood, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lay a quaint little village named Glimmerbrook. It was a place where magic was as natural as the morning dew, and kindness was the currency of the day. The villagers, a merry bunch of elves, gnomes, and talking animals, lived in harmony, their lives entwined like the ivy on the old stone cottages. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar event sparked gentle curiosity amongst the villagers. A series of strange occurrences began to unfold, candles flickering in unison without a breeze, the old oak tree at the village center occasionally whispering riddles, and most intriguingly, the village's beloved moonstone fountain had taken to bubbling with a soft, luminescent glow every night. The villagers, wrapped in their cozy scarves and woolen hats, gathered around the fountain, their eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the fountain is trying to tell us something," mused Marin, the village's wise old owl, her feathers ruffled with intrigue. "It must be a sign," piped up Finn, an ever-curious young elf whose heart brimmed with adventure and kindness. But what could it mean? The village elder, a gentle gnome named Eldon, with a beard as white as the first winter snow, nodded sagely. Perhaps it's time to seek the guidance of the Whispering Wood's guardian, the great Willow. The great Willow, an ancient tree with branches that reached for the stars, was said to house a spirit of immense wisdom. It had been many a year since anyone had sought its counsel, for its riddles were known to be as deep as the forest itself. With lanterns in hand to light their way, a small group set out beneath the shimmering starlit sky. The path through the forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony that guided them deeper into the heart of the wood. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of fallen leaves. Upon reaching the great willow, its branches swayed gently, as if acknowledging their presence. Finn stepped forward, his eyes reflecting the twinkling stars above. "Great Willow," he called respectfully, "we seek your wisdom. Strange things are happening in our village, and we wish to understand their meaning." The great Willow's voice emerged like a gentle breeze through the leaves, warm and wise. "In the heart of magic, truth often hides in plain sight. Look not for answers in what you see, but in what you feel. The heart's intuition will guide you where eyes cannot." Puzzled but also inspired, the group thanked the great Willow and began their journey back to Glimmerbrook, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. As they walked, Finn pondered the Willow's words. "The heart's intuition," he murmured. "Maybe it's not about the fountain or the tree, but something deeper." Back at the village, Finn and Marin gathered the villagers once more, sharing the Willow's cryptic message. "Perhaps," Marin suggested, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "this is about us, about how we listen and connect with each other and the world around." Inspired by this newfound perspective, the villagers began to pay closer attention to their daily lives, listening deeply to one another, sharing stories, laughter, and a renewed sense of community. They realized that the flickering candles, the whispering oak, and the glowing fountain were gentle reminders of the magic that thrived in their bonds and shared understanding. The days passed, and as the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the village in a soft, silent white, the mystery unraveled gently, like a story told by the fireside. The strange occurrences ceased, but the glow of friendship and unity remained, brighter than ever. One evening, as they gathered around the moonstone fountain, now still and serene, Eldon spoke, his voice warm with satisfaction. "The heart truly knows what the eyes cannot see. We've learned to listen not just to the signs, but to each other." And so, in the cozy village of Glimmerbrook, under the watchful eyes of the great Willow and the twinkling stars, the villagers discovered that the greatest magic lay not in the mysterious happenings, but in the simple, profound connections they shared. As they settled into their homes, comforted by the warmth of their community, they drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing they were part of a world where magic and kindness intertwined like the gentle embrace of old friends. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart as warm as the summer sun and an insatiable curiosity that often led her on small adventures through the meadows and forests surrounding her home. Her village was a peaceful place, where the days were marked by the gentle chime of the church bells, and the evenings were filled with the soft hum of crickets. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced through the air, Lily decided to explore the attic of her grandmother's cottage, a place she had rarely ventured. Dust motes floated like tiny stars in the sunbeams that pierced through the small window. As she rummaged through old trinkets and forgotten books, her hand brushed against something cool and metallic. Pulling it out, she discovered a peculiar, ornate key, unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface was engraved with tiny, intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Intrigued by her find, Lily tucked the key into her pocket and descended the creaky stairs to show her grandmother. The old woman, with her kind eyes and gentle smile, took the key in her hands and examined it closely. "Ah, Lily," she said, her voice soft and full of nostalgia. "I haven't seen this in years. It belonged to my grandmother, and she always said it held a secret, a special power, but only for those who truly needed it. That night, as Lily lay in bed, the key resting on her nightstand, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was meant for her. Her dreams were filled with whispers of a hidden door, a place where magic and reality blurred. The following day, driven by an inexplicable sense of purpose, Lily set out to discover what the key might unlock. She wandered through the village, asking for tales and legends, and it wasn't long before she found herself at the edge of the ancient forest, where the trees stood tall like silent sentinels. As she stepped beneath their boughs, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. With each step, Lily felt as though the forest was guiding her, urging her onward. Soon she came across a clearing where the light was softer, and the air seemed to hum with a gentle energy. In the center stood an old, weathered door, half hidden by ivy and thyme. Lily's heart quickened as she approached, the key in her hand feeling warm and alive. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door creaked open, revealing a garden unlike any she had ever imagined. Flowers of every hue bloomed in abundance, their sweet fragrance mingling with the song of a nearby brook. The air was filled with a golden glow, and the world seemed to pause, caught in a moment of perfect peace. As Lily stepped into this enchanted realm, she was greeted by a pair of curious eyes peering from behind a vibrant rose bush. Out stepped a small, furry creature with the softest, silkiest fur of deep midnight blue. It had large, expressive eyes and a mischievous grin that immediately put Lily at ease. "Welcome, welcome," it chirped, its voice as melodic as the tinkling of a bell. "I am Nimbus, the guardian of this garden. It seems the key has finally found the right hands." Nimbus explained that the garden was a place where wishes and dreams took root, where the heart's truest desires could blossom into reality. However, there was a challenge that lay ahead, one that required wisdom and kindness above all else. In the heart of the garden stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with stories of old. It was said that those who could understand the language of the tree would unlock the garden's true magic. But the tree spoke not in words, but in feelings and memories, in the quiet understanding of nature's song. Lily spent many days in the garden, learning from Nimbus and the gentle creatures who called the place home. There was Whisk, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume of smoke, who taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind. There was also Puddle, a wise old turtle with a shell as smooth as polished stone, who spoke of patience and the passage of time. As the sun set one evening, casting the garden in hues of pink and gold, Lily sat beneath the ancient tree, her heart open and her mind still. She closed her eyes and let the sounds of the garden wash over her, the rustle of leaves, the trickle of water, the soft laughter of her new friends. In that moment of quiet reflection, Lily began to understand the language of the tree. It spoke not of grand gestures or heroic deeds, but of the simple beauty of kindness and the power of a gentle heart. She realized that the key had opened more than just a door. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world around her. With newfound wisdom, Lily returned to the village, her heart light and her spirit bright. She carried with her the lessons of the garden, sharing them with those she met, spreading kindness and warmth wherever she went. And though she often returned to the enchanted garden, it was the memories and friendships she had made that stayed with her always, a reminder that true magic lies in understanding and love. As the years passed, the key became a cherished family heirloom, passed down with the stories of Lily's adventures. And in the quiet corners of the village, beneath the gentle gaze of the ancient forest, the garden remained, a secret haven of magic and dreams, waiting for the next curious heart to discover its wonders. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the soft glow of the moon, Lily's story became a lullaby, whispered through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of curiosity, friendship, and the magic that resides within us all. Story 41. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the verdant folds of an ancient forest, there lay a village untouched by the rush of time. This place, where the whispering winds carried tales of old, was known as Elderglen. Elderglen was a tapestry of quaint cottages, each with thatched roofs thick with moss, surrounded by gardens where vibrant wildflowers swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, creating a cocoon of tranquility that wrapped around the village and its inhabitants. In this village lived a young girl named Isolde. She was known for her bright hazel eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the woods, and a laugh that rang like the tinkling of 1,000 bells. Isolde had an insatiable curiosity, always asking questions about the world beyond the towering trees that circled Elderwood like ancient sentinels. Her days were spent exploring the forest's edge, listening to the stories carried on the wind, and dreaming of adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, Isolde set out on one of her explorations. The forest was alive with the colors of fall. Leaves of amber, crimson, and gold fluttered to the ground in a gentle cascade. It was as if the earth itself was dressed in a quilt of warmth and wonder. The crunch of leaves underfoot was a melody to Isolde's ears, and she hummed along as she wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. As the morning wore on, Isolde stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center of this glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The tree was magnificent, its branches stretching towards the sky as if in supplication. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a peculiar sight, a small, silver locket that gleamed in the dappled sunlight. It looked out of place amidst the natural beauty, as if it had been carefully placed there by unseen hands. Isolde's heart raced with excitement as she approached the locket. It was intricately crafted, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as the light played across its surface. Tentatively, she reached out and picked it up. The locket felt warm in her hand, pulsing gently as if it held a heartbeat of its own. Overcome with curiosity, she opened it to find a tiny, shimmering crystal nestled inside, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held the locket, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the clearing, carrying with it a voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Keeper of the locket, you have been chosen," it whispered, its tone both ancient and kind. "With this gift, you shall see the hidden world and learn its secrets, but take heed, for with great power comes great responsibility." Isolde looked around, wide-eyed, but saw no one. The forest had fallen silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for her response. She clutched the locket tighter, feeling a sense of connection to something much larger than herself. "I accept," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. With her acceptance, the world around her seemed to shift. Colors became more vivid, the sense of the forest deeper and more complex. Isolde could now see tiny, glowing creatures flitting among the leaves, their wings leaving trails of light in their wake. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the hidden world that lay beneath the surface of the ordinary. Over the following days, Isolde returned to the clearing each morning, eager to learn more about the mysteries now open to her. She discovered that the forest was alive with magic, a delicate balance of elements that wove together to create the harmony of life. The glowing creatures, whom she called luminettes, were gentle beings that tended to the plants and animals, ensuring the well-being of the entire ecosystem. Isolde formed a bond with the luminettes, their friendship blossoming like the flowers they nurtured. They taught her to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to respect the delicate dance of life within the forest. In return, she shared stories of Elderwood, tales of human kindness and community that fascinated her new friends. One day, as Isolde sat beneath the ancient oak, a shadow fell over the clearing. Startled, she looked up to see a figure emerging from the trees. It was a young boy around her age, with eyes the color of the sky on a stormy day and a mop of unruly black hair. He wore simple clothes, but there was an air of mystery about him, as if he too belonged to the secret world of the forest. "Hello," Isolde called out, her voice filled with warmth. "I'm Isolde. Who are you?" The boy smiled, a shy but genuine expression. "I'm Rowan," he replied, his voice soft like a gentle breeze. "I've been watching you in the luminettes. I've never seen anyone else who can see them." Isolde's heart leapt with joy. She had found someone who shared her gift, her secret. "It's the locket," she explained, showing it to him. "It revealed the hidden world to me." Rowan nodded, his eyes alight with understanding. "I've known about the luminettes for as long as I can remember," he said. "My grandmother was their friend, and she taught me how to see them without the locket." The two children quickly became inseparable, spending their days exploring the forest and learning from the luminettes. They discovered hidden groves where the trees sang, streams that sparkled with laughter, and meadows where time seemed to stand still. Through their adventures, they grew not only in knowledge, but in friendship, their bond deepening as they shared their dreams and fears. As autumn gave way to winter, a new challenge presented itself. One morning, Isolde and Rowan noticed that the forest seemed quieter, the usual chatter of the luminettes hushed and anxious. Concerned, they followed the creatures to a secluded part of the woods, where they found the source of the trouble. A large, twisted bramble had started to grow, its thorns threatening to overtake the trees and choke the life from the forest. The luminettes hovered around the bramble, their lights dimmed with worry. "This is the work of the shadowthorn," the oldest luminette explained, its voice tinged with sadness. "It feeds on darkness and despair, and if it isn't stopped, it will consume everything." Isolde and Rowan exchanged worried glances. They knew they had to act, but the shadowthorn was unlike anything they had ever faced. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, creeping dread that sapped their courage. "We have to stop it," Isolde declared, her voice firm despite the fear that gnawed at her heart. "But how?" Rowan thought for a moment, then nodded with determination. "We need to find the source of its power," he said. "If we can break its connection to the darkness, we can stop it from spreading." Together, with the guidance of the luminettes, they set off on a journey through the forest, following the twisted roots of the shadowthorn as they snaked deeper into the earth. Their path led them to a hidden cavern, a place untouched by light, where the air was heavy with sorrow. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of inky black water, its surface swirling with shadows. The shadowthorn's roots plunged into the pool, drawing strength from its depths. Isolde and Rowan approached cautiously, the luminettes at their side, their lights a fragile beacon in the darkness. As they stood before the pool, Isolde felt the locket pulse with warmth, a reminder of the light within her. She turned to Rowan, her eyes bright with resolve. "We have to fill this place with light," she said. "It's the only way to banish the darkness." Rowan nodded, understanding her intent. Together they focused on the locket, channeling their combined strength and love for the forest into its crystal heart. The luminettes joined in, their lights growing brighter until the cavern was aglow with a radiant golden light. The shadows writhed and twisted, recoiling from the brilliance that surrounded them. Slowly, the pool began to shrink, the darkness within it dissipating like mist before the morning sun. The roots of the shadowthorn withered and crumbled, releasing their hold on the forest. With the source of its power vanished, the shadowthorn began to wither and die, its twisted branches falling away one by one. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the air once again filled with the gentle hum of life. Isolde and Rowan emerged from the cavern, their hearts light with triumph. The luminettes danced around them in celebration, their lights a joyful symphony of color. The children knew that they had saved the forest, not through force or fear, but through the power of friendship and the light of hope. As winter settled over Elderglen, Isolde and Rowan continued to explore the forest, their bonds stronger than ever. They knew that the lessons they had learned would stay with them always, guiding them as they faced whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, in the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful branches of the ancient oak, Isolde and Rowan found not only a hidden world, but a friendship that would endure through all seasons. Together, they embraced the magic of the forest, knowing that as long as they had each other, they could face any darkness that dared to cross their path. The village of Elderglen, nestled in its timeless cocoon, remained a place of peace and wonder, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them. And as the stars twinkled overhead, Isolde and Rowan lay beneath the canopy of trees, dreaming of adventures yet to come, their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into slumber, remember the light within you, and let it guide you through the hidden worlds of your dreams. For in every heart lies a locket of light, waiting to reveal the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Good night, and sweet dreams. Story 42. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 43? Story 44. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot. whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "Oh, wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 48. Story 49. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance. Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home, the trees explained. You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony. Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Story 50. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willow. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a hidden world known only to those who lived among the rustling leaves and the whispered secrets of the trees. In this enchanted realm, the natural creatures thrived in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, each playing their part in the grand symphony of life. The forest, vibrant and alive, was a place where sunlight trickled through the leaves like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth and light. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a heady aroma that spoke of life both old and new. Here, every rustle of a leaf, every chirp of a cricket, and every babbling brook added its note to the soothing melody of nature. Amidst this serene setting, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes were like pools of amber, deep and knowing. He was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, a role passed down through generations of his lineage. Orin had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its inhabitants with gentle advice and stories of old. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of crimson and gold, a young fox named Finley approached Orin. Finley was a curious creature, with a coat as fiery as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with youthful wonder. He had heard tales of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with the changing of the seasons, and he was eager to learn more. "Wise Orin," Finley began, his voice a soft murmur in the quiet of the evening, "I've heard whispers of the magic that comes with the turning of the seasons. Can you tell me more about it?" Orin, perched upon a sturdy branch of an ancient oak, ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Finley," he replied, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind, "the magic of the seasons is a wondrous thing indeed. It is the breath of the forest, the rhythm of life itself. Finley's eyes widened with anticipation, and he settled himself at the foot of the tree, ready to absorb every word. Orin gazed down at the eager fox, a gentle smile in his eyes, and began to weave his tale. In the spring, when the world awakens from the slumber of winter, Orin said, the forest is kissed by the gentle rains, and the earth rejoices with new life. Flowers blossom, their petals opening like tiny hands reaching for the sun, and the air is filled with the sweet fragrance of new beginnings. Finley could almost smell the spring blossoms as Orin spoke, and he imagined the vibrant colors painting the forest floor, a tapestry of nature's own making. And then comes summer. Orin continued, when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun, and the days stretch long and lazy. The leaves whisper secrets to one another in the gentle breeze, and the rivers sing a song of joy as they dance over smooth stones. The young fox imagined himself playing in the sun-dappled glades, the heat of the sun on his back, and the cool caress of the river against his fur. But as the days grow shorter, Orin said, his voice tinged with nostalgia, autumn arrives, painting the forest in hues of fiery splendor. It is a time of gathering, of preparing for the chill of winter. The harvest is bountiful, and the world is a patchwork of gold and scarlet. Finley's mind filled with images of leaves crunching beneath his paws, the crisp air carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. And finally, winter blankets the forest in a quilt of snow, Orin said softly. The world is hushed, wrapped in a serene stillness. It is a time of rest, of reflection, when the forest dreams of the spring to come. Finley imagined the quiet beauty of winter, the snowflakes dancing in the air like tiny stars, the world wrapped in a soft white embrace. But remember, dear Finley, Orin advised, his gaze meeting the young fox's, with each season comes its own challenges and lessons. It is the balance of nature, a cycle that reminds us of the importance of harmony. Finley nodded, a newfound understanding settling in his heart. He realized that the magic of the seasons was not just in their beauty, but in the way they taught the forest and its inhabitants to live in balance with one another. Thank you, Orin, Finley said, his voice filled with gratitude. I will remember your words. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and lavender, Finley trotted back to his den, his mind alight with the wonders of the forest. He knew that he, too, was a part of this magical world, and he was determined to play his part in maintaining its harmony. In the days that followed, Finley shared Orin's wisdom with his fellow creatures, helping them prepare for the coming winter and reminding them of the beauty and challenges of each season. Together, they worked to sustain the balance of the forest, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of friendship and understanding. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the wisdom passed down through the ages. Under the watchful eyes of Orin and the gentle guidance of creatures like Finley, the forest remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where nature and its inhabitants lived as one. As the seasons turned, the forest continued to sing its timeless song, a melody of life and light that echoed through the trees, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest found peace, knowing that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and nature danced together in perfect harmony. Story 58. Story 59. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day, the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed. The trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight, as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it? His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best. With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Elwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Elwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Eowyn's words. "I understand, Eowyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Eowyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Eowyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Eowyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Eowyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Eowyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember. his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend. Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys. The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. Wherever your travels take you, Lyra, Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story. With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 89. Story 90. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 91. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke, and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion. A small, plump rabbit, with fur as white as winter's first snow, and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lay a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop, with its faded blue shutters and a sign swinging gently in the breeze that read Curios and Wonders, was run by a kind old man named Mr. Whitaker. Mr. Whitaker had a penchant for collecting objects with stories, though few visitors believed the tales he spun about them. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced to the ground, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had always been drawn to places filled with stories and secrets. Her curiosity was matched only by her gentle heart, which seemed to see the world in hues of wonder and possibility. The shop was a treasure trove of oddities. Shelves bowed under the weight of dusty books, peculiar trinkets, and clocks that ticked in harmony like a soft symphony. But among all these marvels, it was a small, ornate mirror tucked into a corner that caught Clara's eye. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and the glass itself seemed to shimmer with a soft inner light. As Clara leaned in closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Her reflection was smiling back at her, even though she hadn't smiled. "Oh, you found the Mirror of Echoes," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as warm and crackling as a fireplace on a winter's night. He stepped beside her, his eyes twinkling with the joy of sharing a secret. It's said to reflect not just your image, but your true self. It's a mirror of the heart. Intrigued and enchanted, Clara asked if she could hold it. The mirror was surprisingly light in her hands, and as she gazed into it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her chest, as if the mirror was whispering stories only she could hear. "Take care of it, dear," Mr. Whitaker advised softly. "It holds magic, but it can only reveal what you are ready to see." With the mirror safely wrapped in a velvet cloth, Clara thanked Mr. Whitaker and set off toward the lakeside, where she often spent her afternoons dreaming and skipping stones. The path to the lake was lined with towering oaks, their branches forming a cozy canopy overhead. As Clara walked, she felt the mirror grow warmer, and when she paused to look into it again, she saw not the familiar path, but a road she had never traveled. The road in the mirror was winding and lined with unfamiliar trees, their leaves shimmering with colors Clara had never seen, hues of sapphire, emerald, and gold. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, she wondered where it might lead. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence. "It's the path of heart's desire," said the voice, belonging to a small, winged creature perched on a branch above. It was a fairy, its wings glistening with dew and sunlight. Clara blinked in surprise. "A fairy? I've never met one before." The fairy chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, but the mirror has chosen you, Clara. I'm Lila, a guardian of this path. It appears the mirror has shown you a journey you must take." "But I don't understand," Clara confessed. "I didn't know I had a heart's desire." "Ah," Lila replied gently, fluttering down to sit on Clara's shoulder. "Sometimes our true desires are hidden even from ourselves. The path will reveal it to you. All you need is the courage to follow." With a nod and a heart full of curiosity, Clara stepped forward, guided by the vision in the mirror. The path led her through a landscape that seemed to pulse with life. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. Clara walked for what felt like hours, yet she never grew tired. Each step felt light, as if she floated on a current of purpose. Along the way, Clara met several companions. There was a wise old turtle named Tobias, who shared stories of the stars and the moon, teaching her the importance of patience and perspective. Then there was Pippa, a lively squirrel with a knack for finding hidden treasures in the forest, who showed Clara the joy of discovering the small wonders in life. Together they journeyed deeper into the heart of this magical world, where even the stones seemed to hum with ancient songs. Clara felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging and wonder, as if each encounter was a piece of a puzzle, revealing more of her own heart's desires. Eventually, the path led them to a crystal-clear stream, its waters glistening under the gentle gaze of the sun. Here Clara paused, feeling an unspoken question tug at her heart. She looked into the mirror once more, hoping for guidance. In its depths she saw the reflection of a village, her village, but it was not as she had left it. The people were gathered in the square, their faces clouded with worry. Clara realized with a start that she had been so caught up in her own journey, she had forgotten the needs of her home. "I must return," she said softly, understanding now that her heart's desire was not just about her own joy, but about bringing joy and peace to others. Her journey had shown her the importance of connection, of community, and the magic of sharing one's discoveries with the world. Her companions nodded in understanding, and with a fond farewell, they watched as Clara turned back. As she retraced her steps, the path felt different, not because it had changed, but because she had. When she finally emerged from the enchanted woods, Clara found herself back at the lakeside. The village was just as she had seen in the mirror, but now she was ready. With the wisdom of Tobias, the joy of Pippa, and the courage gifted by the mirror, Clara knew she could help bring light and hope to her village. As she walked into the square, the villagers turned to her, their faces hopeful and curious. Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of the mirror in her hand and the warmth of friendship in her heart. She began to share her stories, the tales of wonder and wisdom she had gathered on her journey. The villagers listened, their worries melting away like morning mist in the sun. And in that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the mirror was not just in revealing one's heart, but in opening it to others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the village, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered her heart's desire, and in doing so had found her place in the world, a place where stories and kindness wove together, creating a tapestry of warmth and wonder. And so, with the village aglow with newfound hope and friendship, Clara's journey came to a gentle close. The mirror, resting now on her bedside, continued to shimmer with the light of possibilities, a reminder that magic was always there, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to listen. As night fell, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, the whispers of the forest and the laughter of her friends echoing softly in her dreams. The village was safe and warm, wrapped in the embrace of stories, and the stars twinkled overhead, a promise of more adventures to come. And in the quiet of the night, the mirror of echoes rested too, content in the knowledge that its magic had found a worthy guardian. Story 99. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an inky canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Oralis, Auralis was known for its lush emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind and its azure seas that cradled dreams in their depths. Among its inhabitants was a gentle, owl-like creature named Orin, whose feathers glowed with a soft, luminescent light under the twin moons. Orin lived in a cozy treehouse nestled among the highest branches of the great whispering oaks, where the air was always filled with the scent of wild lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves. His days were spent tending to the forest, ensuring harmony among its creatures, and his nights were devoted to stargazing, where he often wondered about the lives beyond his beloved planet. One evening, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, Orin noticed a peculiar object streaking across the horizon, trailing sparks of golden light. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow beyond the forest, where wildflowers swayed like a sea of vibrant colors. Curiosity piqued. Orin spread his wings and glided toward the mysterious arrival. In the meadow, a small, sleek spacecraft rested, its surface gleaming like polished silver under the moon's glow. As Orin approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any he had ever seen. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wisdom. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant, crystalline planet of Zephyria. Initially startled by the sight of each other, Orin and Lyra exchanged cautious greetings. Orin's voice was as soothing as the gentle breeze, while Lyra's words were like a melody sung by the stars themselves. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding, a shared wonder at the universe that bridged the gap between them. As the days passed, Orin and Lyra found themselves drawn into a dance of discovery. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her advanced technology, crafting shimmering holograms of distant worlds that captivated his imagination. In return, Orin introduced Lyra to the hidden magic of Auralis, from the way the sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals to the songs sung by the midnight choir of crickets. Their friendship blossomed like the first bloom of spring, but as with any new bond, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring the forest, Orin attempted to teach Lyra the ancient art of reading the wind's whispers. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze caress his feathers, and listened with his heart. Lyra, eager to understand, struggled to quiet her mind, her frustration bubbling to the surface like a stormy sea. Seeing her struggle, Orin gently placed a wingtip on her shoulder. "The wind speaks to those who listen, not with their ears but with their soul," he explained softly. Lyra took a deep breath, allowing herself to be still, and slowly, the whispers became a melody only she could hear. In that moment, she understood the lesson of patience and trust, and her appreciation for Orin's world deepened. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges that tested their growing bond. One morning, a sudden storm swept across Auralis, its ferocity threatening to uproot the very trees that cradled Orin's home. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Orin and Lyra worked side by side, reinforcing the treehouse and comforting the frightened creatures that sought refuge from the storm. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra's technology failed, her holograms flickering and dying as the storm's fury intensified. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized the true strength of their friendship. Orin's unwavering support was a beacon of hope, and together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for it. As the skies cleared and the forest exhaled a sigh of relief, Orin and Lyra sat on the treehouse balcony, watching the world awaken anew. The air was filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth and the sound of birds singing their morning serenade. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and spoke with a voice full of gratitude and warmth. "Thank you, Orin, for teaching me the beauty of your world and the strength found in friendship," she said. Orin, his heart full, replied, "And thank you, Lyra, for showing me the wonders beyond the stars and the joy of sharing them with a friend." Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends differences, that it is a tapestry woven from threads of understanding, patience, and shared adventures. As they sat side by side, watching the sun rise over the horizon, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the stars that guided them. In the days and nights that followed, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of Auralis and beyond, their friendship a guiding star in the vast galaxy. And as they ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the simple truth that friendship is a universal language, spoken with the heart and understood by all who dare to listen. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Orin and Lyra's story became a cherished tale among the stars, a testament to the magic of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Leora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of. Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and whispering forest, nestled a quaint, circular village known as Willow Grove. The village was a harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the roofs of cottages seemed to sway with the gentle breeze and tiny luminescent sprites flitted about, casting a warm glow that rivaled the stars. The villagers of Willow Grove were known for their kindness and their unique ability to understand the language of the forest. Each morning, the air hummed with the gentle sounds of nature and the cheerful bustle of villagers preparing for the day. But lately, something curious had been happening. Each night, as the moon cast its silver light over the village, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first incident was noticed by the village baker, Mr. Marlowe. One morning, he awoke to find all his freshly baked moonberry pies had vanished, leaving only a trail of shimmering flour leading out the door and into the forest. The villagers, puzzled by this spectacle, whispered among themselves but concluded it must be some playful forest spirit. However, the following evening, a new mystery arose. Mrs. Violet, the village seamstress, had been crafting a beautiful tapestry to hang in the village square for the upcoming Festival of Lights. But as dawn broke, her intricate creation was gone, replaced by a single strand of golden thread that glimmered like sunlight. The villagers gathered in the central square, a circle of ancient oak trees standing guard around them. They spoke in hushed tones, the leaves above rustling softly as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Among them was a wise old man named Elder Rowan. Known for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, he stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "It seems," Elder Rowan began, his voice as smooth as the gentle stream that wound through Willow Grove, "that our village has attracted the attention of the forest's more mischievous creatures. But do not fret, for where there is mystery, there is also the chance for discovery." Curiosity piqued young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, stepped forward. "Elder Rowan, how can we solve this mystery?" he asked, his voice tinged with both eagerness and a hint of trepidation. "Ah, young Finn," Elder Rowan replied with a twinkle in his eye, "the forest holds many secrets, and those who seek to uncover them must do so with an open heart and a keen mind. But worry not, for I believe you are up to the task." Finn felt a warm glow of encouragement spread through him, and with a determined nod, he set out to uncover the truth behind the strange occurrences. Alongside him trotted Luna, a small, silver-furred rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Luna was no ordinary rabbit. She was a forest guide, wise beyond her years, and her presence filled Finn with reassurance. As dusk fell and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Finn and Luna followed the shimmering trail left by the vanished pies into the heart of the forest. The trees loomed tall and majestic around them, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. Luna's keen senses led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood a peculiar sight. A circle of small, glowing creatures danced joyfully around a pile of moonberry pies and colorful threads, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. They were the fabled moon sprites, known for their love of mischief and artistry. Finn watched in awe as the sprites crafted a magnificent tapestry of their own, woven from the threads they had borrowed from Mrs. Violet. It depicted scenes of the village bathed in moonlight, capturing the spirit of Willow Grove in a way that was both enchanting and heartfelt. Luna nudged Finn gently, and he nodded in understanding. With a soft voice, he called out to the sprites. "Dear moon sprites, your creations are beautiful, but the villagers are worried about the missing items. Perhaps we could find a way to share in your joy without causing them distress?" The sprites paused in their revelry, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's consideration, the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glimmered like stardust, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice as delicate as the rustle of leaves. "We simply wish to celebrate with your delightful creations. But if it has caused concern, we shall make amends." With a nod of agreement, the sprites gathered the tapestry and the remaining pies, and together they returned to the village with Finn and Luna leading the way. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find the village square transformed. The tapestry hung proudly, a collaborative masterpiece that spoke of unity and celebration. Elder Rowan, observing the scene, smiled gently. "It seems our mystery has been solved, and with it, a new friendship has blossomed between our village and the moon sprites." From that day on, the villagers welcomed the sprites to their festivals, sharing in their laughter and creativity. The strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a newfound bond that enriched the lives of all. And so, in the heart of the whispering forest, the village of Willow Grove continued to thrive, its people and the magical creatures around them living in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As night fell once more, the gentle glow of sprites could be seen flitting through the trees, a reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those that bring us closer together. And with that comforting thought, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willow Brook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, a quaint village lay nestled amidst the gentle hills. This village, wrapped in the tender embrace of nature, was home to creatures both ordinary and magical, living together in harmony. One evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, a peculiar event occurred. The villagers awoke to find that all the colors in their world had shifted. The sky was a soft lavender instead of blue, the grass was a vivid shade of turquoise, and the roses in the village gardens bloomed in hues of vibrant orange and indigo. The change was not alarming, but it was certainly curious. Among the villagers was young Aiden, a thoughtful boy with eyes the color of a summer storm and a heart full of curiosity. His best friend, a small, wise fox named Bramble, trotted by his side, her fur a fiery red that seemed to shimmer in the twilight. Together they were known for their adventures throughout the whispering woods, often unraveling small mysteries and helping their neighbors. Perplexed by the sudden color change, Aiden and Bramble decided to visit the village's revered sage, the gentle owl known as Elder Moonfeather. His home was a cozy hollow in a towering oak tree, lined with soft moss and illuminated by the glow of dozens of tiny fireflies. As they approached, Elder Moonfeather greeted them with a warm hoot, his eyes twinkling like twin stars. "Ah, Aiden and Bramble, what brings you to my humble abode on such a peculiar evening?" Aiden explained the situation, describing the kaleidoscope of colors that had transformed their village. Elder Moonfeather listened intently, nodding his feathery head. Such a phenomenon is rare indeed, he mused, but not unheard of. Long ago, a similar event occurred, and it was said to be the work of the prism spirit. Bramble's ears perked up at the mention of the prism spirit, a legendary creature known for weaving rainbows across the sky. "Do you think the prism spirit is responsible for this?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. Elder Moonfeather chuckled softly. "The prism spirit is known to play tricks, but never with ill intent. It is likely a playful reminder of the beauty and change. To understand its message, you must visit the crystal cavern, where the spirit dwells." Determined to solve the mystery, Aiden and Bramble set off at dawn, guided by the gentle light of the morning sun. The path to the crystal cavern wound through the heart of the forest, where every leaf whispered secrets of the past, and every shadow danced in harmony with the light. As they traveled, they encountered various woodland creatures who offered guidance. A family of deer pointed the way with graceful nods, while a chorus of birds sang tunes that filled the air with music, lifting their spirits and keeping them on course. Finally, Aiden and Bramble reached the entrance of the crystal cavern, a majestic archway draped with ivy and glistening with dew. Inside, the cavern sparkled with countless crystals, each reflecting light in a dazzling array of colors. At the heart of this wondrous place, the prism spirit awaited. The spirit, a luminous being woven from the colors of the rainbow, greeted them with a radiant smile. "Welcome, young seekers. I trust you have enjoyed the vibrant transformation of your world?" Aiden nodded, his curiosity piqued. "We have, but we seek to understand your message. Why have you changed the colors of our village?" The prism spirit's laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Sometimes, the world needs a gentle reminder of the beauty found in change and diversity. Colors, like life, are ever-changing, and each hue brings its own joy. My gift to your village is a celebration of this truth." Bramble, wise in her own right, added, "And perhaps your gift encourages us to see the world anew, with fresh eyes and open hearts." "Precisely," the prism spirit replied, glowing with approval. "Embrace the changes, and you will find beauty where you least expect it." With their questions answered and their hearts full, Aiden and Bramble thanked the prism spirit and began their journey home. As they walked, the colors of the forest seemed even more vibrant, each shade telling a story of its own. When they returned to the village, they shared the prism spirit's message with their friends and neighbors. The villagers, inspired by the revelation, began to see their world in a new light, appreciating the tapestry of colors that had painted their lives. As the sun set once more, casting its gentle glow over the land, Aiden and Bramble sat by the edge of the village, watching the colors of the sky shift and blend like a living masterpiece. They realized that, like the changing colors, each day brought its own unique beauty, and it was up to them to embrace it with open hearts and curious minds. And so, with a sense of peace and wonder, they drifted into sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the world was a place of endless possibility, just waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor, Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Faron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Feronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Feronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world." I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort. With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small, polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the The creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the golden hues of autumn leaves lingered long into winter, and the scent of warm bread and pinewood fires filled the crisp air. Leora, with her hair like golden wheat fields and eyes the color of the summer sky, found herself standing at the threshold of change, yet hesitant to cross it. Leora had always been content with the rhythm of village life. She enjoyed the gentle rustling of the trees, the melody of the brook that wound its way through the forest, and the comforting routine of daily chores. But lately, a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like a whispering breeze urging her towards something she couldn't quite see or name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Leora took a walk into the forest. The path was familiar, lined with moss-covered stones and flanked by towering oaks whose branches intertwined like old friends, sharing secrets. Yet as she wandered deeper, she felt a subtle shift in the air, a tingling sensation that made her skin prickle with anticipation. It was then she stumbled upon a curious sight. In a small clearing bathed in moonlight stood an ancient tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted like the stories of old. But what caught her breath was its leaves, each one a shimmering crystal, catching the moon's light and casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the forest floor. Drawn by an invisible thread, Leora approached the tree, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if it had been waiting for her all along. As she rested her hand upon its trunk, a gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and she felt a soft, thrumming energy beneath her palm. "Welcome, dear one," a voice like rustling leaves whispered. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. It was as if the tree itself had spoken, its voice resonating within her very soul. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of change," the voice replied, a soft echo in the night. "I exist to guide those who seek transformation and to mirror the growth within their hearts." Leora felt a rush of emotions, curiosity, fear, and a deep yearning for something she could not yet understand. "But I fear change," she confessed. "I am not ready to leave behind what I know." The tree's leaves shimmered, casting a gentle glow. Change is not about leaving behind, but about embracing what is to come. It is a journey of discovery, a dance between what was and what will be. As Leora stood beneath the tree's protective canopy, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the tree's wisdom seeped into her very being, whispering of courage and potential untapped. In the days that followed, Leora returned to the forest often, seeking the comfort of the guardian and the clarity that each visit brought. She spoke of her fears, her dreams, and her longing for understanding. And with each whispered word, the tree offered gentle guidance, teaching her to listen to the winds of change and to trust in the path that unfolded before her. Leora's transformation was subtle at first, like the first green shoots of spring pushing through winter's snow. She began to notice the beauty in uncertainty, the thrill of not knowing what each new day might bring. She learned to see challenges as opportunities for growth and to find strength in vulnerability. As she embraced these lessons, the magical tree responded in kind. Its crystal leaves began to change, reflecting Leora's journey. They shimmered with hues of emerald and sapphire, colors that spoke of renewal and wisdom. The forest, once a place of quiet solitude, became a vibrant tapestry of life and possibility. But Leora was not alone in her journey. Her friends, a merry band of villagers, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor, the newfound lightness in her step. They rallied around her, offering support and encouragement. There was Tamsin, the wise herbalist whose laughter was as infectious as her healing balms were effective. Alden, the gentle blacksmith with hands as strong as his heart was kind, and little Lyra, with eyes full of wonder and questions that sparked joy in all who heard them. Together, they learned from one another, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from the forest. They too were touched by the magic of the Guardian, finding their own paths to growth and understanding. Tamsin discovered new herbs hidden within the forest's depths, their properties unknown but powerful. Alden forged tools that sang with the harmony of the elements, and Lyra's laughter seemed to weave a spell of joy that lifted the spirits of all. As the seasons turned, Leora's journey of transformation blossomed like the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor in spring. She found herself stepping into roles she had once feared: organizer of village gatherings, a confidant for those seeking solace, a storyteller weaving tales of the forest's magic for eager listeners. And through it all, the Guardian stood as a silent witness, its crystalline leaves reflecting the growth of those who sought its wisdom. It had become a beacon of hope and transformation, a reminder that change was not to be feared, but embraced with open arms. One evening, as the village gathered beneath the stars to celebrate the harvest, Leora stood before them. The bonfire crackled and danced, sending sparks into the velvet sky, and the villagers' faces glowed with warmth and anticipation. "My friends," Leora began, her voice steady and clear, "we are all like the leaves of the Guardian tree, ever-changing, ever-growing. Let us not fear what lies ahead, but instead embrace it with courage and joy." The villagers erupted into applause, their hearts swelling with pride and love for the young woman who had become a beacon of strength and hope. And as the celebration continued, beneath the watchful gaze of the Guardian, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. For she had learned that change, though daunting, was a gift, a chance to discover new facets of herself, to forge bonds that transcended fear, and to step into a future bright with possibility. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered secrets of its own, Leora knew she had found her true place in the world. And so the village thrived, nestled at the edge of the ancient, whispering forest. Its people, guided by the wisdom of the Guardian, embraced change not as an end, but as a beautiful beginning. And in their hearts, they carried the magic of personal discovery, a flame that would never fade, even as the seasons turned and the years unfurled like a tapestry of dreams. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame. Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Journey. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, lay the quaint village of Elderwood. It was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn till dusk. But what truly set Elderwood apart was the edge of the forest that bordered it, a forest known as the Whispering Woods. Legends spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place where the trees could talk and the streams sang lullabies. It was said that within its depths lay secrets and wonders that had been there since time immemorial. The villagers treated the forest with reverence, often leaving offerings of honey and bread at its edge to appease the spirits within. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. She had grown up listening to tales of the Whispering Woods, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the magical creatures and hidden worlds that might exist just beyond the tree line. Lyra was kind-hearted and curious, traits that endeared her to everyone she met. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lyra sat by the edge of the forest, her favorite spot. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. She hummed a tune as she wove daisy chains, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle rustling interrupted her reverie. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small, fox-like animal with fur that shimmered like moonlight. The creature approached cautiously, its eyes wide and curious. Lyra held her breath, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. Slowly, she extended her hand, palm up, as if inviting the creature to trust her. To her delight, it nuzzled against her fingers, its fur soft as silk. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "What brings you here?" The creature, as if understanding her, tilted its head towards the forest, then looked back at Lyra. It was as though it was asking her to follow. Intrigued and unable to resist the pull of adventure, Lyra stood up and brushed the leaves from her skirt. She glanced back at the village, where smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and then at the mysterious creature. Determination set in her eyes as she decided to follow her new friend into the heart of the Whispering Woods. As they ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer, filtered through a canopy of intertwined branches. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Lyra marveled at the sights around her. Mushrooms that glowed softly in the shadows, flowers that seemed to hum with their own melody, and streams that trickled with laughter. The creature led her to a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, even though the sun had not yet set. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled like the tendrils of a wise old sage. It was here that Lyra discovered the heart of the forest's magic, a small, luminous stone nestled among the roots, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic light. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing against the stone's smooth surface. As she did, a warmth spread through her, as though she had been touched by the sun's rays. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the whispers of the trees growing louder, filling her ears with tales of old. It was then that Lyra understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. This was a place of stories, a tapestry woven from the dreams and hopes of all who had walked its paths. And the stone was its heart, the keeper of its secrets, the source of its enchanting song. Her new friend, the moonlit creature, watched her with knowing eyes, as if it had been waiting for someone like Lyra to come along. With a gentle nudge, it encouraged her to take the stone, a gift from the forest, to one who would cherish and protect its stories. As Lyra held the stone close, she felt a change within her, a newfound understanding of the world and her place in it. She realized that every story, every whisper of the woods, was a part of something greater, a connection that bound all living things together. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked her friend and the forest for their gift. She promised to return and share the tales of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that its magic would never fade. When she finally emerged from the forest, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lanterns. Lyra felt different, as though she carried a piece of the forest within her. She knew that her journey had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and wonder that existed all around. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lyra listened to the gentle whispers of the wind. Her heart was at peace, knowing that she was now a part of the Whispering Woods' eternal story. And as she drifted into dreams, the moonlight creature watched over her from the forest's edge, content in the knowledge that its secret was safe with her. In the days that followed, Lyra shared her adventure with the villagers, weaving tales of the magical forest and the wonders it held. Her stories spread far and wide, bringing joy and inspiration to all who heard them. And though many would try to find the heart of the Whispering Woods, it remained hidden, revealing itself only to those who listened with open hearts and minds. Thus, the village of Elderwood thrived, its people forever connected to the magic of the forest. And Lyra, the girl with the moonlit heart, would often return to the clearing, her laughter mingling with the whispers of the woods, ensuring that its stories would live on for generations to come. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the Whispering Woods and the magic that lies within your own heart. For every story, like a seed, has the power to grow and blossom, weaving a tapestry of wonder that connects us all. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the keeper of waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and a particular fondness for stories that spoke of magic and wonder. Lila's favorite place was the village's small yet enchanting library, where she spent many afternoons among the dust-mottled shelves, lost in tales of faraway lands. One breezy autumn day, as golden leaves danced in the crisp air, Lila discovered a book unlike any she had seen before. It was tucked away in a forgotten corner, its cover worn with age but shimmering subtly in the dim light. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, and to her amazement, a delicate silver key slipped from its pages, landing softly on the wooden floor with a gentle chime. The librarian, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes named Mrs. Wren, noticed Lila's find. "Ah," she said, her voice smooth as honey, "you've discovered the key of whispers. It is said to unlock secrets that lie beneath the surface of what we perceive." With Mrs. Wren's encouragement, Lila took the key home, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of apprehension. That night, as moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Lila examined the key closely. It felt warm in her hand, almost alive, whispering promises of hidden wonders. The following morning, with the key safely tucked in her pocket, Lila set off on a path through the woods behind her home. She walked for some time, guided by an inexplicable pull, until she reached an ancient oak with a gnarled trunk and sprawling branches. At its base, half buried beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, lay a small, intricately carved wooden door, just the right size for the key. Holding her breath, Lila inserted the silver key into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling downwards, illuminated by warm, flickering lights. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Lila descended into the unknown. At the bottom, she found herself in a vast, underground chamber filled with an array of curious objects. A globe that spun on its own, a harp playing a soft, melodic tune, and jars of swirling colors that danced in their containers. But it was the mirror at the far end of the room that caught her attention. Its surface shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under the morning sun. As Lila approached, the mirror's reflection began to shift, showing not her own image, but a scene of the village she so dearly loved. However, in the reflection, the village was dull and colorless, the joy and life seemingly drained away. Beside the mirror stood two peculiar figures. The first, a tiny plump gnome with a bushy beard and a perpetual grin, introduced himself as Binkle. The second, a slender, graceful fairy whose wings sparkled like dew-kissed petals at dawn, was named Amara. "Welcome, Lila," Binkle said with a jovial tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "This mirror reveals the heart of Willowbrook. It seems your village is in need of a little magic." Ira nodded, her voice soft and melodic. "Something has dimmed the spirit of Willowbrook, and only someone with a pure heart and wise mind can restore its light." Layla, feeling a sense of purpose welling within her, asked, "How can I help?" "The answer lies in understanding," Ira replied. "You must learn to see beyond the surface, to listen to the whispers of the world around you." With their guidance, Lila embarked on a journey through the chamber, each object a lesson in perception and insight. The globe taught her that the world is interconnected, each action creating ripples that affect the whole. The harp revealed the harmony in diversity, where different notes blend to create a beautiful melody. The jars of colors showed her the beauty in differences, how each shade adds to the richness of life. As Lila absorbed these lessons, the mirror's reflection began to change, colors slowly seeping back into the village scene. Yet, there was still a lingering shadow, a reminder of something unresolved. Binkle and Ira encouraged Lila to look deeper, to find the source of the shadow. With newfound wisdom, she realized the shadow was born of misunderstandings and fears that had crept into the hearts of the villagers, causing them to lose sight of the kindness and unity that once defined their home. Determined to dispel the shadow, Lila returned to Willowbrook, where she began sharing the lessons she had learned. She spoke with her neighbors, fostering conversations that brought to light hidden fears and misconceptions. Slowly, understanding blossomed, like a garden nurtured by the warmth of the sun. As the villagers opened their hearts, the shadow began to lift, and the mirror in the chamber below the oak reflected a vibrant, lively Willowbrook once more. The air was filled with laughter, and the village thrummed with the gentle pulse of community and love. With her mission complete, Lila returned to the ancient oak, where Binkle and Ira awaited her. The silver key glowed warmly in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken and the changes she had inspired. "You have done well, Lila," Ira said, her voice like a soft breeze. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within the heart, in kindness and understanding." Binkle added with a wink, "And never forget the wonders that can be found when you dare to look beyond." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, knowing that their lessons would stay with her always. As she walked back to her village, the sun setting in a blaze of colors, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The silver key, now a cherished keepsake, found its place on Lila's bedside table, a reminder of the extraordinary adventure that began with a single, unexpected discovery. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of friendship and the promise of new wonders cocooned her in a comforting embrace, the whispers of magic echoing softly in her dreams. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Leora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet, a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Leora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Leora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Leora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Leora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Leora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Leora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Leora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Leora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Leora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Leora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Leora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Leora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. and in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "the changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny, twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a time, in a world where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young girl named Willow. She resided in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, surrounded by towering trees that whispered ancient secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling hearth, she noticed something peculiar. The flames in the fireplace seemed to flicker with unusual patterns, almost as if they were trying to communicate. Willow rubbed her eyes in disbelief, but the flames continued their intricate dance. Perplexed, Willow sought guidance from her wise mentor, Oakley the ancient oak tree. His gnarled branches swayed gently as he listened to her tale. "Ah, my dear Willow," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "It seems the elements themselves have a message for you." Intrigued, Willow returned to her cottage, determined to unravel this mystery. Each night, she studied the fireplace intently, jotting down the patterns she observed in the flames. Soon she began to notice shapes forming, a swirling leaf, a flickering acorn, and other symbols of the forest. One evening, as Willow sat entranced by the dancing flames, a gentle knock sounded at her door. She opened it to find a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a warm, glowing aura. "Greetings, Willow," the creature said in a melodious voice. "I am Ember, a fire sprite, and I've come to shed light on the mystery that's been unfolding before your eyes." Ember explained that the flames were trying to communicate a message from the heart of the forest itself. A dark force had been slowly spreading, threatening the delicate balance of nature. The sprites, nymphs, and other magical beings needed Willow's help to restore harmony. With Ember's guidance, Willow embarked on a quest through the Enchanted woods, deciphering clues hidden within the elements themselves. She listened to the whispers of the wind, observed the patterns in the flowing streams, and sought wisdom from the ancient trees. Along the way, she encountered a host of friendly creatures, playful pixies who showed her hidden paths, wise old owls who shared their knowledge, and mischievous gnomes who delighted in offering riddles and puzzles. As Willow's understanding deepened, she learned that the dark force was born from the fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of humans who had forgotten their connection to nature. With each step, she rekindled the bond between the natural world and those who had strayed, spreading hope and rekindling the magic that flowed through all living things. Finally, on the night of the autumn equinox, Willow stood before a great willow tree in a moonlit glade. With Ember's guidance and the collective power of the forest creatures, she performed an ancient ritual, calling forth the essence of balance and harmony. As the last notes of the ceremony faded, a warm, gentle light began to emanate from the willow tree, spreading through the forest like a radiant sunrise. The dark force dissipated, and the magic of the woods was restored, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, working in harmony with the magical beings to ensure that the delicate balance was never again disrupted. And whenever she sat by her hearth, watching the flames dance and flicker, she knew that the heart of the Enchanted woods beat strong, whispering its secrets to those who would listen with open hearts and minds. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. "Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater." And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship.